Hello, 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 my lovely, lovely, lovely little imps. How are you doing today? Spinkle, Rusty Rustard, Eurus, McProll, Dango, Bangle, Spinkle, sorry, I already said you once, Argo, Looney, Angel Bunny, Jinchan, Paulus, Elysium, Cotton D-Pad, Sudafon, Josie Rosie, XOXO, Just Allen, Wall Panel, Pork Chop, Schluppin' Life, Great Mistakes, or G8 Mistakes, Keenox, Zen Sock, MJ, Rami, and Socialist Potato. And from the Twitch chat, we have Azazel Bedazzle, Homilily, Punky Gal, Jazz Dog, Silax, and then we also have from the YouTube chat, we have none other than William Phillip, Versifer, Q-Stick, Shay, Anna Lynn, Aggressive Pushover, and Mesmerized. There we go. Thank you very much. Thank you all for your kind words. I'm very happy to see you all today. Yes, you did pull us, Elysium. You did get a shout out. That's what happens. If you are here and you have not liked the YouTube stream, please put a like on our YouTube stream. We would absolutely love that. That would mean the world to us here. The number one way that we guarantee new viewers to the stream is to get a whole bunch of likes, and likes on the YouTube stream are free. Also, warning in advance. Bit of a warning in advance, everybody. Twitch has been having some issues today. So, if you are viewing on Twitch, consider coming to the website where we pull from the YouTube stream. The Twitch side of things has been having some issues. That is on Twitch's side. It's not on ours. So just a forewarning for those who are the Twitch viewers. You may have some connection issues today. Multiple streams that I've been watching have run into this issue, unfortunately. So we have some very fun stuff today. Has my hair quietly morphed towards being more red? Yes, it has. As the dyes have sort of, you know, washed out and whatever, it has become more red. How does the sound sound? Does the sound good? I have a fan because it is horrifically hot here today. So I'm hoping that it's good. Tomorrow, the new sound setup will be here, and the new camera setup will be here, which is going to be pretty incredible. I'm very, very excited for that. Yeah, I won't turn off the fan. I'm just glad. You might be able to hear it a little bit, but I'm hoping that it'll be under control. Yes, today we will be having AnneAtomics. AnneAtomics will be here today. Hello, Grimedango. Yes, it is incredibly hot. I am very, very hot and whatever, but I think we're going to make it together. There's not going to, I don't think there's going to be any technical difficulties today. I have gone out of my way to make sure of this. Yes, in an hour, we will be talking with none other than the trans hot tub streamer, AnneAtomics, who is absolutely amazing. Thank you. Yeah, I am, Grindango. Thank you very much. Indeed. I'm very excited. It's going to be cool. We're going to be talking about, yes, thank you. There is going to be a queer Discord stage. Hold on, I need to do this announcement before I do anything else because I forgot to do it. And we got a lot of people here. So listen up. We are doing a special community event, okay? We're doing a very special community event. And I'm going to read you the description of this community event right away because some of you are going to want to be involved in it, okay? Are you ready? Here's the announcement. Yes, Dango Bango, I'll mention that. Hold on a second. The Inferno Demon Mama's Discord community is proud to announce that we will be hosting an LGBT panel on Tuesday, June 29th at 3 p.m. PST, 5 p.m. Central on a Discord stage. This is going to be the last Tuesday of Pride Month. And it will be scheduled at my usual go live time, but on a Tuesday, not on a Wednesday. This is a discussion panel and not a debate panel. It is going to be about learning, mutual growth, caring, all kinds of stuff like that. This is going to be only approved streamers from within the community, mostly members of the community, not mods. So we might have a few streamers from within our community, but they are all going to be community members. We are going to have a couple of different topics. These are the topics, okay? AMAB folks in LGBT spaces, do they feel like they belong? 2, non-binary identity, AFAB twinks or a universe of possibilities. 3, slurs and reclamation, queer versus straggit. The panel will not be recorded or streamed at all. It is only for our enjoyment, okay? Webcams are optional. Video streaming is optional. If you're interested in being a part of that, please check out the pinned post in live stream chat on the Discord, okay? I think it'll be really fun. This is going to be, again, on the 29th, so you got a couple of days to prepare for it if you want to. The 29th at 3 p.m. PST. So it's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, it's not going to be streamed. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Okay? So that's the announcement. That's one of the announcements that I needed to do. Secondly, I wanted to do the announcement for what we're actually going to be talking about today. Oh, what is? Vermin, this is our queer, we're having a queer, a community queer Discord panel. So basically what it's going to be is it's going to be a, like, moderated and managed but open community panel that will not be streamed. It'll be on Tuesday, this coming Tuesday at 3 p.m. And we're going to talk about a whole bunch of issues. It's not a debate panel. It is a discussion panel for the good of LGBT members in this community. And not going to be streamed. It's not going to be anything. Nothing mandatory. It's meant to be chill, a chill learning experience for queer people to get to know each other, to get to meet each other, etc., and start building those community interconnections. Yeah, it's going to be really cool. And the credit for this goes to my amazing mod team, including Alora, Ziggy Richards, and Silent. There's too many to name. There have been so many people working on this. I have barely been involved with the organization of this because I have been busy with a whole bunch of other things. The other announcement is that we are going to be pushing back my giant fundraiser. I know it was supposed to be a Pride Month fundraiser, but there's no possible way with the fact that I hurt my back this month. I've been failing to organize it. We're going to push it back into July. So we will be doing a fundraiser still, but we're going to be doing it into July, okay? So just keep that in mind, okay? Today, as for topics that we are going to be doing today, first, we are going to be talking with AnneAtomics. We are going to be talking about hot tub streams, the current discourse. We're going to be talking about the experience of being an openly trans creator online. We are going to be talking about Twitch culture in general. It's going to be, this is going to be in about an hour. Don't worry, Natalie Marie. It's in about an hour, okay? And then afterwards, we are going to have a bit of a friendly debate with a streamer by the name of NeoMoirai, also known as Omni-Feudalism, and we are going to be discussing the topic of rhetoric in trans advocacy. And I'm probably going to talk about this a little bit, and then you're going to get to hear about this when we do the debate. I'm going to sort of state my opinion and make it clear to everybody. It should be very, very interesting. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting discussion. We have a lot of disagreements, but I don't think that our positions are completely irreconcilable. So, and it shouldn't, I don't think it's going to be a spicy thing. I don't think that they really do that, but it's going to be interesting nonetheless. As we all know, the timeline, if you're in left Twitter, the timeline this morning has been all about trans stuff yet again. Seems to always be the case. So we're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about rhetoric and trans advocacy. We're going to be talking about the topics that are okay to be discussed. We're going to be talking about how you frame trans identity, how we understand trans identity, and I think it should be very valuable. Hey, Soma, good to see you. So, yeah, business as usual. Yeah, business as usual. I'm going to quickly comb my hair. I didn't realize how out of control it was. It's because of the fan. So, yes, that, and then afterwards, I have a special treat for all of you. Afterwards, we will be watching Season 7 of Holy Mack. That's right. If you don't know what Holy Mack is, well, Holy Mack is where this fish mask came from. This is where we got the fish mask. So, if you want to know why I own a fish mask, you're going to need to stick around until we do the react to the new season of Holy Mackerel. For the old school imps, for the imps who've been around a while, you know it's been a long time since we've done this. So we may do a reintroduction just to get new people along. Should be very, very fun, okay? I promise. It's going to be super, super fun. And guess what? I have another bonus for you all. You all thought that that was all that this stream was going to have, but you're wrong. Because guess what? We have to open some fan mail. I got some fan mail. That's right. Legitimate fan mail. Yeah. What? So super cool. We're going to do some fan mail. Now, real quick. It's the mail, it never fails. It makes me want to wag my tail. When it comes, I want to wail. Mail. Yes, we've gotten fan mail, which is very exciting. Now, one of the fan mails I have been requested not to open on stream, and I have already opened that one. So, a special thank you to one of our community members by the name of Vorbuddy. Vorbuddy sent us a bunch of limited print hentai manga that were published by where they work. And that is super, super cool. And they are incredibly high quality and just an incredibly kind gift with an amazing letter. Thank you so much. I deeply, deeply appreciate that. So thank you very much, Vorbuddy. No, they're not Vor manga. They're just, they're sort of a mixed bag of stuff. But they're like really unique, and most of them are very queer. Fawn already read one and loved it, so that's very, very cool. So yeah, that's super neat. I was incredibly touched. The letter was incredible. So Vorbuddy, thank you so very much. Seriously appreciate that. If you are here, by the way, we have 145 viewers. That's pog as hell, but we only have 93 likes. Can we get some motherfucking YouTube likes? Can we get some likes on the YouTube channel? Can we click through? You just gotta click the video and press the like button. Seriously, makes a big difference. Every time we get a surge of likes, we get a surge of viewers. We need to grow the channel. And because this show is free and viewer supported, likes are very important. So smack that motherfucking like button, and it'll make me feel very happy. There you go. Unironically, it does. It makes me feel good, and we get more people. All right. So let's open the fan mail, shall we? Let me grab the fan mail. So this is also from Vorbuddy, but this is the safe for stream version. So I'm going to open this stuff on stream. Let me just put my headphones on so I can hear everything properly. All right. So, number one, this is a little thing that says Her Eminence Demon Mama, and then it says making some doo-doo fart. You can actually see right here the little poop that says making some doo-doo fart. That is hilarious, and I love it. So we have a true fan here. We got a true fan. They like the Utopians on doo-doo fart meme, which means they know what the fuck they're talking about. That's the good memes. That's the good stuff. So let me open this up and let's see what we got inside. Bam! Oh, we got a letter. Hey there, Demon Mama. In this package, I sent you stickers from PDX local anarchist artists with their social media handles. I've also sent you a few zines that were distributed at some actions in Portland this year. These ones spoke to me a lot through the long months at the protests and their aftermaths. I think you'll enjoy them, or hopefully they will resonate with you in a familiar way. I know reading sucks, so most of them have audiobooks that I've included in a YouTube playlist link. This Rose Has Thorns documents some of the highlights of the PDX anarchist accomplishments during the recent uprising that wasn't endless marches or fighting cops. It's got a LARPy feel to it, but I promise it's a fun read. Thanks for cultivating this wonderful community of imps. I'm endlessly thankful for the respite of your streams through the challenging year we've all had. Don't open the wrapped package on stream. The awful Ahegao print is the TOS siren. Yes, there was Ahegao print, which was amazing. It was not terrible. It was amazing. There's a second letter for that stuff. Much communal love, Vorbuddy. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I don't have the zines. Do you want to bring the zines in? I have everything else, but I don't have the zines. Here we go. Look at this. So I have an actual 3 arrows patch. The Iron Front is an anti-fascist patch. Then I've got Talk to Plants, Not Cops, and it has this poggers art of like a human being that's merging with plants. That is incredibly cool. And then it's got some, looks like other weed stickers, which is super, super cool. Then we have this. Wow, this is super cool. We have this one, which has a priest, and it says scam, and it's a skeleton priest. And then there's this creepy baby crawling here. These were all made by local anarchist groups, which is super, super cool. That is actually amazing. Thank God for free speech, am I right? Thank God for free speech. Yeah, I don't think I have them in here. Uh-oh. They're out there somewhere. Don't worry about it. It's all good. They're definitely out there.
They're in the like comic sleeve.
Yeah, they're in the comic sleeve, so they're safe. Well, I'll show those later. That's super cool. All right, thank you so much, Vorbuddy. Deeply appreciated. This one, it looks like, is from Clem. This is from Clem. Let's see what we got in this one. Shall we see? Oh my goodness. So let's look at the letter first. Here we go. I am allowed to read this on stream. Thank you. Hello, demonic mother. I was originally going to make a regular Pompo, but I saw someone beat me to it. Hopefully, this is the start of a Pompo collection. As you can probably tell, it was a bit of a challenge to make, and I'm a beginner. I've dubbed him Quasi-Pompo, and he's made of satin and pajamas, lumpy but full of love. Non-parasocial well wishes, Clem. Thank you, Clem! Thank you, Clem! And let's take a look. It's Pompo Champ! It's Pompo Champ! It's so good! This is amazing! I love it! Susie Clem, this is so good! Susie Clem, this is so good! I am such a fan! This is going right over there with the regular Pompo. With the default Pompo. Look at that! Now we got Pompo and Pompo Champ. Both of them right there. They're right in the camera view. Ah! So cute! Amazing! Absolutely amazing. Wow, Glooby's gonna love to hear that. Glooby is gonna love to hear that. How exciting. Oh yeah! And guess what? Look, I fixed it. Well, I didn't. Fawn did. Fawn fixed it. Fawn finally got it to stick properly. Look. Susie Clem, thank you so much. Yeah, it's Susie Clem, not Clem. Look at that. I got the Pompo ashtray. We got it fixed. Fawn fixed it. Yay! Yep. So I'm gonna. Oh, we're gonna give it its inaugural smoke here in a few minutes. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. We got a Pompo collection. Susie Clem, thank you so much. Susie, seriously, thank you so very much. Really wonderful. You know what? Okay, this fan is driving me nuts. So it's gonna be a hat day today. I'm sorry, everybody. It's a hat day today. I know. We have to hide the beautiful hair, but it's a hat day. This fan is driving me insane. Hat day. Hat day. There we go. It's okay. I was happy. I wanted to get it fixed, and Fawn was willing to help me. Fawn is way better at crafts and stuff than me. What do I think of long Furbies? Long Furbies are awesome. All right, this one isn't technically fan mail, but it's special to me nonetheless. Okay? This is a cassette tape. Okay? And I want you to look at the art on there. There's a skull planet. And it says, hollow disillusion with the figures of love. This is a cassette tape of Snowdrift Moon's latest album. Yeah, Snowdrift Moon, our favorite, who was interviewed by me on the channel, who makes incredible music. Snowdrift Moon sent me this cassette of the newest album. So I am going to get a cassette player and I'm going to listen to it on cassette. But this is it. And if you want to check out Snowdrift, I think we have a Snowdrift command. Snowdrift at Bandcamp I'm serious. If you like dream pop is what Snowdrift does, it is amazing. We used to have a Snowdrift command. Hold on. Let me see. I'll put a link in chat anyway. Here, let me get it. Here we go. Let me get it. Hold on 1 second. I'll bring it right up. Here we go. This is the one. Wait, this isn't the right album. Hold on. Let me grab the right album. Here. I'll link this. There you go. Bam. Here you go. And so I just wanted to show this off because I really love Snowdrift's music. I really do. It's amazing, dreamy. I did a fucking hour-long interview with Snowdrift and where we listened to the whole album. It was absolutely incredible. So, yeah. Hey, Death by Pizza, thank you so much. Death by Pizza, thank you so much for that sub. I deeply appreciate that subscription. Yeah, so this is really super cool. I just wanted to share this because it's special to me. So, thank you to Snowdrift for making this music because you've brought a lot of happiness to my life, Snowdrift. So, I don't know if you're going to see this particular clip. I'm sure somebody will get this clip to you, right? Somebody will, right? Somebody who knows Snowdrift will get this clip. So yeah, that's the fan mail for today. Oh, also, actually, there was one other thing, but I'm not going to show it on stream. I received a really nice liquid cooling system for my computer from a viewer in chat who owns a computer parts store. So thank you very much to Josh for the liquid cooling kit. I will probably set that up this weekend and have my computer running nice and cool. So thank you very much, Josh. It did arrive. We did get it. So thank you very, very much. Yeah. Now that is the fan mail segment for today, which is very, very exciting. Oh, also one other thing before we move on to like the content, I want to say one thing. I've decided to start doing special posts on my Patreon. And these are basically, like, they're not going to be, don't consider them normal content. I noticed that I'm getting more Patreon subscribers, which is super, super pog. It really means the world to me because Patreon is a way to stay independent and whatever. And so I've decided that what I'm going to do is for people who back the Patreon every once in a while, and there's no like set date for this, I'm going to publish a little letter that basically tells you a bunch of cool details about the behind the scenes. So like if you're interested in the tech of streaming, if you're interested in that kind of stuff, the boring stuff I don't usually talk about on stream, you'll get that as an added bonus for joining the Patreon. If you back the Patreon every once in a while, you're gonna get a letter. I posted my first one just the other day. So basically, I just talk about what I'm doing with my setup, some tech that I'm playing around with, some ideas that I'm thinking of. It's basically just consider it behind the scenes as an added bonus for those who support me on Patreon. I want to make sure that I give everybody a fair shake for supporting me. So that's a nice little bonus. I just wanted to let people know that I'm going to start doing that, which is, you know, so it's a small thing, but yeah. My content will always be free. That's part of the show. That is something I believe in deeply. My show will always be free. So again, any support that you give me is literally what will keep this show going. So it's a donation-based model and also a like-based model. So if you're here and you haven't liked the stream, please, please, please click through onto YouTube and press the like button. Deeply appreciate it. We've already jumped up in viewers, and that makes me very happy. So, all right. Now, all right, everybody. So, yeah, that's what we have. That's the announcements for the day. That's the little rundown. You also have, like, so much content. Yeah, I do a lot of content. I do a ton of content. For those who don't know me, I'm an endurance streamer. I will stream for, like, 6 to 8 hours every time I stream. And yeah, I do a lot of content like that because, I don't know, it feels right. It feels like the right thing to do for me. And so I make a lot of stuff. Most of it gets posted to the YouTube channel as videos, but a lot of it doesn't because of just how much I do. I like to talk about stuff. I try to do it high quality. It's just how I am. Yeah. All right, everybody. So here's the thing. We have to talk about a little piece of good news. Okay, everybody? Are you ready for some good news? We haven't had, we don't get good news all that often these days. We don't get good news all that often these days. But guess what? Today, we got good news. Because guess what? Derek Chauvin sentenced to 22 and a half years in prison for the murder of George Floyd. Now, it's not often that I celebrate someone going into prison. But if there was somebody who deserved to go to prison, if there's anybody who deserves to be locked up, it's got to be Derek Chauvin. And Derek Chauvin thought that he was going to walk away scot-free with murdering George Floyd, with courting the far right in America, the racists in America, stoking that, because he thought he was going to get away with it, and he didn't. He didn't. So after all of that, after everything, all of the controversy, all of the sorrow, George Floyd's family will never get George Floyd back. But at least we know that this murderous cop is no longer allegedly a murderer, but has been found to be a murderer. Now, he didn't get the maximum sentence, but 22 and a half years is still a very, very long time. It's a lot of time to hopefully fix some problems with our country before he's ever out. So hopefully when Derek Chauvin sees free air again, sees the outsides of a prison wall, we will see a better world by then. Yeah, he can parole at 2/3, which I'm sure that will happen. The statements are heartbreaking from the Floyd family. Of course they are. Because remember, retributive justice. Listen, nothing can undo a death. You have to prevent deaths. You have to stop them from happening. You have to stop murders from happening. You can't undo a murder. That's part of the reason why we treat it so severely. It cannot be undone. There is no way to bring someone back who's been killed. And so, of course, a piece of retributive justice is not going to fix the problem, but it certainly puts a lot of hearts and minds at ease. So, for all the flaws, I think that we can celebrate that this guy is not going to be on the streets anymore, that this guy is not going to be encouraging other people to be like him, which he was doing before. It's a lot of that's a lot of the same reason why people are against the death penalty, because it is a very final and very severe one. I haven't even seen that story yet, Louis Vuitton. I missed that story. What type of prison? Let's find out. I don't know if we know that yet. Let's see. Here's a good statement, by the way. This is from the attorney of George Floyd's family. Listen to this. Listen up, imps. Listen. Real justice in America will be black men and black women and people of color everywhere who do not have to fear being killed by the police just because of the color of their skin. That would be real justice. Real justice would be fixing this problem once and for all. And I agree with him. I have to say, I think he's right there. It looks like he's going to a federal prison. Oh my God, here's what he said. I do want to give my condolences to the Floyd family. There's going to be some other information in the future that would be of interest, and I hope things will give you some peace of mind. What a slap in the face. Dude, just don't say anything at all. Holy hell. That is just, ugh. Oh, that is just, ugh. What on earth? Of course. That was Derek Chauvin to George Floyd's family. Jesus Christ. Just, I don't know. At the end of the day, you look at this and you just realize how completely fucked up the state of justice in our country is. It is just putrid. Of course he will. Of course, of course, of course. Yeah, there's no way he would survive that. Hey, thank you. Oh, select. What's a select?
I don't know. Izzy got it.
Okay. Well, I've never had these, so I guess we'll give these a try. Well, everybody, it's time to break in. What's that? You want to sit? Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Fawn is here. Say hello to Fawn. Fawn brought me a cigarette. Thank you. Aw, it's out of fuel. Do you have another lighter? Can you grab me a lighter? Oh, you brought one. Okay, cool. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You want me to turn this off for a minute, or? Okay.
No need.
I just want to share it. From last night.
Yeah. Demon Mama for president. I don't want to be your president. They make arc lighter inserts. Yeah, they're pretty cool. Yeah. So we have a very fucked up sense of justice in this country, and we have a warrior cop mentality. Hey there. We have a warrior cop mentality that really messes with our ability to reform the system at all. Cops cover for other cops. They more or less behave like a gang. And as we know, they don't even give a shit about federal authority at this point, because they see themselves largely, there is a massive amount of adherence to the Trump cult within the police. So we need to be, yes, this exactly. We shouldn't be shocked to hear this. This should be the normal expected thing, but it's not. Yep. Yes, there was, exactly, and that's what I was about to talk about. Just last night, a black man having a mental health crisis was killed by Portland police. Last night. And now there is a massive protest in Portland. Did my computer just, did my video just flicker? That's so weird. Anyway, the video issues are going to be fixed permanently, hopefully, soon. My apologies if there's a little bit of flickering. Yeah, it's very wild. Last night, it was absolute. I was watching footage from it last night. It is, there was a huge protest. And the police were smacking people to clear. They literally were hitting civilians who were gathered around the crime scene, because it was so shocking that random people gathered around. You're in PDX right now and you didn't hear about it? Go check Robert Evans's feed. There were a lot of people out on the streets last night in Portland. Hello, Fawn. There you are. Oh, you meant the riot squad. Yes, of course. Yeah, the riot squad in Portland also quit en masse because one of their own was charged with a really minor charge as well. And they were just like, no, we're all gonna quit. Yeah, I recommend, if you want to keep up on Portland stuff, you should follow Robert Evans. Robert Evans was on the streets in Portland last year. I watched a ton of his streams. Robert Evans is a great reporter, in my opinion. So you all should follow Robert Evans over at I Write Okay. I really like Robert Evans. And yeah. So I think he deserves your follow. if you want to keep an eye on what's going on in Portland. There's always stuff going on in Portland. Let's just put it that way. Robert Evans is the reason Silent is no longer a lib. Hell yeah. Also, yes, Robert Evans' podcast, Behind the Bastards, is really, really good. Really, really good. That's a great, great podcast if you want to learn more about, well, government agencies, basically. Yep, he got his fingers broken by the Proud Boys while filming. Yep. Wild. Absolutely wild stuff. Also, there was something that I wanted to react to. Do we have enough time? Let's see. Do we have enough time? Or we'll do this after, maybe. Yeah, we're going to do this after. Oops. That music was like, what? What the hell? Yeah, he had his fingers broken by the Proud Boys while he was filming. Hey, Val9000. Good to see you. Robert Evans is a guy who used to serve in the military, and he became a war and intelligence agency reporter and journalist after what he saw in war. Very, very interesting fellow. Writes for Bellingcat. Has written and produced some absolutely incredible stuff. Sorry, I know I'm plugging him a lot, but I really like his work. I really respect him a lot. I literally watched him get his fingers broken by Proud Boys just for reporting the protests. Oh, hey, that's awesome, Trans Girl Lily. Honestly, I'm way more in favor of communal policing rather than a government institution. What's your goal in police reform? The type of change you'd like to see? I want the police gone, okay? And yes, I do believe that there is room for something that resembles like community policing. But the way that we look at crime in our current lives is just incompatible with the way that crime actually is. Oh yeah. By the way, just a short side note before I finish that thought. UBI says, I'm straight and even straight people watch Demon Mama. That is true. You do not have to be a queer to watch me, although lots of queers do watch me because I'm a queer. She stole my cigarette, damn it. Do you all want to hear a funny story? Do you want to hear a funny story? I got a funny story. Who wants to hear a mama anecdote? Who wants to hear a mama anecdote real quick before we have AnneAtomics on? Anybody? Yes, that is correct. Lazy Gale says, so wait, Demon Mama, was he a soldier who went to war, saw how horrible it was, and now he reports on this stuff? Yep. All right, here's the story. So, yesterday, I was trying to locate some herbs for my project of rolling my own cigarettes that are tobacco free. I've promised that, you know, I like smoking, but I don't want tobacco in my stuff. I don't want to be addicted to it, etc., etc., etc. So, I went looking for some herbs, and I happened upon a local store. Herbs, no, not weed. I mean, literally not weed. I don't smoke weed on stream. I just don't. It's not my thing. I get too nervous while I'm on camera. I don't like being watched while I'm like smoking stuff like that. So I went to this store near me that's an herb store. And as it turns out, they're also like a crystal healing place. And so I went there and they had this beautiful storefront. They were packed, by the way. They were just absolutely packed. And they had a million different rocks that you can imagine. And it was really a very endearing experience. Because when I went in, the music that was playing, okay, get this, okay. So the music that was playing over their internal radio was what I would call Wiccan Christian rock. Does anybody here know what Christian rock sounds like? It's like, I want you in my heart, I want you in my life, want you in my soul. That's like Christian rock. That's like, literally, that is what Christian rock sounds like. But this was Wiccan Christian rock. I'm not kidding you. It sounded like, so what it was is, does anybody here, hold on, I'm going to play you a quick riff, real quick, just like a 2-second riff of a cover of a Mumford & Sons song. Watch, listen to this. Listen. I just want you to listen. Ready? Here we go. Just take a listen. Okay, so you got the feeling? So it was that. So imagine a Mumford & Sons song. Yo, Chud Logic with the raid. Welcome, Chudsters. Come on in and get comfortable. I'm about to tell a funny story about my experience yesterday with an amazing, an absolutely amazing herb shop. So, yes, I heard about that, Silent. Yep. So, let me explain. Welcome, Chud. Welcome, Chudites. Come get comfortable. I recommend watching on the website, by the way, because Twitch has been having some issues today. So, pop on over to demonmama.com/live. Get comfy. We got all the emotes. We've got brand new emotes. It's awesome. So, let me tell you. So, the music that was playing in this herb shop, this herb and crystal healing shop, was like that. Boom, boom, it's like... These rocks and these crystals, these herbs that I find, they heal my body and they heal my mind. I'm not kidding you. It was sales rock. It was crystal and herb sales rock. That was just improv. That was me improvising, but that's what the song was like. It was so great. And so there were multiple conversations that happened while I was in this store. I was in this store for about 30 minutes, and I overheard multiple events that were very funny. First of all, they got a customer complaint. The manager was talking with an employee, and they were talking to somebody on the phone. And the person who called in, according to the employee, was complaining that they got thrown out of the store because they believed they were thrown out of the store because they were cursed. Because they said, you threw me out because I was cursed, but I'm not, but I need the crystal healing. I'm not kidding you. That was I'm not joking. This actually happened yesterday. And then another conversation that I overheard, and this is the real reason why I wanted to tell you the story, because I have a new saying that I love, that I fell in love with. I'm not kidding you. I'm not kidding you. So while another employee was trying to help this just like obviously kind of stoned hippie lady figure out what crystal she was looking for. She said, she came in, she's like, I bought a crystal here like a year ago and I lost it. I don't remember what it was, but it was supposed to protect and heal me. And they were like, hold on, do you have a picture of it? And she was like, no, but it was like spiky and blue. And they were like, oh, that could be cerulenite or something. And so they were trying to figure that out. And then the last thing that happened was what really did it to me, which was two of the employees were having a conversation to the side, and they were like, oh, you know, I've really been in a funk lately. It's like, well, maybe you just need to get out, you know, maybe you just need to get outside and you know, converse with the moon. And then they were like, yeah, you know, I've been finding that hard lately. And then the lady, the like manager lady, was like, well, that's between you and the moon, sister. Not kidding you. That's between you and the moon, sister, that is my favorite thing I've ever heard in my entire life. That's between you and the moon, sister. Oh my God. That is going into the ABGB lingo. That is going into the girl boss lingo. 100%. It was just, yeah, that's rough, buddy. That is exactly, that's rough, buddy, but in like herbal witch. Yeah, that's between you and the moon, sister. There is no way I am not going to use that. Hundo. One hundo. That is the best saying I've ever heard in my entire life. So I was very pleased with that. Also, someone came up to me. Oh, I forgot the other thing that happened. This one is like a little one, but this is like, so this girl came over and was like, hi. I like your hair. And I was like, oh, thank you so much. I just got it done. And they were like, do you know what manga is? And I was like, yeah, I know what manga is. And then she was like, do you know who Junji Ito is? And I was like, yeah, I love Junji Ito. In fact, And then I kind of like nodded my head a little bit and showed the little swirl. She was like, yeah, this swirl reminded me of Junji Ito. And I'm like, yes, it was partially inspired by Junji Ito. Indeed, it was indeed, the Uzumaki. Yeah, exactly. So that was super cool. It was like a vibe. That place was a vibe. I'm a little worried about some of the stuff that they were operating out of the back, though, because they had like vibrational healing and stuff, which I'm like, uh-oh. Like, all right, everybody. But the vibrational healing stuff I was a little worried about. But you know what? It's not my... That's between them and the moon, sister. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. I'm not gonna weigh in on that. Yeah. So, aside from that, everything was wonderful. They were super, super nice. I'm not telling you which store. This was a like crystal healing and herb store. Yeah. They might have been yes. Yes, indeed, Heavengrad. I get that reference. Haha. Yeah, a Wiccan Crystal store sitcom would be amazing. That would be so amazing. You want everybody to spiral? Yes, I do. Yes, I absolutely do. So, yeah. All right, I have a little more, and then I'm gonna focus on the show. So yeah, it was a very fun experience. These crystals and mushrooms that I find are helping my body and mind. Huang Li, if you wish to send me art or fan art, DM me and I will reply with the PO box. I would deeply appreciate that. Thank you. Just DM me on Discord. Do not eat random mushrooms you find, please. Yes, please be careful. Yes, please be careful. So that was an extremely fun experience. Very, very much liked it. And I'm sorry to do this to you. We're about to get AnneAtomics on right here in just a few minutes, but we have 220 viewers and only 182 YouTube likes. So if I could get you new coming viewers, please smack that like button. Really need the like button, okay? That is super good. Super, super good. Hit that like button. It's totally free. Yeah. Yeah. Liking is free, and it really helps us out. It actually does. All right, so it's almost it's almost time. It's nearly time. It's nearly time for our cool interview. Oh. All right, give me a switch. I love you. Fawn says goodbye to the imps, indeed. Yes, I heard that as well. Rudy Giuliani was also barred indefinitely from the practice of law, or disbarred, as they say. Giuliani is no longer legally a lawyer. Oh, that makes me happy. The earth is healing? I don't know. Is it? That's between you and the moon, sister. That's between you and the moon. What an interesting week this has been, indeed. Did I already cover Derek Chauvin? Yes, I did. We did a little segment on Derek Chauvin. We've covered Chauvin extensively. There are some awesome herb blends. If you have any recommendations, Breadwave, please DM them to me. I would love that. You made a new emote. Okay, all right, I'll check it out. Uh-oh. Do we have a brief hiccup? Just refresh. It's all good. Just refresh. It's just a brief hiccup. Yeah, if you could send that to me on Discord, I'd love to know what you enjoy and why. Because I'm trying to make my own, and I've had a little bit of a difficult time getting the taste right, getting the taste palette correct. Oh, by the way, one other thing. Did you know today was ChudLogic's birthday? Happy birthday. This is a Demon Mama stream birthday shout out to ChudLogic. ChudLogic, my dear friend, who has literally been the most supportive person outside of my partners in streaming. My most supportive colleague. Thank you. And happy birthday, ChudLogic. Happy birthday, ChudLogic. Seriously. I was on ChudLogic. I was on there playing with some noobs earlier. Yeah, it was wild. I did fine. I don't know about you. I got a bunch of kills. I don't know about you. I got plenty of kills, but that's between you and the moon, sister. That's between you and the moon. I'm gonna dramatic read this silent. Hold on one sec. I'm gonna dramatic read this. Demon Mama brings her show to us along the celestial pathways, and she does not require we give the bastard metals of earth in return. But if you have some of the coins of men that you do not need to maintain your chakras, this show is maintained by the subscriptions, donations, and super chats of ethereal beings like the imps. So please share in the transcendent community of giving, and always remember to like and share the stream. You believe it's pronounced chewed? It's not. Stop inting my game. What do you think of femboys? Femboys are hot as shit. Are you kidding me? Femboys are cute as fuck. The three genders. Woman, non-binary, and femboy. I'm gonna take another one. Fuck it. So, we are about to begin our conversation with AnneAtomics. Let me see if we can get this all set up. Give me just a minute here to get everything set up. Here we go. This is gonna be really cool. So, yeah, exactly. Hey, thank you, Tomfoolery. Tomfoolery, the border was made for me by Occam's Blazer. Occam's Blazer. If you would like stream custom, and I mean custom stream materials, you want to talk to Occam's Blazer. Occam's Blazer is super, super talented and made this for the stream. Ugly Pie, hi mama, I hope you have a lovely Friday. I swear listening to your stream for just a couple minutes makes me feel ready to tackle the world. Much love. That is one of the most inspiring things that has been said to me. Thank you so much, Ugly Pie, for the tier 3 sub. That means the world to me. And I'm very happy to provide that. Is that the editor extraordinaire, Occam's Blazer? Indeed. Thank you so much, Ugly Pie. That really means the world to me. I genuinely aim to do that. My goal is for every person to come into my stream and walk away knowing something more, having learned something, and having a good time. What you learn and what you walk away and what you walk away with, well, that's between you and the moon, sister. Yeah, we don't want to forget about the boy wives. Don't forget about boy wives. Come on. Jesus Christ. How can you forget about boy wives? Who could ever forget about them? My goodness. The Republican boy wives. Listen, you think you want those goblins taking your boy wives? Not me. Not me, brother. Donald Trump would not suck a ding-dong unless it belonged to his boy wife. That makes me really happy, Ugly Pie. You're amazing. That's between you and Uranus, brother. Isn't he Putin's boy wife? I don't think so. I think Putin has some of his own. Yep, us too, Floofy. Us too. We've got a deadly temperature heat wave. It's going to be like 110. It's fucking ridiculous. Okay. All right, hold on. We got to do this. We got to do this. All right, everybody give me a second to get the call up and running. I'm going to get this call up and running. Let's do this. Hold on. Give me just a second here to get everything set up. Hello. Can you hear me?
Hi there.
Hi.
Yep.
You're fine and see me fine?
Yep. All
Excellent.
good.
Welcome to the show. 1 second. It's gonna take just a second here for me to get your camera up on the screen. So give me just one moment. Let's do this real quick. We're gonna add a window. My apologies. I am literally in the middle of changing over one bit of my stream setup, so I won't have to do this in the future. But for now, Discord can be a little silly.
No problem.
Give me just one moment here. Let's hide that. Let's see. Okay. And we're gonna go like this. One moment. And hopefully this will make it so you don't have to like watch the stream at the same time or anything like that. Okay. Let me put this to full screen. Bada boom. And wait a minute. That's not correct. Hold on. Here we go. Almost got it.
Did someone call my dog a kitty?
Did people think it was a cat?
She's pretty small, but...
What a good pup. All right, let me get this here.
Come here.
Okay, so we've got that. And now we'll shrink this down. And...
There we go.
Bam!
Zinny.
There we go. We got it. All right, sick. So now I should be able to see you. We should be able to talk. And I'm going to just put up your guest text real quick here. Bada boom. And we have a command in chat so people can go and follow you, because I'm sure you're going to have a lot of people who want to follow you after this conversation. AnneAtomics. www.twitch.tv/AnneAtomics. Bam.
Yep.
Hell yeah. Well, welcome to the show. I don't know if you've ever seen my show before. If you haven't, that's no big deal. I
have.
You have? Cool. Well,
I've been watching all of it too for your show today.
Hell yeah. Well, I hope you've enjoyed it. It's been a little bit of a disorganized day, admittedly. Just because I had some fan mail and a little story to tell, and stuff like that. But yeah, so why don't you introduce yourself to the chat, and then we will go from there.
All right. Well, I am AnneAtomics, and I'm pretty new to the streaming thing, but I decided to try out the hot tub section on Twitch, be the first trans person to do that, and it's been an interesting ride, I guess, so far.
All right. Wait, can everybody hear? Oh my God, I'm so sorry if this is... Okay, sorry. My apologies. I got a comment in chat and I panicked because my sound setup's been silly. So you've been doing the hot tub streaming. I've checked out a couple of your streams. They seem pretty awesome and chill. Good choice in music. And I hear that you've done some game making in the past. Is that true?
That is true, yeah.
Cool.
I am a programmer.
That's awesome. That's like super cool. What type of games do you like then? Or what type of games do you like to make, I should say?
I like shooters, actually, like the bullet hell kind of style shooters.
Oh, sick.
I'm a fan of those, as well as like with like hybrid sort of things, heavy RPG elements. I find that fun.
That sounds like super awesome. So you like stuff that's like you said bullet hell shooters with RPG elements. So maybe like something like Enter the Gungeon. I guess Enter the Gungeon doesn't really have much RPG elements, does it?
Yeah, I do love roguelites as well. Like
I
that
love roguelikes.
too.
Yeah, I play, as you could.
Some of my favorite ones.
Yeah, I really like this. Well, so this is super cool, and also I'm really excited to talk to you because, as I'm sure you are more aware even than I, there's been a lot of talk about the hot tub streaming, about the changes that have been going on. I'm super interested to get your perspective on that. I'm really happy to have you on, and it looks like, I mean, damn, like, it seems like you've had a lot of success with what you're doing. Like, your average view count is really impressive. I was like, wow, damn, like, you're really killing it. So congratulations on that. That's super, super cool. Do you want to just talk a little bit about, like, what you like about the hot tub stream format and what your favorite part of it is, stuff like that?
Sure. I would say, I mean, I'm using the hot tub stream format just to get people on my channel. That's really what it's about. It's whatever gets people in there, because Twitch is pretty cutthroat and streaming's oversaturated, and it can be really, really hard to get that rolling, like get any sort of notice. So I was like, why not hot tub stream? It seems fun. Like, gave it a try, and things really took off fast, growing way faster than I ever could have expected.
Yeah, I mean, it seems sometimes that happens on Twitch too. It's like sometimes, I mean, I know that happened for me as well. For a long time at the very beginning, I do very different content than what you do, but when I first started, there was like this period where there was just like very, very small view counts, and then it's like something happens behind the scenes. You do something right, and then it's like all of a sudden a bunch of eyes on you, and it's like, whoa, what the hell?
Yep. I was streaming gaming before, and my view counts were very, very low.
It's tough. Yeah, gaming is one in which I feel like, particularly on Twitch, like Twitch, there seems to be a particular difficulty in understanding, in like being able to figure out what it is that the algorithm wants and what it is that people want on Twitch. Like, that's not really even the same as on YouTube. On YouTube, there's, of course, lots of shots in the dark and lots of stuff like that. But on Twitch, it always feels like, especially with gaming, even though it's the gaming platform, it's hard to glean exactly what they're asking for from you. Do you feel like that's the case too?
Oh, yes, absolutely. One of my biggest gripes always with them, too, was the lack of good filters. Why people had to create sites like, what is it, peer-to-peer.live. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that one, but it kind of adds more filters, better ways, visibility for like minorities, trans people, all that sort of stuff. Now Twitch did add the tags. That's a good step in the direction. And then they also have improved their filters lately, which I saw. You didn't used to be able to sort by low view counts. You could only sort by high view counts. And so that's a problem when you're starting out. People are never going to get down to you. It's like 1 or 2 viewers. They're never going to find you because they have to scroll so far.
Yes.
But there's a lot of people who enjoy the smaller streams and stuff too. So
absolutely.
I think Twitch is heading in the right direction, but they still need some better search functions, some better filters, kind of better visibility for smaller streamers in general.
I agree with you 100%. And in fact, interestingly, because I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, and one of the things that YouTube actually does reasonably well is that because they have like a recommended tab on the sidebar, you will often get recommended. If you go and you find like a smaller streamer or a smaller content producer that you like, they'll recommend other people who are like associated with them or who have done crossover contents. So you actually can sort of find a chain of smaller content creators. And I agree with you 100%, by the way, that like there is a huge draw to new and up and coming streamers. There's a lot of fun to be had. I am one of those people. I am like a streaming addict. When I am not streaming, I'm almost always watching a stream, and I love catching small streams. Like, it is exciting to me to see what people are doing, to see what people are bringing to the table, and what sort of communities are forming around them. And I couldn't agree with you more that I wish that Twitch would give some more love to the smaller streamers. I don't know what their solution is. I don't know what their plan is. It's very hard to understand exactly where they're going, especially with UI decisions, like you mentioned, where it's like the small streams get pushed down to the bottom, which is just the worst choice ever. But yeah, I am glad there's some third-party tools. Unfortunately, it seems like Twitch has relied on third-party tools a lot. I mean, you even see that with stuff like Streamlabs, right? But yeah,
absolutely.
So
I think what I've seen on a lot of other streaming sites too is when people are new, they give them like front page, like top of list for a little while, sort of give them a chance, an initial chance to generate fans or whatever, get them jump started. Twitch does not do that, which I think that would be another step they should take.
Yeah, I know that YouTube has like this sort of milestone system where like every time you hit a certain subscriber milestone, you get like a small boost in the algorithm that's likely to recommend your content, and that increases each one that you cross, which, I mean, that has its own problems, but the benefit is that you get multiple opportunities to kind of prove yourself to new audiences, and that's so exciting. Not only is it exciting to do as a streamer, to encounter those things and be like, oh wow, this is like an opportunity for you to like knock it out the park, but also you know, it has that kickstart effect where small streamers actually can break open and get to a new audience that they didn't, you know, that they weren't able to reach before. Yeah, so
yeah, no, yeah. That sounds great. I think Twitch definitely needs to add something like that.
Yeah, so
kind of making me want to stream on YouTube now.
Yeah, I mean, there's, I mean, I've streamed on both YouTube and Twitch. I've had a really great experience with that. I have my own website now, which will host my stream wherever it is, which I am very happy with that, like having my own website. Obviously, I don't host my own stream. That's like too technically difficult for basically anybody to undertake right now, at least with the technology that exists. But I will, if my YouTube stream goes down, I can host my Twitch on my website, etc. So that's something that I would recommend to any content creator, is to look into like making their own website, because that means that you can be you can never be truly platform independent, but it means that you have a little bit more of a bargaining chip in your pocket for, you know, if something stupid happens. So yeah. So
absolutely, I'm watching it on yours right now, and I'm jealous of your setup, actually, the complexity of all this, and I think it's awesome. But
well, yeah. Thank you. Yeah, it's my website is run and maintained by Whiteleaf, which is this just super awesome, really small company, and I don't know what, like, I don't know how their like what their current availability is or whatever, but it would certainly be, if it's something that's interests you, I highly recommend reaching out to them at least and seeing if they've got, I mean, I know that they're working on making like a kit that will make it possible for you to basically spin up and host your own version of a Whiteleaf site. I don't know, I don't think they've got that fully set up yet, like as just like an all-in-one kit, but it's certainly worth considering. They've been wonderful, and the tools that they provide are awesome. The chat tool especially, like, I mean, we've got all these custom emotes that we've been able to upload with basically next to no issues. It makes it very easy to manage emotes, and you get to manage your own subscriptions, all of that. It puts a lot of power in the hands of the streamer, which I'm all about that. I always want to see more power in the hands of streamers, personally. So
do you get 100% of the money of people subscribing on your website?
Yep, on my website. Yep.
Wow. Yeah. No, see, that is awesome. Instead of them taking 50%, like, so much better.
It was a huge reason for me to do it. I was very nervous about making the switch, but as it turns out, the switch was actually super easy to do in the long run. There's a little couple of extra steps you got to do, but for me, it's way more than worth it. Plus, it allows me to manage my customers directly. I don't have to go through you know, YouTube or Twitch. If there's an issue or somebody has a question or whatever, they have the ability to access it right there, and I can access their account, their stuff like that. I can manage chat that way. We can build our own bot tools. So that's something that I really appreciate. And on that topic, you mentioned like the LGBT tag being added on Twitch, which took a really long time. And I was very supportive of them adding this tag. When the question first came up, I was like in the comments, like I posted like a big argument for why I thought. I don't know that even made a difference. I don't know if anybody ever even saw the comment, so whatever. I know that's how it is sometimes with these things. But one of the concerns that like Twitch kind of brought up was this idea that like, oh, we don't want it to drive more harassment. But the way I looked at it was that the harassment is already really bad, and I don't think that I think the tag is like preventing people from finding LGBT friendly content creators, and not necessarily going to help any of the people who want to harass us from finding us. They already find us pretty fine, at least in my experience. And I think I have a feeling, based on the post that I like first became aware of your content with, that you've probably had some experiences with that too. Are you comfortable with talking about that a little bit today?
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I'm comfortable talking about it.
Okay.
Yeah, no, that was due to a 4chan post about me that night, where there was a very long 4chan post just basically filled with hate towards me, hot tub streaming and all that, being trans, and it drove a lot of people into my channel that night who had a lot of things to say about trans people. And yeah, I guess someone tweeted out about it and stuff. It went a little viral and all that, but I mean, no
I
publicity
think
is
a little
bad
bit
publicity, I guess.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say, once you've hit that level of harassment, the least you could do is try to make the most of it. The same thing happened to me. Interestingly, it was a 4chan poll and Kiwi Farms raid that happened on my 10K celebration stream and completely broke our chat. Our chat across 3 sites had to be locked down, and we also had to lock down our Discord. It was just the most putrid hate you can imagine. And I have a very thick skin, but one of the things I talk about on my platform a lot is this sort of online hate and bullying problem, because it's my personal belief that I don't think that every single trans person who decides they want to make content should have to have a skin that's so thick that it could block an axe. You know what I mean? I don't think that
Yeah.
And that's not saying like I'm some sort of special person. I dealt with some wild shit off of stream that's like in my life that's like totally independent of my streaming life. But I don't think that you should have to be like my level of like, I don't care what people say about me to be able to stream. And I think that legitimately blocks a lot of really talented people from ever becoming streamers. Like, I guess that like the fact that you've also experienced that, and basically every trans person I've talked to on this platform has experienced it in one way or another. It almost seems like it's there's some devoted group on 4chan that just always go and find people, and then they're just like, this is the person we're going to pick tonight, and we're going to make their life hell for a couple of hours or a couple of days or forever, depending on how obsessed they get with you. And it's really unfortunate to me. So is this something that you've had happen like multiple times? Like for me, we do a check pretty regularly to keep on top of like 4chan and Kiwi Farms and stuff. But we've had like sort of a passive background radiation in Twitch chat that's just like really negative. And this is something that I like have brought up on panels that I've gone on. I've been on a couple of panels talking about exactly this topic, where I always call my DMs on Twitch just the graveyard. The graveyard of slurs is usually what I call them, because like we will get people who come into chat, they just drop transphobia and slurs, and then they get blocked, and then they DM you, and then you block them there and report them, and then they make another account. And there's like no IP ban features on Twitch that I'm aware of, besides for streamers. They know how to ban streamers off the platform, but they don't seem to have a desire to be able to block those people. Is that something you've experienced as well, with like the regular regular accounts coming back and making alts and stuff like that?
Oh yes, definitely. I mean, just the level of bans nightly and messages, my mods have to really be on top of things, because I'd say probably, like, depending on the night, at least 30% or so of people or messages need to be deleted, or the people need to be banned. It's a super
Holy
constant
shit.
thing of hate. I mean, hot tub streamers get hate and trans people get hate, and something about putting those two together is a recipe for a lot of hate.
Yeah, that is actually shocking even to me. Like 30%. Like I was gonna say, we usually have to ban like 5 to 6 like explicit transphobes out of out of our Twitch chat, not the site chat. Interestingly, we have a couple obviously who find their way onto the site chat, but out of the Twitch chat, we have to do this all the time. But 30% is like, oh my god, that's so much, and like.
Yeah.
Like, holy shit. Like, again, like, I know you, like, I don't want to, like, sound like a patronizing asshole, but holy crap, good on you for toughing that out, because that shit is draining. Like,
I'm very easygoing on that stuff too, and I entertain a lot of the transphobia and stuff, because I like to address it, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, I'll call it out. Sometimes it depends on the comment.
Do you do political content?
The topic, or oh yeah, no, I'm my streams are very, very heavily political. It's a bit funny doing it on hot tub, but
I mean, I'm a political streamer.
Yeah. Yes. I mean, 50% of my streams probably are I'm getting real deep into politics and trans rights and all those sorts of things. That's more. So I tolerate a lot on there, just because I think that's the way to go, is like, as far as converting people over, you know, maybe I've seen a lot of trolls and stuff who've come in there to troll or whatever, then they end up being regulars and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Because I choose to be very laid back about it and joke about it all, and, you know, just kind of try to be as down to earth about it all as I can, I guess, and just do that.
Yeah, and like, so this is, and that's another thing. You've touched on something that I've heard a lot, and something that I've felt a lot, which is this idea that, I mean, I'm a relatively easygoing person too, but sometimes it feels like you have to be. Like, if you don't, then you are judged, or you're like, oh, well, you know, there's lots of people who don't understand, so you should just kind of look the other way a lot, or turn the other cheek. And it's like, I'm kind of like that by default. You know, I tend to be like, oh, why do you think that? Oh, yeah, you want to say some shit to me? Come on, say it to my face. You know what I mean? I do that all the time. I'm a bit of a debater. But yeah, it's draining. Again, I do debates all the time. I debate transphobes and whatever, but it's like it gets draining, the expectation of like you have to, and if you don't, then you're like, there's this sort of, again, the background radiation feeling that, like, oh, you're not doing a good enough job. You're like, and some people, of course, are very explicit about it. They'll say things like, oh, you're doing a bad thing for trans people by not teaching every person who comes in why their transphobia is bad. But to me, that seems like an unreasonable expectation to place on every every person who's talent, every trans person who decides to go that path and become on-screen talent and become an actor or a streamer or whatever, to expect them to have to field every single question, to me seems just so unfair. And not just that, but also just sad. It's sad that that's the state of affairs. And I hope that it will change in the future. I truly do. And you know, I'm hoping that conversations like this can help to open up people's awareness to just how much happens. And like that number, like 30%, like that's a travesty. That should not be the case. You know, that's wild.
I agree with all that. It can be very emotionally draining to do all that, but I also, I mean, I don't know how much I can keep that up long term, I guess. Yeah. We'll see. But, you know, to the point, maybe I will get burned out on that. But I do enjoy it a lot too, just sort of getting to discuss those issues and educating people and informing a lot of people about a lot of issues that they didn't know, because I do have a lot of different and interesting perspectives, I think, from one being post-op, which is, there's not that many of us who are post-op.
Yeah. And
kind of educating people on some of the things in that regard, and also having done sex work too, having come from there, and streaming on Chatterbait and those sort of things, and just kind of discussing some of the things that go on there. Because I weirdly enough, like one thing I had is I was controversial on Chatterbait too, and that's because I would stream in the trans section, but I'm post-op.
Okay.
And people people would basically be upset that I did not have a penis, is what it would come down to. And I would get hate in that regard from people, which I found a little baffling, I guess.
I
It's
think I find
weird.
that like outrageous. Like, I mean, like I know obviously you always know where this stuff comes from, but it's like what a terrible, what a loud way for people to scream about their sort of fixation and obsession and objectification, right? Like, that is, to me, that seems like a way that that people can't see, they don't even see that you're trans. They're just looking for one thing, and that is, I find that just bad.
It's heavy fetishizing, I think. And
yeah,
I mean, the porn industry, I guess it is that. The porn industry is definitely behind the time in a lot of things, a lot of terminology that's still okay there. Like, there's a lot that needs work there. Like, there's things I like about it, I guess, and it's great that it gives I know a lot of trans people who, they can't get jobs maybe because they're trans, or whatever it may be. It's hard for them. It gives options and ways to make money that they wouldn't otherwise have, but there's a lot of with it too.
Yeah, there's a lot of, I mean, that's something I say pretty frequently. I fucking love streaming. I love streaming, but for all my love of streaming, as much as I love it, like, there have been two separate occasions that I know of, two separate occasions where I was not present, and on a major platform, there were other content creators talking about my genitals. When I was not present, there was no reason for them to be talking about it, but they were talking about my genitals, specifically with my name said and everything. And this is something that I'm like, I love streaming. Don't get me wrong. I love the art and craft of streaming. I love this. But why should I have to be subjected to some random dudes talking about the state of my genitals? None of these people who've ever been with me, none of these people who have anything to do with me, on a public platform to in both cases, thousands of viewers with no consulting of me at all whatsoever. I'm not even involved. And that is an experience that I don't know that, like, this is something that I feel like you're like one of the only people I think who could probably understand anything like that. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think most people can understand that concept. I don't think anybody has ever thought about, I think most people have nightmares about anybody seeing them without their underpants or whatever, let alone having people discuss the state of your genitals on a platform with thousands of viewers. It's so weird, and it's mind-bending, because I'm like, I don't know, how did I get to this point in my life? Like, what is this? What is this shit? Like, I've never heard of anybody, like, I mean, and we're not talking like jokes. We're not talking about like somebody being like, oh, I bet X streamer has a small dick. We're not talking about something like that. We're talking intense conversations about whether they think I have or haven't had SRS, about whether or not it's okay that it's so messed up. And it's a thing that I think that, like, people don't get a lot of the time. And so it's something I try to talk as openly about as I can without it being awkward, you know?
Yeah. I agree. Bullshit. It shouldn't be the expectation that you have to do that. I do it. I have, I guess, or I at least feel I'd rather educate people on it, because more people do need to be aware of those issues, I guess. And until people are educated, I don't think it will stop, I guess. So I do it. I do my best to sort of talk about all those things, but it should not, it is horrible that is an expectation of trans people, and it's, considered okay. I think there's a lot of things like that are probably deterring trans people from doing a lot of streaming and various things.
Yeah, I think that, like, there is a almost we get onto the topic of the concept of transmisogyny, like the idea that, like, you will simultaneously be denied your claim to womanhood, and you will also be mistreated as if you're a woman in the space. So they're doing both. They're doing, like, these people will have both. Like, for example, they'll come into your chat and they'll say horrible transphobic things, but then they still harass you. They still say you're a stupid bitch. They still talk over you. They do all this stuff. It's like, so, like, you get the worst of both worlds in that case, and it's just like, what the fuck. And I find it something that's like, it's incredibly common in a space. It would be more interesting to analyze if it wasn't so vicious, and if it also wasn't so personally, personal to me. But it's like there's this space that's already very, very misogynistic to begin with, in my opinion. Like, gaming spaces online, and I've been in them my whole life. I've been a gamer my whole life. Literally, like, one of the first pictures of me as a baby is, I've told the story to my chat a million times, is like me sitting on my dad's lap on his computer that he built from, like, parts that he got at his job at a computer factory, and, like, we're playing this old DOS game called D-Gen, and, like, that's how long I've been playing games. And the gaming world, from video games to tabletop, still to this day has a huge misogyny problem. And then they've gone from that into a huge trans misogyny problem and a transphobia problem, and then you put it onto Twitch, and it's just like, and then you, half the time it feels like you're still trying to convince people the problem even exists, because half the people don't act like it doesn't exist. Yeah.
Absolutely agree.
Yeah. Well, with all of that nonsense aside, I think that it is fucking awesome that you've been able to have success on this platform in spite of all of that, because it's that sort of touches to something that I've had a motivation and a prediction on, which is, I think that there is a much bigger audience for openly queer, openly trans content creators out there than anybody believes. Like, I have talked about, like, Oprah in the past. I don't know if you're familiar with like the history of Oprah, but like, Oprah, I don't Oprah's politics, take them or leave them, whatever. Personally, I'm pretty left, and Oprah's pretty hard line capitalist, but Oprah basically wagered that there were women who wanted to watch TV, who were not having TV made for them because it was justified. Oh, well, women don't watch TV. Well, you don't make anything for them. So she had this sort of, if I build it, they will come. And they did. Oh my God, they did. Now she's like one of the richest women in the world, if not the richest woman in the world, and one of the most successful television producers of all time. And I think that there's something like that for queer and trans people, for LGBTQ people online. Is that something you think as well? I feel like we probably are in alignment on that.
No, I absolutely agree, and it is something I talk about a lot on my stream too, that when you look at all the top trans streamers or those sort of things, like, to me, those numbers are depressingly low, to where, some of the other people getting 20K consistently, a lot on the platform. You don't see any trans person even anywhere near that. And I think that there's not even one, and I think there is an audience out there for it. It's just, I don't know exactly how to do that, but I like the idea of hot tub streaming and doing that, because I am reaching a different audience for sure. Yeah. A lot of it, I'm reaching people that have never like heard of trans or any ideas about that. There's a lot of in there, and so I don't know what the next step is, what other steps are, like how people go about it, but I think there's definitely a much higher ceiling out there about getting there.
And I think part of it is the metrics don't exist yet, because like, again, it's like the Oprah thing. The audience, there's no way to poll an audience that hasn't yet been made. And I can't help but feel like sometimes when I look at my stream and I look at my Discord community, which is amazing, my community, I'm so proud of my community. like just a ton. There's so many queer people. There's so many passionate queer people in my community, and I'm like, I wonder how many of these people would not have found themselves a community like this, you know, if I hadn't been creating it, or if somebody else hadn't been creating it. And so I'm like, we're kind of, in a lot of ways, I can't help but feel that like a lot of the trans creators who are taking these first steps are making that community. We are bringing these people fresh to these platforms from either being lurkers who didn't have an account, or people who weren't super involved in streaming because they didn't really feel it was for them. These are new people coming into the space. And I wish Twitch would see that and embrace that. I wish YouTube would see that and embrace that and go, oh my God, there's all these people who aren't watching our website. They could be watching our website if we gave them somebody to watch, if we boosted these people so they could find them. And you mentioned like a lot of people who don't know what it means to be trans or what any of these terms mean. That was me many years ago. That was me 11 years ago. I don't know if you know. Again, I don't know how much you know about me, but one of my biggest videos and most successful videos I've ever done was called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction, in which I talked about growing up in a cult. I grew up in a very, very far right evangelical cult. And as a result, I've had trans feelings for my whole life. I've had this desire to transition, but I didn't understand it. I didn't have any words. I was completely isolated from those words until college. And when I learned that, it was like my life changed. Just finding the terms, finding other people were like me, it was mind blowing. And I think that like the internet has made that more and more possible for people to find themselves represented in people they see on the screen. And but like, we need more of it. There are a lot of people out there who aren't reached. It was like, for me, it was like almost chance. It was chance that this thing happened that led me to learning this term. And my, sort of this controlling, very repressive, very anti-gay, anti-trans environment was able to keep me isolated from it because the rest of society was also suppressing these things. So I think
Absolutely.
That's a very important
my
thing.
experience is very similar as well. I had those feelings. I also, as a kid, like when I was very young, I made the assumption like everyone wants to be a female. They just aren't
Me too.
talking about it. It's like, yeah, girls are better, like all that. I'm like, everyone's that. They're just not saying it. And so then it wasn't until 13, for me, it was around 13 where things became much more apparent. I guess I was like, wow, I'm really not like my male friends. Like, these feelings are not normal. That's when I went to the internet, and I was like, 'cause I had no idea what a trans person was. I was raised in a religious environment and whatnot too, small town, and then I found out, I was like, everything on the trans, I was like, oh wow, this is me. So then after a while, about maybe a year or so of going over it all in my head, and I worked up the courage to tell my parents, and their reaction was to send me away to an inpatient facility in Utah for the summer. So
I'm sorry, you cut out there for 1 second. Could you state that again? Where did they send you?
Oh, okay. They sent me to an inpatient facility in Utah for the summer.
Jesus.
Like, where they told me, you're not trans, you're depressed, those sort of things. So after that, I didn't talk about, I knew I was still trans for sure, but I was like, all right, I can't do this, I guess. And so I have to wait, and hopefully it'll get better at some point. And thankfully in college it did. With my first girlfriend, I felt guilty. I was like, all right, I have to tell her at some point. And she accepted me, stayed with me. We were together 5 years. I'm still so grateful for her. I don't know if I could have ever done it if not for her having been there for me.
That's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, so that has been my sort of experience with it all.
Yeah. Damn, there's a lot of similarities, a lot of echoes of our stories. It's funny, like you mentioned, like, I had all these like trans thoughts, I guess, leading up to like when I was like 9 or 10, And then I was like, and then I started learning about like puberty, and I was like, wait a second, I'm not gonna get that one? Like, okay, I get it now. And then there was this one this is kind of funny. Like, there was this one time where I was having a sleepover with my friend, and we were both kind of like, we'd been playing video games, and we were like laying down, and just like, you sit at night and you'd sit with your friend, and like you're both falling asleep, and you're like talking about your thoughts. And I was just like, you ever wish that you were a girl? And then my friend was just like, what the fuck? And I was like, haha, yeah, just kidding. I was just joking. I just wanted to see what you had to say. And it was like, oh, okay. So that was when I realized that other people weren't like that. And yeah, it was a funny moment looking back on it. But like I for that whole time had just thought that was a normal thing for people to feel that way, and had no idea that it wasn't like extremely common. And yeah, it's wild how not having words to describe yourself can completely change the way you think about yourself, or at least it can lead you to, like, I don't know even how to describe it. It can lead you to an incompleteness. And it's like I guess that's part of the reason why I believe so much in advocacy, and I believe so much in visibility, and why I refuse, even though it does bring me a lot of grief, and like I refuse to be quiet about my transness on my platform. Is like I get
that.
Yeah.
I get that a lot on mine too. It's like, why do you have trans? Why are you doing that?
Yeah.
Stop. Like, you can pass whatever people could not know, and it's like, well, I don't want to do that. Live a stealth life. Like, I'm not ashamed of being trans, and I'm like, it's shaped who I am, like, in a huge way. It's a part of my life, and I don't want to have to be quiet about that.
Yeah. I feel you on that 100%, and it's something I agree with. I couldn't agree with you more. I spent a lot of my life feeling ashamed of it. I spent a lot of my life feeling guilty, especially when I was still religious and had just figured out about it and was grappling with that. There was just so much guilt and pain. And then, of course, the places that I sort of like was introduced to immediately after coming out was like this, filled with this Blanchard stuff, like that sort of. There was a lot of the Blanchardism in those spaces, and I was just like, that made me feel guilty. This idea that there were fake and real trans people, quote unquote, which obviously is total bunk, but I didn't know that at the time, obviously, because I had only had experience with that. So it's, it's one of those things. I really respect anybody else who's willing to take that step and say, no, I'm not gonna be ashamed of this. There's nothing to be ashamed of. The idea that that you should have to choose to keep parts of you that are that deeply important secret is just absurd to me. And I don't think that that's the type of world that we should fight for. I think we should fight for a world that lets people be honest about who they are, and not have to worry about those sort of punishments or whatever, societal punishments. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, it's a strange state of affairs, but I don't know about you, but I personally do feel like it's getting while there's a lot of negative attention right now in the press and in politics towards trans people, I think on the ground it is getting better. At least it feels like it to me. There's still a lot of hate to deal with. There's still a lot of like pockets, but those pockets have always existed. The really hateful pockets are there, but they're not getting any bigger, in my opinion. They're just getting louder, but everybody else is starting to figure out stuff, and that visibility, I think, is part of what does it, right? There's strength in visibility. If you can see other people like yourself, you're not afraid of being alone. And a lot of the rhetoric of transphobes, a lot of the rhetoric of people that hate us, seems to fixate on making you feel alone, like you are singled out, that you're isolated and there's nobody who can help you, and all of that. So I'm happy to see that there are other people who are refusing to go quietly, I guess, into this nonsense.
Yeah. I agree. It is definitely getting better. And yes, I mean, I've, as much hate as I've had, I can't believe the amount of support I've drawn to, just the amount of allies and all that, all the awesome people who have become regulars on my stream and have supported me whichever ways. And I think there's a lot of it out there.
Yeah.
They're just not always the most vocal or whatever.
Well, and I've been,
I
you
get
know, oh, go ahead, please. Sorry.
I was gonna ask you on this. Like, here's one I get a lot. People trying to like. I get it on Twitch. I'm like, what do you like? What do you? There's kids on this platform. What do you like? What are you doing? Do you think this is okay for kids, or things like that, or like, kind of goes into when should kids be learning about these sort of things, like sex education and just general information on that. And I say way earlier than they are. I heard apparently Sweden starts comprehensive sex education in 2nd grade. I think it is, and I'm like, yes, absolutely, it should be that soon. Why shouldn't kids be aware of these things sooner rather than later? I think the sooner you can get a start on it, the better. I grew up in a town that was all Mormon. All Mormon, and they are very, very repressed. And I've seen what happens to kids when they're so sheltered, and then they all of a sudden, you know, at whatever age they're adolescent, later on, they get sort of thrust into the real world, sexuality and just everything that actually exists, that have been so sheltered. Then they go crazy. That's when they go wild. That's when they like, you know, they start doing drugs. They just have a ton of sex or whatever. It can go multiple ways, but that's when they tend to do that, go nuts, because they've been so sheltered from it, and it overwhelms them and it messes them up. And so I say, yes, it should be talked about way earlier than it is, and people should not be worried about the kids, like, and being exposed to trans people, and that it's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree with you. And this is a super interesting topic. Because like, I mean, first of all, there's so many ways I could approach this. First of all, there's the whole moral panic thing. And earlier this month, I have this segment that I do called History Mama, where it's sort of like a I say lighthearted, but it's always heavy history, but it's like a kind of like, not super serious, but in-depth, like oral retelling of a piece of history that I find interesting. And this month we've done a couple of them. The first one of which was talking about Stonewall and about the history of criminalizing queer people in America. And it's a tough topic to go through because it's been so, like, sort of deeply criminalized. And when you look into why and how they got these laws passed, it's almost always a moral panic. Our children must be protected from these degenerates or perverts or whatever they say. They've got a million different words that they'll use, but it's always this moral panic. Like, oh, your children are in danger. Your country is in danger.
It's always the children.
Think of the children. And it's like, and it's ridiculous because there's so many wrong assumptions that are baked into that are just plastered over by this fear, by this installation of panic that make you stop thinking about the facts of it. It's like, oh, well, did you ever actually, are any of these people actually dangerous? It doesn't matter. We have to take care of the problem. Our children are in danger. Who cares about the facts? We just have to protect them. And that's one of the things I talk about on my channel a lot is moral panics. My chat is probably going to start groaning because I'm talking about moral panics again. But I think they're like really, really, really important to understanding like how otherization and marginalization ends up happening, especially to queer people. This moral panic thing is so part and parcel to the history. And I find it interesting that you touched on that because, I mean, at the beginning of this month, on at least on the politics side of Twitter, there was this huge discourse over like kink at Pride. And that also touched on this idea that like, I don't see personally like there's much of a difference between saying, oh my God, if a kid sees a trans person on the internet, that's going to be bad for them, versus like if a kid sees a guy in like a Freddie Mercury leather getup, like that's going to harm them just by seeing that or just by knowing that it exists in the world. I'm not saying that like you need to take your kid to a private club, obviously, no, but like we're talking about a parade here, and like there's the same, I feel like the same mentality is behind that, this idea that like oh, don't you know there are children here? Put yourself away. Like, what? No, like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no harm being done here. And it's interesting because when I pressed people who disagreed with me, where's the harm? Well, they struggled to find an answer. And it's almost like, well, did you not think that maybe before you start panicking about it, maybe we should talk about the harm? Maybe we should understand what harm is actually being done? But it's almost like they make it impossible to like when I say that, I mean like the makers, the shakers and movers of the public discourse, whether it's Fox News or you know, you could name a million of them, but they don't want anybody ever talking about what actually happens. They don't want anybody actually talking about what happens at a pride parade, what the history of pride was. They just want people reacting out of fear, out of anger, out of the danger of their children. And I find that I really hope that we can discourage that type of thinking across this country, because I do worry about the willingness to just forego all investigation in the name of save the children. Won't somebody think of the children?
Exactly.
Yeah.
We have tons of just science statistics that speak otherwise to so many of these things, but people refuse to look at those. You know, there's still parts of the U.S. where abstinence-only education is being taught. Things like that. It's like we have all this data, we have this proof. It does not work, but yet they're still doing it.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
I mean, and that's the other thing too, which is that like we have quite a lot of information that shows that early sex education prevents child sexual abuse in many cases, because one of the ways that predators get away with hurting children is by acting on the fact that they don't know what's happening to them, that they don't know anything about this, and that confusion is used to the advantage of the predator. And it's like, do people not see this? Do they not care? Like, sometimes I genuinely think that like some of these people who are constantly hawking on about the children, think about the children, and then they're not willing to do something that actually, for all the research that we've ever done, and there's been quite a lot of it done, they don't actually support the thing that actually does protect them, which is making sure that kids know what the heck is going on with their bodies so they can make informed decisions when their parents aren't around all the time. And your parents aren't always going to be around. You can't always have a parental figure present. That would be absurd. Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
People give kids not very much credit either.
Yeah.
I feel like they treat them like they're a lot dumber than they are. And I think we should give kids a little more credit on their capabilities to understand things, given a chance, and explain them and act according to them. The problem is when we just try to shelter them and not give them those opportunities to learn and grow.
Yeah, it does a disservice. It's like, I don't know, it's like trying to keep a baby chicken in the egg forever. And it's like, no, like like you have to see the world for yourself, and like there will be things that kids aren't going to immediately understand, and the job of parents and older siblings and all of these mentor figures in your life are the ones who are supposed to help you understand those things healthily, so it doesn't become a fear or a phobia or a point of pain. You know, it's like, I don't know, it's such a strange thing. Not to change the subject, but to pivot away, but I think this kind of links into one of the other topics I wanted to talk to you about, which is there was a sort of slew of bans of hot tub streamers, and if I understand it, they created a new section for hot tub streams. Is that accurate? I might be getting that wrong. Like a new area that you file under, your stream under. What are your thoughts on that? I would love to hear your thoughts. Like, this is your wheelhouse, so I would love to hear what your thoughts were on the big bans, on how they unfolded. Is it going to make it more difficult? You know, and for reference, like a couple of like a year ago now, almost, or maybe 7 months, we had in politics, we had a major change to the politics and just chatting rules about what could be shown up on screen, what could be talked about, and it was very unclear. And while most people didn't really strictly oppose the change in and of itself, like the spirit of the change. The wording of the change made a lot of people really nervous. And so I'm interested to see if there's anything like that going on here, or if it's a good change, or if the bans were justified or whatever, because this is something that I don't have the expertise on, and you do.
Okay, so with the hot tub section, they added that around mid-May. And I did my first hot tub, I think, around like April 20th, around there. And for me, adding the hot tub section was fantastic, because just chatting is way too crowded. I went from maybe capping out at like 35 people or so on my streams, hot tub streaming and just chatting as a new streamer, to go the hot tub section. My first day, I was around 200. So
Wow.
the amount of visibility I gained due to that was fantastic. Because
It's incredible.
people, as much as people complain about the hot tub streamings and they were doing all that, the reality is there's not that many of them.
Yeah.
There's really not that many hot tub streamers out there. And so, for those people who do it, it gave people finally a way to actually find it. That was another issue. There's no filter, like good filters for it. There's no search functions. Like Twitch is very lacking in that regard. So it gave people more access to actually finding people who are doing the content that they want. So I think it's a great change for sure. I think
Fantastic.
it helped quell some of the negativity surrounding it too. 'Cause
That's
people
good.
were like, I don't want to see that stuff, or whatever. I want no part of it. Like, why do I have to see that in the on the front page or just chatting section of Twitch? So now you don't have to. It's in a separate section. You never have to go to it. Not your thing. Fine.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, like, there's not that many. That was actually when the hot tub discourse started to happen. I did a small stream on it where we went and we just fact checked that a little bit. The people who are like, the hot tub streamers are taking over everything. They're stealing the viewers from my, I don't know, midnight drunken, like, gaming stream. I don't know. Like, we went and checked and did just a little fact check, and it's just totally false. Like, the idea that any views were being stolen, you go look at the stream charts, it's like, there's like one hot tub streamer who even breached the top 200. And it's like, the rest is the same people, exact same people who've been on the top 200 for the last 4 years. These mega giant, highly sponsored gamers, and it's like, okay, that's not changing. And then, like, you got like one politics streamer, Hassan, and like that's about it. It's like, holy shit. And so, like, yeah, it's really funny that there's this, like, I think people just see a couple of images on the front page and then they associate it with, that must mean that entire segment is all full. This is like, that's so ridiculous. You have to, like, again, just do a quick fact check and you'll find that's not true. It's not like anything's being taken over or viewers are being stolen or anything like that. My apologies for an interruption, but real quick, I'm just going to welcome in a raid real quick. Welcome to the Hannah Reloaded clan. Thank you very, very much for the incredibly generous raid. Happy to have each and every one of you. Right now, we are speaking to the wonderful hot tub streamer, AnneAtomics, and we have been talking about everything to do with everything from the so-called hot tub meta to being a marginalized person streaming on the internet and what you have to deal with that, to our lives. It's been wonderful. If that sounds like your kind of thing, please get comfortable. Welcome to the show. We're so happy to have you. And consider coming over to my website, demonmama.com/live. You get, guess what? Here's a secret. You can sign in with Twitch, and you get access to all of the emotes, including Wide Impo Happy, which you can see flattened out on the side of the screen, but smiling. It may be flattened, but it is smiling. So, yeah, thank you for being here. Very, very happy to have you. Consider joining us, joining all the other imps on the website, and you'll also probably have a better connection because I think Twitch has been having some server issues today. So, anyway, thank you and welcome to all of my raiders, and thank you, Hannah, for raiding in. Very, very happy to have you all here. There we go. We can resume. Sorry about that. Just wanted to welcome that in. So yeah.
No problem.
Yeah. So you had talked about the fact there's not actually all that many hot tub streamers, that the hot tub section was like a super, super good benefit. What do you think? Do you mind if I ask you or poke your brain about the bans? Because that was something I couldn't parse what was going on there. And from my sort of outsider's perspective, my concern was that this would be sort of that if the bans were too broad, that they would become justification to slap down on other people who were just making sort of tangentially related content, and like get those people, like drive those people off the platform, versus like a targeted ban for some specific TOS breaking behavior. What's your opinion on the whole thing? I think there's like Amaranth was banned. I think Indie Fox was banned.
Those, the recent ones that were last weekend, I believe, that we were referring to. Yeah. So yes, no, I've talked a lot about this too. Some of my issues with Twitch's terms of service, whatnot, that it is. I've read through it several times, and it's very, very vague. It's definitely intentionally left broad, and to me, that is a problem. I think it's a problem because I've had 2 bans myself, and really? I don't know why I received them. I mean, it could be just enough to supporting me, and it triggers it. I really don't know. And my problem is that how am I gonna correct something where they won't even tell me why I was banned? Like they need to do that. That's a huge problem. And so, Amaranth, Indie Fox, the other ones who got banned, they also, it's not clear. There's a lot of theories as to why they got banned. And that is a problem. Why can't they know why? How are we gonna fix it? Like Twitch just seems unwilling to commit to giving people that information, which I'm not totally sure why. It's obviously, and like by design, they're not competent. They're a big enough company. They're doing that intentionally, and I'm guessing it's because they're scared to take any sort of hard stance, so that way they can sort of pivot as needed. But I think that makes, as long as there's that vagueness left there, people are going to push the boundaries, and and maybe that's what Twitch wants. I don't know. I'm not really sure what their thought process is there.
Yeah, and it's funny. That seems to be a recurring problem with Twitch. I've done a stream where we talk about certain elements of the Twitch TOS, because I think it's something that it pertains to every single streamer. It pertains to all of them. And one of my friends was banned for 7 days, which really hurt his income. And there was just no indication. By process of elimination, he figured that it was probably because in one of the memes he was looking at, it was this meme about that was like poking fun at some person holding a Confederate flag, and apparently they have some sort of algorithm that will identify certain images, and so he assumed it was that, but they never told him. They never gave him a timestamp. They never did anything. He just got slapped for that. And 7 days of income gone and a strike against your account, that's terrifying as a streamer. And to not be given anything, to me, just seems so out there. And I don't know. I guess they gain the benefit of being able to just sort of in fact, a fellow content creator in my site chat right now says, Tomfoolery Show says, I'm permabanned on Twitch and I still don't know why. And this happened, I don't know if you're familiar with the streamer A4 Andre. A4 Andre's super amazing, used to do fighting game stuff, now does like Pokemon TCG stuff. Andre was one of like the biggest examples of this, where he was banned for a year, I believe, and there was just nothing, no communication. He was like an old school partner, had been around forever, had a huge channel, and it's taken forever for him to even get close to where he was before. And there was just almost no communication even after attempting to make legal contact. And it's just wild. It's absolutely wild to me that this is like the norm. I truly hope it changes, but I don't know how we change it. And I'm sad to hear that is sort of more of the same. you know, I was open to the idea, like, you know, there's probably, I've seen some screenshots of some of the people who are banned that I'm like, well, yeah, that probably is TOS violating behavior. Yeah, okay. But if they're not giving a citation, well, then nobody knows what it was that actually broke the rules, and that's not good. That just puts everyone in a state of stress, in my opinion.
Absolutely. It's been a huge source of stress for me.
Yeah.
Getting those, because not only are they on my account, I'm wondering, like, what do I do to fix this? Could it just happen again? Like, I'm investing a lot in going this route as a streamer and everything, and so, like, the fact that it could just end so suddenly without even me knowing why or breaking any rules, but it's scary, and I think that's wrong. They need to fix that. There's so many people who rely on this for their income, or to have that sort of vagueness is unfair to them.
Yeah, I think it's downright unethical, personally, and I worry because, I mean, it's a simple fact that all content creators on Twitch and YouTube are gig economy workers. We're contractors. We don't have that legal protection. There's not even much we can do. Even if we were wrongfully terminated or wrongfully had our contract ripped up, they have the right. And it's really unfortunate. I don't even know what the answer is. And this is something that I talk about a lot. You know, I do think that, like, having a website, at least for me, was very helpful, because when I caught this was a while ago, I caught a totally unjust YouTube ban after I pissed off some conspiracy theorist, a coronavirus conspiracy theorist person, and they mass reported my video I did about their video. Their video, which is literally putting out medical misinformation, still up, has over 90,000 views, but my 100 view video got it taken down. Now, they did, after a couple of days, undo that strike, which is like cool, but for 3 days I couldn't stream. Because of my website, though, I was able to go onto Twitch and just stream on Twitch and not stream to YouTube, and then have it go to my website. And that was nice. But the fact still remains, what happens if you go to YouTube and then you get banned there too for false reasons, or you get mass reported 4 times? It's like, I don't know. It's such a precarious position, and I really hope that that changes for streamers in the future. I think that a lot of streamers are going to have to start looking at what YouTubers, you know, old school pre-streaming YouTubers did to try and, you know, make up for that contract basis. Because I do think some of them found solutions, whether it was through making sort of external companies that they make content for, and then the company publishes it to YouTube. Maybe that's the answer. Maybe there's something else that can be done. But who knows? It's really a really wild topic.
Unionizing, I don't know how realistic that is, but maybe.
Yeah, I mean, some people have talked about it. I mean, contractors, I don't really know that I don't know of many contractor unions or anything like that. And yeah, but maybe it is definitely something that's you know, worth looking into. I just you know, whatever the path is to have it done, I just want to see streamers with a little bit more stability, because what I see is a lot of streamers work themselves to death out of fear that one day it's just going to be gone, and they need to have the money that they need to last, you know, until the next job or whatever. And that's a really sad state of affairs when there's so much talent, and there is so many talented people on this website who are just making amazing, entertaining, educational, informative, exciting, you know, shows every single day. I'm just absolutely floored by how much talent there is on this website.
I agree. I think Twitch, I can't speak to YouTube, but they put way too much emphasis on their top streamers and just keeping them top streamers and promoting them and all those things. And I think they need to do a better job of promoting other streamers.
Yeah.
Definitely too.
Yeah. I agree with you. Well, do you want to talk a little bit about gaming? You want to talk about gaming? I love gaming. Do you want to talk a bit about it?
What aspects of it
Oh,
were
I
you
don't know.
thinking?
I was just thinking like talk about cool games we like and stuff. Just a little chill segment. We've been talking about all these big, huge brained issues. You know, maybe just something a little small brain to just kind of like vibe about some games.
Okay.
All
Well,
right.
there was one other question I
Oh,
wanted to ask
please,
you too.
please.
First, what was it? This one, this one came up in my stream last night, and this is a controversial topic, and
Okay.
like, is it okay to say or to like pair groups of people and their difficulties? Like to say, I think this group has it harder than another. Is that okay? And if so, where's the line there?
I mean, it's something I kind of try to avoid just because I don't really think that usually there's much value in trying to hierarchicalize oppression. I think that it can be valuable to compare them. Like for example, I think that, and I've had an extended conversation with one of my very good friends. I think that there is a lot of shared and parallel history between Jewish people and queer people, specifically trans people in the United States. I think that the history and the types of oppression and the way that it's unfolded in America, there's so many parallels that I think there's a lot of value to sort of compare and analyze and talk about these things. I don't think it's about who has more, who has less, or whatever. I think a lot of that is sort of most of the time just seems to be kind of like a waste of everyone's time to try and say who has more, who has less, or whatever. But I do think there's value in talking about the comparisons and the differences between types of oppression that people have experienced. I mean, you know, not to violate the Godwin's law, but you know, there is it is a simple fact that in Nazi Germany, you know, queer people were targeted super early on, and queer people, the school that was run by a Jewish professor, that was the only institute at the time that was offering healthcare for trans people in the 1930s, and 1920s, was burned to the ground by the Nazis. And like that intersectionality, that shared history is super important in my opinion. So I think there's value in comparing and sorting through and analyzing these things. But I don't think it has to be like a contest or an Olympics sort of thing or whatever. People say like the oppression Olympics. I don't like that term, but I don't think it has to be anything like that, if it makes sense. Hope that answers the question.
Okay. Yeah, no, I like that answer. I agree with most of what you said there.
Yeah.
I was just curious to hear your take on it. It got very heated in my chat last night over those sort of things.
Yeah. I mean, I've definitely seen that sort of conversation, like the heat that you're talking about, happen. But again, I think a lot of that ends up being sort of like, again, it kind of is a waste of everyone's time, in my opinion, because it's just people are just going to offend each other by accident. And then they're not going to actually gain anything from saying like who had more, who had less. Instead, what do we have shared? What have we both experienced? What can we respond to society together? You know, like what can we respond and fight together and empower each other? I guess that's the way that I would look at it, if that makes sense.
Yep, I do agree that it's probably better to unite people that way.
Yeah.
Go that route.
Yeah, yep, that's my general approach to it. So yeah, thank you. That was a really, really interesting question. Yeah.
One other one that I get constantly in mind is trans athletes.
Oh yeah.
I was curious to hear your take on that, because I've talked about that a lot myself. And it's up every single night, and I end up talking about it. So.
Yeah, absolutely.
Curious to hear.
Sure thing. Yeah, absolutely. There is like it's the current boogeyman. Everybody's talking about trans athletes. There's a bunch of bans that are going through. It's a huge, stupid issue. There is no like credible reason that trans people should be excluded from sports, especially when we're talking at the high school level. And this is my take, my general take, my general approach to this is that, okay, so first off, let's not even get into the science yet. Let's start with what the purpose of high school sports is. High school sports is not even close to being about competition. There is competition naturally involved in sports, but there is no, there is not even barely an attempt. You have kids who have gone through puberty, kids who are in the middle of puberty, kids who have like of all different ages, all playing sports together. Sometimes the kid that went through puberty super early and just like decks the shit out of everybody because he's 10 times as big or whatever, like that kid is going to be going up against kids who are like barely even done that. So it's not even fair to begin with. We don't like the illusion of fairness in high school sports is that it's just that, it's an illusion. Now there's a couple little steps here and there that people do to try and keep it within reason, but the reality is that we don't really over focus on it being like scientifically tailored. High school sports is about community, it's about team building, it's about learning life skills, it's about learning how to manage a schedule of practice so you can show up on time. It's a manner of learning how to get along with people of different age groups. It's about learning sportsmanship. It's about learning how to be a good player, all kinds of things. It's about life skills. That's what high school sports is about. So the idea that trans people, and this is again without even touching the science, let's just pretend that they might have an advantage, because they might have some small advantage, that they should be excluded from high school sports, from learning those life skills, which is why we do sports in the first place, is ridiculous. That's absurd. We wouldn't exclude anybody else from sports for that reason. So that's the first thing. I think that argument alone stands on its own. But once we get into the science, it becomes even worse for the transphobes, because unfortunately, the science isn't in their favor. See, trans people have, first of all, already been competing in the Olympics for a very long time. They've already been very reasonable. I think it's 6 months to a year of HRT is like the cutoff before they consider, okay, you're transitioned for the purposes of sports. And bam. And they've had no issues. Zero fucking issues in the Olympics. And the Olympics have been doing this for 2 decades. So it's just silly, the idea that like we can't do it. And also, while there have been some studies that show minor advantages in like bone density, depending on like how far into HRT you are. As it turns out, bone density actually doesn't do very much. The bone density is like one of the least impactful parts of most sports, with very, very few exceptions. And I'm sure that if there's an exception to that rule, that we could make some sort of special rule to make sure that everybody is fair and fine. In reality, trans people, especially people who are on HRT, because of the physiological changes that HRT brings, end up being on par with everybody else they're competing with in damn near every single sport. And there was a recent study I highly recommend, and I can send this video to you afterwards if it's something that would be valuable for you. It's a video I highly recommend. A content creator on YouTube by the name of Jangles Science Lad recently did, and he is he's a graduate sports medicine scientist who is like an active bodybuilder and a personal trainer. Guy's super equipped to talk about this. He goes through the study that was published in December that claimed to have shown some advantages, and as it turns out, their methodology has a pretty major flaw in it that has been criticized. Now, it's not that the study itself was entirely wrong or that it was like horrible science, but the questions that were asked were indeed flawed. And you can watch that video. It's about a 45-minute video that explains everything in detail. And you can give that to somebody who has questions about it, and their questions will be answered from somebody who is actually qualified to talk about that exact subject. And he like lists his qualifications. He goes through it line by line. Super good video. Again, it's Jangles Science Lad. I think the video is called like Trans Women in Sports. Amazing video. So I highly recommend that. But that's my general take on this thing, is that like, first of all, 90% of the time, the issue is made up. We don't care about, nobody cares, no one else in the entire world ever cares about competition in high school sports to that degree. They are trying to find a post hoc rationalization to exclude trans people, when trans people have just as much of a right to access the team building, the social, the life skills benefits of high school sports, which is the purpose of high school sports. So yeah.
absolutely agree with all that, and I would like that video. And yeah, my
Absolutely.
take on it definitely regarding the high school level is like, oh my gosh, it's hard enough for trans kids trying to fit in. Like, you really want to take that away from them, like something that's that silly, like that is horrible.
Yeah, it is. I think
Horrible
it's
thing
cruel.
to consider.
Yeah.
If you wanna go at the professional level, case by case, maybe at most, but to even consider it at the high school and college level is just ridiculous, beyond ridiculous.
I
To
agree
not
with
just
you.
let those kids have that little thing, like that does not matter at all, really, and
Yeah.
it's so few people as it is too.
Yeah, and it's
There's
funny
not
too
many.
because
There's
like
not many.
yeah, and also it's really funny too that you know, for example, there's, you know, I'm sure you've probably heard of PragerU, for example. I do a lot of reaction to conservative talking heads. I don't know if you've heard of PragerU, but
I have not.
okay, well, lucky you. They are a virulently transphobic right-wing propaganda outlet. That's literally what they are. They are a think tank that puts out right-wing propaganda, largely targeted at kids. And they did a video relatively recently about some person, and they had some person who claimed to have been discriminated against, or not discriminated against, but that trans people made it impossible for her to win her track meet. And as it turns out, if you actually go and look into the story, they're like, she's just completely lying about what actually happened. So she claimed that she would have won her sort of what's it called, the nationals track meet. She would have won, but she was beaten by 2 trans women. That's not true. She never qualified for nationals. She got beaten at an earlier stage by multiple people, but she figured that if she did the math and those 2 trans people hadn't been there who beat her, that she would have been in the top 5 and would have gone to nationals, where she claims she would have won. So it is literally just like loser coping that has been spun into an anti-trans narrative that's completely based off of falsehoods. And it's actually wild. Again, this is the level that they have to go to. They have to lie and completely make up situations using this unbelievable mental gymnastics in order to even come up with an example of what could be a problem. So again, moral panic. Where's the harm? If they can't illustrate the harm, I think they should fuck off, with all due respect.
Yep. Totally agree.
Yeah.
Totally agree. Not unlike, I'd say, Trump and the election, you know? They found like 4 cases of voter fraud somewhere, and, you know, they use that to make it seem widespread, like it's a real issue. I think it happens all the time. Trying to take they find like one little thing at best, and they try and make it into a huge deal.
Yeah.
And it's all a distraction. I think it's all a distraction, just people bickering on sides and their heads away from the actual issues, things we should be paying attention to.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, especially the election stuff is like a distraction from the ravages of COVID, which were absolutely Donald Trump's fault. Like obviously he didn't like invent the disease, but like the dude didn't do anything. And like they instead made this narrative, stop the steal of the vote, the democracy is being stolen, so they don't have to confront the fact that his actions, his lack of action, his incompetence with regard to dealing with a pandemic has damaged the country. So yeah, absolutely. Did you have any other like political questions you wanted to like shoot my way? I'm more than happy to go over them. I love taking questions. So if you'd like to do that, we can do that. If you don't, no worries.
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to think of any other ones I have. I will say, I don't know if you've ever talked to anyone like this, but I know a girl here who might be, my knowledge, she's the only, or at least one of the only people, because I live in Idaho too, if you're not aware, which is a very conservative state.
Oh wow.
And she got to transition. Her parents supported her. She did it in high school, started hormones like pre-puberty, and I plan to have her on my show, Hot Tub, in the Hot Tub Stream. And to talk about some of those things, and I'm very interested to hear her opinions on that and some of the experiences. I imagine she experienced a lot of unique things there, a lot of bullying, I'm sure, and those things. And yeah, I'm curious your opinions on that. Maybe if you've ever talked to anyone like that, or just
sorry,
what you think.
I think your mic might have broken up when you had said what did you say that like she started transition like very early or something like that?
At 14, she got her
14.
parent. She got to transition in high school.
So she
Start
had then
hormones
like
and-
puberty blockers or whatever, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Full HRT, like all of it at that age. So
Oh wow.
got to transition then.
Yeah. So to my knowledge, like full HRT is not super common at like a younger age. Usually they start you on puberty blockers and then they wait until like a certain age. But of course, this completely depends on your personal biology. So like, again, that's going to be up to the doctor. But I've had a million arguments about this. This is another one of the things that like conservatives are very obsessed with. This idea that like the kids are getting transed by and stuff. Well, first of all, like surgery. I've known exactly one trans person, and I know a lot of trans people. I know exactly one trans person who ever had SRS before the age of 18, and that was because this was somebody who had debilitating, and I mean like multiple suicide attempts levels of dysphoria, and they were 16 when they got SRS because they were that troubled by it, and they had a fully supportive family and 3 supportive doctors, and like we're talking like a whole thing. And that's the only person I've ever known in my entire life who's ever gotten SRS before 18. And yet you talk to conservatives and they would have you believing that SRS is getting handed out like Pez dispensers, that kids are just walking up to a drive-through SRS surgery and it's just like, oh, there's your neo vagina, bam. And I'm like, okay, no, that is so far from reality. You just can't even believe it. And it's like, it's sometimes hard to even respond because it's so outlandish and so fantastical. They don't even know the basic facts about what goes on or how any of it works. And then
they don't even know how. I mean, it's crazy how rare that is in general. I've seen estimates where they've said like there might be as few as 10,000 post-op women in the United States, which is, I mean, there's not many. There's just a handful of surgeons that can do it. Some of them, I think Marcy Bowers, I saw she has like a 5-year waiting list.
Yep.
5-year waiting list. Like it can get crazy. And it's, you have to, having gone through it myself, the process, like the amount that they hurry you, like how many roadblocks are going to come up with all that. It is crazy. It was every single week there was a new issue, and it's not easy.
It's not easy at all.
Surgery.
Yeah,
there's a lot you have to go through. That is times, frustrating, humiliating, any of that. And it, like, to think that that's just a common thing, or that people are doing that without like being certain, to say the least, or very strong feelings is crazy.
Yeah, it is.
I can
absurd.
say too, as a kid, I researched it a lot, and I almost did it a few times, but just doing it myself because of the amount of dysphoria I felt. And, like what held me back more than anything was, I guess, if there wasn't the possibility of surgery in the future, I absolutely would have done it. But the fact that there was, it held me back, that I was like, okay, it would mess things up down the line potentially, and there could be some bad things that could happen. And so I did seriously consider it. And so I think anyone who has feelings like that, you should take serious. Like it's no small thing. People aren't just feel like that on a whim. You have some very strong feelings that are not going to go away ever.
Yeah, and the funny, like, this is the thing, like, that people just, it makes me so mad, and I always have to check myself when I'm in these conversations, because I know, again, like we said, like, a lot of people just don't know about it. You have to kind of be patient with them, even if it's horrible. But like, I should check first if you're okay. Are you okay with me discussing like a little bit of my experience with surgery? Are you fine with that?
Oh, absolutely, go for it.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So I am I'm non-op. I don't intend to ever have SRS. However, I did get an orchiectomy, and the orchiectomy process was ridiculous. It was so hard, and I had to do 2 separate psychological examinations to even qualify to have that surgery, even talk to a surgeon. And the second person I had to get put me through literally outdated DSM 2 or 3 questionnaires about, oh, did you steal your mother's dresses when you were younger? Have you ever masturbated while dressed up? And I'm like, what are you even supposed to say? How are you supposed to answer these things? It's absurd. It's evasive and disgusting. And that is standard practice to even see a surgeon. Before you even get confirmed or even get to make a date or even get to do that's just to get your consultancy. And that was just for an orchiectomy. An orchiectomy, which is a comparatively uninvasive surgery. And yeah, it's so ridiculous. It's so horrible what they make you go through, and as it currently stands. And these people want to make it worse. They act like it's just up again. I always use the Pez dispenser.
They're just handing them out.
Yeah, it's not even close to reality. Not even close. And it's like, and so I talk. The thing that when we talk about stuff like puberty blockers and stuff like that, I'm like. One thing I like to bring up is that this is a ridiculous double standard that no conservative ever brings this up for any other issue ever. They will gladly just sign off as their kid is put on something like acetone. Is that the one? Acetone, the anti-acne medicine. That literally if you conceive a child while you're on this, the child is almost guaranteed to have birth defects. And this is given to Accutane, not acetone. Accutane. Sorry, I got the wrong one. Accutane, my mistake. I just misspoke. Accutane. Accutane is a drug that is so dangerous that when you're prescribed it, you have to sign a legally binding waiver that says that you will not have unsafe sex, because if you have a kid, the kid is absolutely going to be fucked up with regard to genetics. It's a damaging drug to your genetics. And yet that is prescribed to kids all the time, to people way under 18. And nobody ever thinks second about it. They prescribe they prescribe amphetamines to children with no second thought. They prescribe antidepressants. And the thing is, while you could talk about perhaps there are some issues with overprescription, that's a totally different issue. You don't have a freak out about kids needing to, a kid who's suicidal needing to be on antidepressants. Why on earth would you care about a kid who's trans being given puberty blockers, which are the least damaging medication you could probably think of? They have almost no side effects. So it's one of those issues where it makes me very mad, because so much of it is the most absurd hatred you can imagine, fueled by a complete lack of information. It's a complete lack of information. So, yeah.
I definitely agree with all that. One of the other things that I also have a gripe with is the process. I think that is horrible. I don't know if you've gone through that yourself, but it was...
Which process, sorry?
The name change process.
Yes, I have. Yep.
It is, yeah. I don't know how much it varies by state or that stuff, but the fact having to run an ad in your newspaper many times over, having to go into a judge and explain it yourself in front of a group of people, the reasons for wanting to change your name, all that. It's rather very unfair. You can get married though, and there's no problem changing your name then, but for any trans people, they make it a humiliating nightmare.
Yes, they do. The cruelty is the
I
point,
hate that.
as is sometimes said.
Yeah.
I agree. And people, every time I bring this up from time to time, I really love that you brought it up here, because every single time I bring it up, I get a bunch of emotes in chat of people going, what the fuck? You have to run an ad in the newspaper? Yes, you do. I had to do this. In my closet right behind me, I have the newspaper clipping from when I had to run my name change announcement in my local newspaper. And I'm not kidding you. Yes, you actually have to do that. You have to contact a local newspaper, and before they will let you, before the judge will change your name, you have to prove that you made a public announcement. It's like a literal 100 years old law that is only used against trans people. And it is,
so they can come in and people can come in and protest you too. You have to announce your court date. Like it could, then, you know, there's a lot of, there's so many issues with that.
Yep. In many states, they've started to change the process. So I was very lucky, even though my state still had the newspaper requirement, they did not require you to actually go into court. The judge would just look at it in private, and unless he saw something that was concerning, he would just rubber stamp it and bam. But
I had to go in front of the judge, and with a lot of people there. There's probably over 30 people in the courtroom when I had to go on the stand and discuss that in front of them, strangers and everything.
Horrifying. That's horrifying.
Not a great thing. I can't imagine how many people that deters from doing it too. Like,
it absolutely does.
You know?
It absolutely does. I mean, I know. Look, I know personal people. I'm not going to say who, but I have people in my life who have not gotten their name changed for precisely that reason, because the process of doing so is so painful that it's less painful to just occasionally have to explain why in private, like whisper to a clerk, I'm trans. This is why my ID doesn't match. Look, the eyes. And then that is less stressful than having to go and do all of this nonsense that they make you do. And they do that intentionally. There are some states that are even worse than that. For example, like a state like Texas, where you can't actually get your birth certificate changed unless your parents go with you to have it changed. You can't change your birth certificate, even as an adult, unless your parents go with you and sign off on it. You understand where that might be a problem. Yeah, it's completely fucked. And unfortunately, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, are you aware of the issues in Idaho regarding the birth certificate? I don't know if you've heard about that
I'm not.
at all.
I haven't heard of the specifics to Idaho.
So,
no.
It was like a couple years ago. I think like 2 years ago. I mean, Idaho would not allow you to change your birth certificate, no matter what, no possible way to get it changed. And it became a Supreme Court case, and they ruled that Idaho had to allow people to change their birth certificates, both name and gender. And so there for like a year or so, they were allowing them. But early on in the pandemic, this was like April or so of last year, they passed some historic, I mean, this was their focus. They passed some historic anti-trans laws here, including the athletes. And they tried to pass the hormones one. Thankfully, that one didn't go through, but they also passed the birth certificate one, which is, it's so crazy because it's in direct defiance already of a Supreme Court ruling that they're not allowed to do that. And they're going to spend like millions of dollars fighting it just for it to get struck down again, basically just to like repress trans people a little bit, a little bit longer. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, and I mean, that's the thing. That's what I challenge people to look at, which is, what is the motivation of these types of policies? And it doesn't necessarily have to be the individuals who are saying that they support them, because people do get all into their team sports types politics, and they'll defend whatever the Republican Party. But if you look at the groups that are pushing these types of laws, and you ask what the purpose is, the purpose becomes very clear, which is that they want it to be as difficult as possible for trans people to live safely and privately in public. They want you to be exposed. They want you to be humiliated. They want you to be driven away from being able to exist as a person. And that is part of the reason why I reject these types of rules on their face. And again, for my audience, I remind you from my history mama, do we not recall what under colonial laws, one of the first times that anti-queer laws were used in America was to order a accused transvestite to being tarred and feathered, and then to spending the rest of their life having to have, by a court mandate, wear half women's and half men's clothes in order to prove that they were half and half. That was the only way they got out of being out of prison.
Wow.
Isn't that horrible? That was one of the first enforcements of anti-queer law. Yeah. So we have a lot of fight to go. There's a lot of nonsense that's still going on here, but we must together resist the urge to fall into moral panics. So yeah, that's a heavy way to top that off, but it is nonetheless the reality of our situation. So
yeah, there's a long way to go, especially here in the United States. There's a long way to go. Yeah. There's everywhere, I think there is, but yeah, there's a lot of problems here for sure. So
yeah, and but you know what? There's a lot of good people who are fighting the good fight, and I have a little rule on my stream: we never end on doom. So I want to just remind everyone that not only have we come an incredible far distance, not only have we come very far from where we once were, but there are more people than ever who are brave enough to exist genuinely, sincerely, and openly as themselves, to become visible for the sake of themselves and for others, so that we cannot be shoved back into the shadows, so that we will never be forgotten. Our history will never be forgotten again. There are people like myself. There are people like Anne. There are people like Jangles. There are people like even ContraPoints. All of these different people who are recording and making a permanent record of queer history, and that is not going anywhere. That is one thing that is permanently changed. They might be able to push individuals of us back into the closet, but they can never push all of us back into the closet, because that door is open. It's never going back closed. Our marks are left all over the world, and the more willing that we are to preserve and show those things and share those things with other people, the less likely a backslide to a worse time will ever be, no matter how loud and hateful the anti-trans people get. So there we go. There's the promised, as always, bloomer fuel for after we handle a dark topic, because I genuinely believe all of that. I know for a fact, I've seen it with my own eyes. The fact that I'm here right now speaking with Anne and having this amazing conversation, that we're here actually talking about these issues for all of you. What do we have? Like 350 viewers on my end right now. I don't know how many you got on your end. I don't know if you're streaming right now, but we got a lot of people with eyes on this, and you all can take this and share this knowledge elsewhere. So yeah, that felt like way too much of a speech. Like, oh my God, but whatever. Anyway, yeah. So was there any other like political topics you wanted to talk about, or are you good to shoot a couple quick back and forth about games?
Sure, we can move on to lighter. I think we did get plenty of heavy stuff covered.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that's probably good.
Yeah. So, all right. So games. All right. So first, I gotta ask, favorite game of all time, if you got one.
Wow, that's hard. I do love the Mass Effect trilogy. Ooh. That's one of my favorites for sure. As far as currently, I love Path of Exile, and I'm trying to get back into League of Legends again, too. Back into form with that.
No, not League of Legends.
No.
Run while you still can, please. League of Legends isn't a game. It's an SCP. It's a mental trap. Don't do it. Please run. No, but yeah, I've played a lot of League of Legends over the years, but I finally kicked it once and for all. I'm never going back to League of Legends. Not happening. But Mass Effect, now that I can get behind. That's cool as hell. I love Mass Effect. I never beat the third one, but I played the hell out of the multiplayer in the third one, and I've beaten the first one and the second one like 3 times each. Good choice in games. Damn.
It is. I love those.
Yeah, they're good. They're good ones. I mean, the music is incredible, and I don't know.
The voice acting.
Yeah.
All of it.
Yeah, the characters are really well too. Obviously, I will forever be in love with Liara. Oh my God, I love her so much. She's so sweet. Even with it's especially after the DLC. Damn. I don't know if you ever played it, but oh
yeah.
Liara, yeah, it's good as hell. It's good as hell. Yeah. So my favorite game is a game called Pathologic 2. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
I have not.
It is. You don't need to play the first one. It is basically could be better understood as Pathologic version 2. It is. The first one is very good indeed, but it hasn't aged quite as well. So they basically decided they were going to re-envision it and do it over again. Amazing game. You play as a doctor in a remote Russian town, trying to figure out. Oh yeah, I'm talking about Pathologic 2 again. You know it. You know I'm going to talk about this game. I always take every opportunity I can to talk about it. It's my favorite game of all time. Amazing game. Anyway, you play as a doctor in a remote town, and a plague strikes. And you have to survive. You have to survive the plague. You have to try and save people. Being a doctor, you do surgeries. You have to try and figure out what's actually going on. You're one of like 3 people with any medical experience in the town, and it's got survival horror elements. It's got these I don't know, how do I describe it? Lovecraftian elements involved. It's absolutely amazing, and it's a game that I consider it a masterpiece, and I firmly believe that 100 years from now it will be considered one of the most pivotal games of all time. It's super influential right now, and one of the most challenging and evocative and emotionally involving games ever. Very hard game, very heavy topics, but super rewarding, and also just beautiful. The art and music is breathtaking, and of course the characters are wonderful. And you can see, if you're looking at my chat, you will see people spamming some of the emotes that are associated with that game, because I talk about it so frequently. I did a review of it on my channel. I give away copies of it from time to time because I want people to play it so bad. It's especially relevant given that we just survived a plague of our own, and it talks about a lot of stuff like that, like how to deal with issues of like how do you even survive a society changing event, and what does that even mean? Like it's a very very deep and thoughtful game that sort of challenges you where you're at, and then challenges you to go further and think harder about stuff. So I'm a big fan of Pathologic 2. That's probably my favorite game of all time.
I just added it to my wish list. It is the Steam summer sale as of yesterday or whatever. So
yeah,
I might have to pick it up. Now's the time to buy a bunch of games, I guess.
Seriously,
got a bunch. I'm probably gonna buy.
Play it. You will not regret it. You won't regret it. Also, like the music is so a lot of the music was done by a really famous world music band called Theodore Bastard. And so you can literally listen to the soundtrack of the game as an album on its own. Like, they were also just like, we love this game, we love this concept, like we're going to write an entire album that will be it's $12 right now. Holy shit. Yeah, that's awesome.
Steam summer sale. Everything on Steam is on sale right now. So
hell yeah. It's so good, so goddamn good. And then as far as like multiplayer stuff, I used to play League. I'm a recovering League addict. But these days I play Magic the Gathering Online. I play Apex, and it doesn't count as online, but there's online elements. So I play lots of Souls games. I am a big fan of Souls games. I've played on my
Me too.
Oh yeah, which one do you like the most? Oh, this is gonna be a contentious topic. Here we go. What's your favorite Dark Souls game?
I like Dark Souls the most. Another one that I really like is Salt and Sanctuary. I don't know if you played that one. It's like a 2D Souls one, and I love that.
My partner is a Salt and Sanctuary super fan. Like
I've got him.
Yeah, so good. Yeah, it's so good.
Sekiro on my list soon too. That's maybe the next one I'm gonna go through.
Sekiro is so good, so goddamn good.
Sekiro, yeah.
Yeah. I can't recommend that enough. Like, it is it is something else. The thing about Sekiro is that it is definitely a Souls game, but it is like, I don't know, it's like the difference between like Demon Souls and Dark Souls 3. Like, imagine that step. That's like the way that it goes. They change a lot of the way that the game is played, but the core elements are still there, like getting the souls, like the way that you get items, and like the way the boss fights kind of unfold. But there's like a ton of three-dimensional movement. There's like that works really, really well. The combat is like very instead of being dodge focused, it's very like parry focused. So you're encouraged to like get up and personal and like really test your mettle against a lot of the characters in that game. It's just, oh, it's so good. I love Sekiro so much.
I suck at parrying. I've always been a dodger. So I guess
me too. You're gonna learn
experience.
it. Yeah, you're gonna learn it. It'll teach you. It will. It does. It does a very good job of that. I was by the end of the game, I was like, wow, I'm pretty. I feel like I actually got better at all of the other Souls games after playing this. Personally, my favorite though of all of the Souls games is Bloodborne, but it's not. It doesn't have Souls in the title.
I was gonna say that. I'm waiting for the Bloodborne port. Still waiting for that. I don't think it's ever gonna happen, sadly. But
so you haven't played the original yet?
Can't play it.
Oh my god, you haven't played it on PlayStation yet?
No. I'm waiting for the port. I don't have a PlayStation or console or anything.
Oh my god.
PC Master Race.
Listen, don't wait. Find a friend who will loan you their PS4 and play the hell out of it. Bloodborne is I love Sekiro. I love Dark Souls 3. I love me Dark Souls 1. I love me my Demon Souls. Bloodborne, that is the shit. It is a masterpiece. It's probably my second favorite game of all time behind Pathologic. And like, I can't praise it enough. It's got everything you could ever want out of a game. It is the horniest game in the entire universe. Especially, yes, it is. Okay, that's all I'll say. It is an amazing game. Beautiful, amazing music, awesome characters. The weapons are unmatched. And yeah, you gotta, don't wait on them. It might never happen. You gotta go find a friend who's got a PS4 and pester him. So good. Yeah, it's also a visual feast for the eyes.
I'll have to do that.
Yeah, it is so good. I've said many times that I would I would pog out of my mind. I would be pogging out of my gourd if they were to announce a Dark Souls 3 remake that was built with the combat rules of Bloodborne, because of how intuitive and snappy and wonderful Bloodborne feels. But Demon Mama, Bloodborne does not have a pet dog button. Are you sure about that? Are you really sure about that? I think like half the game is technically petting dogs. It's not your fault that you're petting them very forcefully, okay? A lot of werewolves in that game. Anyway, so yeah, cool. Yeah, well, we've been talking now for like almost 2 hours. Thank you so much for coming on. This has been a absolutely pleasant conversation. Do you want to real quick give yourself like a full plug and shout out and all of that? I'm sure my chat will be itching to give you some follows and feedback and stuff.
Yeah, no, thanks so much for having me. I really appreciate that. It's been nice to do on stream and not in a hot tub, I guess, for a change. As much as I like that, it's nice to have a little break from that. But yeah, if you guys do want to follow me on Twitch, I'm on there most nights pretty late. That's kind of where I found my crowd, I guess, the late night people. But yeah, I'm in the hot tub on there, and it's an interesting, probably different kind of hot tub stream than you've ever seen. And yeah, come by and check it out. It's usually pretty fun. Gets very political.
Hell yeah. Well, we're all about that. You're gonna find a lot of love in that front. I'm chained to the politics. I can't escape it. It's all I do. The politics is lurking behind me at every minute. But yeah, that's definitely what I deal with. So you'll find a lot of politics lovers in my chat. Well, Anne, thank you so much. Everybody, go give your follows on Twitter and Twitch and beyond to AnneAtomics, twitch.tv/AnneAtomics. And thank you so very much for coming on. It was absolutely wonderful. Apologies about the early technical issues. It was just wonderful talking with you.
Thanks a lot for having me. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. Well, hopefully, and I'm sure we will speak again in the future. I hope you have a wonderful day.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
I plan on messaging you a few questions about some of your setup there.
Yeah, absolutely. Please do.
I have
more
a
than
lot
happy
to
to.
learn. I'm still new to it all, so figuring things out.
Here's a secret. Me too. Streaming is like
Yeah.
everything is done with bubblegum and paper clips until you find out something that nobody told you, and then you go, oh my God, this makes my life so much easier. And then something new breaks. So that's how it always goes. Well, and thank you again so much. And we'll speak soon, okay?
Sounds
for now.
good. Bye.
Bye. What an incredible conversation. What an absolutely incredible conversation. Holy moly, that was just great. That was just fantastic. Was that not just absolutely fantastic? I thought that was incredible. Oh, yes, I 100%ed Blasphemous. Yes, I 100%ed Blasphemous. It's incredibly good. Schadenfriede Kahlo with the Prime sub. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much. Everyone, if you are here and you are liking the show, please click through to the YouTube stream and press the like button on YouTube and make sure that you're subscribed to my YouTube channel. Also, consider joining the Inferno, our Discord. Our Discord is amazing. We have an absolute metric ton of creative channels that are super active, in addition to constantly active voice chats and text chats. You want to be there. It's cozy, it's warm, it's awesome. We have all kinds of benefits from being there. Follow, like, join, and throw me your bucks if you've got them, because it means the world to me. Alien Geranium, thank you very, very much, and happy to have you back. Exactly. My show is free, will always be free, but it's viewer supported, okay? Now, real quick, everybody, I need to go refill my drink so I don't dry out. I'm going to put on the Demon Mama bathroom song, and then we're going to do some motherfucking content. Do you want to do some motherfucking content? Well, guess what? You'll have to wait until after the Demon Mama bathroom song, but we're going to play the Demon Mama bathroom song, and then we will go from there. Because let me tell you what. Let me tell you, we've got some content, okay? Listen, I got some fun stuff to talk with you about, okay? So, real quick, let me put on the bathroom song, let me go refill my drink, and then we'll continue as if nothing had ever happened at all. Nothing at all. Nothing at all.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little limbs, cause I wrote this track down to give you something bopping while she's taking a break.
Yeah, you know it. You know I'm back with a snack.
Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break.
Yeah, it does. It's a good, catchy song. Hello, NeoMoirai. I didn't use the bathroom. I only got a drink refill this time.
Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone. The stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over. Stop. Somebody help her out.
So good. What a great song. I love it. Lonnie, good to see you, by the way. All right, everybody. So, why I put on the bathroom song when I didn't go to the bathroom? Yes. Yes. You want to know why? Because I needed a drink, and it serves the same purpose. Okay? What is drinking but the first step on the road to going to the bathroom? Am I wrong? Am I wrong? No, I'm not. I am correct. As usual. As usual. Ah, yes. As usual. My wisdom goes above that. My wisdom. Above and beyond, truly. Thank you very much, Tomfoolery. I was happy to see you here. I really enjoyed that conversation as well. Anne was amazing to talk to. I think we talked on a lot of important issues. Issues that I think will be enlightening for people. I can't wait to put that up on the channel as a standalone video for people to catch. Thank you for your kind words, Tom. I appreciate that a lot. They're two sides of the same coin? No, they're two pieces of the same process. They're not even opposites in that way. We're going to chill for a minute. Just take some Q&A for a few minutes. If anybody has questions or whatever. Here's the thing. I have bad social anxiety, so I basically consume a massive amount of THC before and on stream. Oh, I can't do that. See, I get too nervous when I smoke weed. I don't do the weed when I'm even near stream time. I don't even smoke. I don't smoke before stream at all. Ever. Like, I smoke at night after stream, because if when I smoke, I become very self-aware. Hey, I'm very happy to hear that. Intention's nasty. I've done a high stream before, but it's just, you know. Oh, some of you all missed me doing the Dark Souls boss smooch ability. Hey, NeoMoirai. Wait, are you ready to go? Are you like wanting to talk now, or like what? Read only memory. I gotta know their stream. Send me the link and I'll check it out. What is smoking after other than smoking before the next? Oh, okay. I see. You're tuning in. Okay. Well, we'll talk about the topic afterwards. This is going to be an interesting topic. I'm quite sure of it. I promise you, we will make some progress on this. We have a new doo-doo fart meme. Okay. All right. Let's look at the doo-doo fart meme. Let's take a look at it. All right. This better be good. This better be good. Let's check it.
Get through the window, please. Let me in. Y'all are so rude to me. This is literally my first stream. Stop.
All right, that was pretty good. All right, that was good use of the doo-doo fart button. Okay, effective chat has used an effective use of the doo-doo fart button. Very well. Very well then. Fair enough. My wisdom reminds me of this. Here we go. All right, what's this? This better be another good one. Okay, here we go. Let's watch this. Let's see if this is a good meme. We're doing meme react right now, I guess. We got a silent meme. All right. We got a couple memes then. All right, fine. Here we go.
I drink a lot of water. I piss a lot of pee. I drink a lot of water. I drink a piss a lot of pee. I drink a lot of piss a lot of pee.
True! True, though! Oh my god, it's true! True! All right, now we got another meme. Here comes another meme. Here we go. Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Why are there multiple Robs? Oh, boy. POV, you've just suggested that CRT being taught to adults isn't worth getting upset over. Rob Nor, Aircraft Sparky, More Perfect Union, Critically Thinking Veteran, the Sprouticus. Holy shit! Holy shit! I am terrified. Frankly, I am terrified. I don't like that. I don't like that at all. He's cloning, he's reproducing by budding! I thought Rob didn't believe in asexuals or something. Sprouticus won Prime Royale? I've never heard a single good thing, but maybe he's cool. I don't know. Sprouticus. What am I being sent? Elac, King of Atlantis. Oh, that's cool. That's pretty fucking cool. I already did the silent meme. I just did the silent meme. That was a silent meme. It was silent. And it was a meme. Who the fuck is this person? Very quiet? Yeah, it was super quiet. Yeah, it was a dead silent meme. Wait, did I close my Twitch chat by accident? Oh no, I closed my Twitch chat by accident. Ah! That was the Rhodes meme? I don't think it was. No, it wasn't. What are you talking about? No, it fucking wasn't. That was a silent meme. It was literally put by silent. All right, well, check out your channel. Remind me. DM me on my Discord. That's where I usually remember things. The fuck are you talking about? The fuck are you talking about, Jesse? All right, you know what we're gonna do today? So, we have a little bit before the debate. But not enough time to do Holy Mack. So what we're gonna do instead is we are going to react. We are going to react to some conservatives. Because let's just say the conservative has been up to no good. And you know what we haven't done in a while? We really haven't done like a proper conservative react. The last conservative react that we did was a complete it ended up just being about fucking about Steven Crowder. But you know what? I'm having a friendly debate with NeoMoirai. Yeah, we're going to tune in. We're going to see what's up with Matt Walsh. Listen, we've had a lot of fun dunking on Matt Walsh, so we're going to do Matt Walsh again. You know, Matt Walsh is somebody who I never feel bad about making fun of. And I never will. I never will feel bad about making fun of Matt Walsh, because Matt Walsh is the type of person who deserves to be made fun of. Where am I debating? My channel, baby. Yeah, it was only about fucking, exactly. It was about cheese? No, it was about Steven Crowder. Yeah, Matt, I violate my kid's consent, Walsh. Yes, that's the one. Indeed. I would say he's an ethically sourced. Have I gotten my soundboard up? No, that'll be this weekend. I might need a mod. I don't think so. I don't think so. I never need a mod. I never need a mod. All right. Let's find out what Matt Walsh is angry about. Okay? Oh boy. Oh god. Should we see Matt Walsh's reaction to the pansexual versus bisexual war? Oh my god. Oh, this would be so funny. How stupid could it be? Let's find out how stupid it will be. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta move this down. I forgot. I gotta move this back down because, you know, hold on a second. Cam and frame. Boop, 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 boop. Wait, hold on. How do I, what, what the heck is going on here? I can't move it. I can't move my frame. Why not? Why can't I move it? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no. Oh, wait, I know what it is. Here we go. Ah, there we go. Ah, I figured it out. There we go. All right, I figured it out, everybody. Okay, let's do this. Let's find out what the bisexual versus pansexual war is.
So,
let's
as you know, LGBT...
Okay, hold on. Before we start, what is the difference between pansexuals and bisexuals? I'm going to explain for you. All right, hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm going to find you this. Are you ready? Are you ready? This is the meme. This is the meme. Are you ready? This is it. This meme describes everything that you need to know. Here we go. Bisexual, omnisexual, pansexual, polysexual. These broadly overlap, but the distinction matters to some people, and that's okay. This is the meme. This is all you need to know. Yep. Yep, exactly, Silent. Exactly. In truth, there is not all that much of a difference between pansexual and bisexual, but for some people, it is important to distinguish between it, and that is perfectly fine. For most purposes, they more or less mean about the same thing. Yes, you can. Silent quotes this meme IRL all the time. I call myself bisexual, but you could call me pan. I call myself reluctantly pansexual, but you could probably describe me as somewhat bisexual. Listen, there are distinctions but these are very, very colloquial terms. Just remember that these terms change all the time and try to be understanding. There was a tweet that I read some time ago that talked about how bisexual used to mean bisexual, as in two sexes, as in non-binary. That's what bisexual used to mean way a long time ago, back in like the 80s. That's what bisexual used to mean, and now it changes. Yeah, so there's, you know, these things change, words change, language evolves, and people find ways to describe themselves. What matters is what that person is trying to tell you. So try to listen to people and understand what they're saying. Now, with all of that in mind, let's see what Matt Drunken Idiot Walsh. Matt, I forgot what it means to think Walsh has to say about the bisexual versus pansexual war, shall we?
People are very oppressed, so incredibly oppressed. And so, as you know, LGBT people are very oppressed. So
wow, true, dude.
Incredibly oppressed and persecuted in this country. But at the same time, the LGBT acronym keeps expanding because people are so desperate to invent some new LGBT identities so that they can be a part of the club, so that they could be, you know, involved as well, or to bolster their resume within the club.
No.
They'll make up new identities to be a part.
How to tell somebody has never talked to a gay person in their entire life. The idea that there is like a club where you get more points for having different identities is the most ridiculous thing ever. It is so laughably ridiculous to anybody who's ever talked to a queer person, let alone like been a queer person. The idea that is such a limited understanding. It's laughable. It's literally laughable. Oh man, it's your gay resume. Okay, dude, no one cares. Literally no one cares.
Of it. See, I've never heard of an oppressed group that functions exactly like that. Like, can you think of any historical example of a group that's persecuted, and meanwhile, people who aren't in the persecuted group are actually pretending to be in it,
but they
just to get themselves a dose of that sweet persecution?
How can you say? How can you say that they're pretending? How do you know that they're pretending? What are you talking about? Do you know that every pansexual person doesn't fuck multiple? What are you fucking talking about? Dude, what the hell are you talking about? This is why I say that Matt Walsh's just absolute jelly brain is incapable of even addressing these concepts. He actually can't understand them because he's too stupid to grasp them. Let's continue.
I'm being repressed!
I can't think of any example of that
repressed.
historically. I don't think it's... So
Different
this is
word.
unprecedented.
It's a different word.
And the other possible explanation is that LGBT people aren't persecuted.
Well, we know that's obviously not true. That is objectively false. That is objectively false, my friend.
No.
Anyway, as part of this expansion, we now have something called pansexuality. And pansexuality is a really sought-after identity these days. It's one of the newest things.
What?
Hot off the presses. People are really into it. Celebrities are coming out as pansexual, left and right. Everyone is pansexual all of a sudden. So
Hell yeah, baby! We got him. Dun, 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 dun. We just won. If everyone's pansexual, then no one is.
oh, that raises a question, which is, what the hell is a pansexual?
What the hell are you?
Well, a pansexual, as far as I understand it, is someone who's attracted to either sex. But isn't that the same
No.
as a bisexual?
That is incorrect, my friend. You have failed before you even started. A pansexual is someone for whom gender does not factor in to their attraction. What this means is that they could be attracted to non-binary people. They could be attracted to people of the same sex as them or of the opposite sex of them. Gender, sex does not factor in to somebody who is pansexual. Yeah, doesn't matter. They don't care. They have other things that they care about. It doesn't mean that you like both. It means that you don't even really think about gender. You don't look at gender when you're thinking about attraction. There's a lot of pan people because, as it turns out, there are people who don't really care that much about gender.
Well, you might think so, but apparently not. We're told these are two different things.
Yes,
How
because
are they
they
different?
are.
What's the distinction?
Yes. There are large overlaps between the terms. Some people use the term bisexual because that's a term that they're comfortable with. Some people lightly critique the term bisexual because it reinforces a gender binary and a sex binary when there isn't either of those things. But, yeah.
Well, to answer that question, I think we have to go back to consult the wise
No, he doesn't care, the
sages
twos.
of TikTok.
The Twos asks, does Matt Walsh simply not have Google to look these things up? No, he doesn't care. He literally doesn't care. Remember, this is a channel that this guy makes when he's taken, he makes a video when he's taken 15 Xanaxes and his heart is literally an inch away from stopping. Then he's like, oh, the time is to make a video. Pansexual is you put it on your punch card and you get gay points. That's Matt Walsh. Welcome to every single episode of Matt Walsh, which makes him incredibly funny to laugh at.
Are experts on many things, but especially on all sexual matters. And we've got a few videos here kind of explaining what pansexuality is and how it's different from bisexuality. And I thought this was just a good learning opportunity for all of us. So let's start watching the videos.
Bi versus pan in 30 seconds or less. Bisexuality is the ability to feel emotionally, physically, or even sexually attracted to more than one gender.
Cool.
This can be 2, 4,
Simple.
6, 8, or even all of them. This can be with or without a preference. Pansexuality is the ability to feel attraction regardless of someone's gender or sex or gender expression. Also explained as
Okay,
the ability
super
to feel attraction
straightforward.
to all genders without a preference. Look, I made you a chart.
Wow. That's super easy.
What? Okay, so
What
they're
do you mean,
literally
what?
just the
Dude,
same.
what do you mean, what? What do you mean, what? She literally made you a chart, you idiot. It's right here. There's a chart. You can't even get it when it's a chart. Can you not read? I wouldn't believe. I would believe that. I would believe that despite the fact that he wears reading glasses, that he actually cannot read. I'm so sorry. I mean, it's literally a chart. This is so performative.
What? Okay, so they're literally just the same thing. Am I having a seizure or something? Or didn't she just
Yes, you
repeat herself?
are. Yes, you are having a seizure. You are indeed having a seizure right now, Matt. Please, go to the doctor. You have had a toxic level of ketamine pumped into your veins every day for the last 40 years. You are not awake. You are in a different world.
Hell, this is exactly the same thing. Sorry, wait, no. Bye.
Welcome, lovely raiders. Loomy, thank you so very much for the raid. So very happy to have all the Loomy Ruites. Welcome, everyone. So very happy to have you all. Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome. My name is Demon Mama. I am a political edutainer here on Twitch and YouTube, if you don't know me. Right now, we are doing some Conservative React, where we watch conservatives embarrass themselves on topics that they know nothing about, and I teach you what they're actually talking about because they usually have no idea. And right now we're talking about the bisexual versus pansexual war, a thing that only exists in the mind of Matt Walsh and nowhere else. That is the only place it exists. And we're only about 2 minutes in, and it's already been an abysmal take. Welcome. Very, very happy to have you. If you are new to my channel, please consider coming through to my website. My website, which is located at demonmama.com/live. You can sign in. You'll be up on the screen in the chat, and you get all of my emotes. And I don't know if you know this. Can we show off the emotes a little bit? Can we get some chatters on the website to show off the emotes? Look at these things. We got a pop cat. Look, they're going to pop up on the screen. Look at these amazing emotes we have. We have unique custom emotes that you get access to. And guess what? You can sign in with your Twitch. So go on over to demonmama.com/live and join the rest of the amazing imps in all of these adorable emotes that you get for free just for coming onto the website. And like I said, you can log in with your Twitch. It's so easy. Even, what's the thing? Oh, that was Geico. I don't want to get copyrighted. It's so easy. You can do it. I believe in you. Anyway, welcome. After this, we are going to have a debate, a friendly debate about a very important trans topic, which is the rhetoric of trans advocacy and the way that we talk about trans identity. It's a very interesting conversation. And then you are all in for a incredibly fun segment at the end, afterwards, where we are going to watch a very special television show together. You know? We are going to watch a special television show called Holy Mackerel. Okay? And if you don't know what Holy Mackerel is, let me show you what Holy Mackerel is. Give me just a moment. I'll show you something about Holy Mackerel, because I'm telling you, it's a favorite, but we haven't done it in a while because we were waiting for new content. So you're going to get the lucky opportunity to understand firsthand. Yes, that's right. You are going to get to see a strange fellow in a fish mask, not me, a show about a holy fish sent by God. This is a Christian television show that we discovered on the internet that is one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my entire life. And every once in a while, we go and we check up with what the Holy Mac has been up to. So if you are ready for some fun, stick around, because we're gonna do this Conservative React, then we're gonna do a debate, and then we're doing Holy Mac, baby, and you can learn what Holy Mac is, okay? So pop on in, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and thank you for being here. Let's get right back to the content. Mwah! Here we go.
Is the ability to be attracted to anyone of any gender, and pan is the ability to be attracted to anyone regardless of gender. I think that's the distinction
Nope.
she made.
Wrong. You didn't even listen.
You see it?
Dude, you
the
didn't
distinction?
listen.
Me neither.
You
I
didn't
don't see it
fucking
either.
listen.
Because there
Jesus
isn't one.
Christ. Again.
You know, it's just two
Again.
words.
Matt Walsh is incapable of thought. I don't actually think he's capable of thought. I think he is a machine that has been plugged full of a bunch of talking points, and he repeats them regardless of what's up on the screen. We just watched a very kindly TikTok person explain the difference with a helpful infographic, and he literally ignored it. He just literally contradicted what this person just said.
It's for the same thing. And there's a lot of that in the LGBTQ XYZ acronym, a lot of the same thing repeating over and over again.
No.
Same for the 192 genders. It's just sort of like the same thing over and over again.
192
because
genders?
in reality, there are only 2. But
What are you talking about? What do you mean 192 genders? What the fuck is this guy even talking about?
I don't know. Maybe she just did a bad job of explaining it. So let's
What do
watch
you
another.
mean she did fine?
Pansexual and bisexual are the same thing. You just gotta get over these years of,
I gotta get over my years of internalized biphobia. Bitch, I was bi for literally 3 years until I realized that I'm pan. If you don't know, this video is directed at me, so hey bae, thanks for the even more clout than I already have. Also, the likes to comment ratio already, amazing. Let me explain bisexuality and pansexuality to you, because you obviously need a lesson. Bisexuality versus pansexuality for dummies, here we go. Bisexuality. Oh, I think that girl's attractive. Oh, I think that guy's attractive. Oh, I think that non-binary person's attractive. Pansexuality. Oh, I think that person's attractive. Oh, they're a girl? Okay. Oh, I think that person's attractive. Oh, they're non-binary? Okay. Oh, I think that person's attractive. Oh, they're a guy? Okay. Do you get it? Bisexuality, attraction to more than one gender. Pansexuality, attraction to anyone regardless of gender. It's mainly feelings-based and personality-based. Thanks for the panphobia. Thank you.
Okay. Okay.
What is it on TikTok with the cackling they're always doing?
That's a meme. So again, doesn't understand the culture of the website he's going to, and secondly, this is a kid. This is a kid, and Matt Walsh has decided that, like, oh, I need to make fun of this kid.
These girls on TikTok, I don't want to make any assumptions, but these girls on TikTok, they're always
you just did.
cackling.
You just did. What do you mean?
I'm not sure what that is exactly.
I hate this
And
shit.
why do they always edit the video so that it cuts out the last word they said before the end? But anyway, panphobia, she says. Yes, we have panphobia now. There are people out there who have a phobia of pansexuals, apparently. I mean, sure, I run into this thing all the time. Haven't we all seen people running through the streets? Oh no, the pansexuals are coming! It's a pansexual! On second thought, I haven't run into that at all because nobody can have a phobia of pansexuals because that's a made-up thing. It's like being afraid of a pansexual is like being afraid of Peter Pan. It's
I'm getting lost. I'm getting lost. I don't actually know what he's talking about now. So, panphobia doesn't exist because apparently, according to him, pan people don't exist. But we've just seen multiple people who identify as pansexual. But so they obviously exist. And if they exist, then it is technically possible. Like this isn't even an argument. This is just a bunch of, again, a bunch of unconnected lines. Is he half asleep while speaking? Well, we have a theory. We have a theory that he's got like a Quaalude supplier, and so he's just fucking taking him by the goddamn fucking handful. This guy's just pounding tranquilizers just constantly. That's our theory. Our theory is that like there's so much tranquilizer in his blood that like he's been existing in a twilight for the last fucking like 15 years. Yeah, it's definitely Quaaludes. Come on, it's definitely that. He's pounding the fucking ludes, dude.
It's an imaginary thing. Well, let's keep going here. Maybe we could find a video that makes sense of all of this. And I'm already just looking at the image here, and I feel like this is a person who can illuminate and enlighten us all. Let's watch.
Nice.
Watch.
Guess what, f***ers? My patience has run out. Pansexuality is not inherently biphobic. They are both valid sexualities. Both of them. And
Wow.
while, yes,
Base.
I have
True.
seen pansexual people use that label for questionable reasons, they pretty quickly get it once you explain things to them. They do. And not only that, but do you know who likes to use specific or micro labels? Neurodivergent people. Sometimes we just have to do whatever we can to feel safe and comfortable. And using a more specific label can be our outlet for that. If you took all that energy you
Oh
spend...
yeah, I noticed Vosh pointed that out. Vosh covered this TikTok. I think this specific TikTok and not like a video reaction to it. It is a little weird, but I think that's just a setting though. I don't think I don't even know that it, like I think that's just a TikTok setting.
People biphobic and saying they're performing bi erasure and just educated them, there would be less biphobia. There would be less bi erasure. Because you've explained it, and people will know the difference.
I mean, true,
I've had it with you guys. Jesus.
That was a safety pin.
Okay.
In hers, that individual's face, right?
Do you see how meaninglessly cruel and obnoxious Matt Walsh has to be to have any commentary whatsoever? Do you recognize that? You realize that he literally, like, I just want you to know, like, notice, this person literally has the word them tattooed onto their neck. They have the word them tattooed on their neck. And this guy just goes out of his way to be as obnoxious as possible. And that's the thing at the end of the day. See, most conservatives, and especially conservative propagandists like Matt Walsh, are just truly obnoxious people. They're people who literally cannot have normal human interactions with other people. They just don't know. They don't know how. They won't. They refuse to.
Had it with you guys. Jesus.
That was a safety pin in hers, that individual's face, right? That was a safety pin? That's what I thought. Anyway, pansexuality is not inherently biphobic. Did you hear that? Pansexuality is not inherently biphobic. And this settles the age-old debate. I think it was in fact, Aristotle who was the first to postulate that pansexuality is not inherently biphobic. So I'm glad that we've established that. He also says that we need to, or rather, the individual...
Wait, that joke doesn't work. That joke didn't work. I don't know. That is weird. I don't know why he has a bi-colored alien in there. That's a little strange. But also, that joke didn't work. Wouldn't Aristotle have sorted it if Aristotle said that and the person in the video was quoting it? Do you want to know why I nitpick jokes, everybody? Look, let's take a second here. Let's take a little breather from Matt Walsh. Do you know why I nitpick jokes when I'm watching these shows? The reason is because I hate bad comedy, okay? I fucking hate bad comedy. I hate it. I hate it when people are painfully unfunny, especially when they think that they're funny. There is nothing worse than somebody who thinks that they're funny being painfully unfunny. This joke fails. It fails in its structure. It's not funny. It's at best a reference to Aristotle, which isn't funny. Oh, Aristotle is old, so he said something. That's not a joke. That is just a non sequitur. It makes no sense. You are just saying, I know that Aristotle is a person who existed and that he existed a long time ago. I hate bad comedy. God, I hate bad comedy. Okay? I'm nitpicking what boils down to a nitpick. Yes, I'm nitpicking the nitpicking. Okay? Because here's the thing. If there is nothing wrong, look, I of all people know, as a glorified React streamer, I know there's nothing wrong with reaction. There's no reaction content, I mean, not reactionaryism, whatever, fucking, you know what I mean. There is nothing wrong with React comedy, okay? It can be really funny. But if you're gonna do React stuff, you should react in a way that's funny. You should add something to it, or critical in a meaningful way. Not just sit there and make non sequiturs that vaguely take the shape of what a joke might look like if you were a baby trying to think of a joke. But that's Matt Walsh's entire thing. He doesn't have jokes. He doesn't think. He has memorized a small set of facts, which he regurgitates. Most of them are actually not correct facts, but he has these in his head and he regurgitates them over. And I fucking hate it. I can't stand it. It drives me just batty, okay?
That pansexuality is not inherently biphobic, so I'm glad that we've established that. He also says that we need to, or rather, the individual, so I honestly really have no idea, but this person says that we need to fight bi erasers. I'm not sure what a bi eraser is. It might be the kind that erases both.
Bi erasure. This is another. Oh God, this is so stupid. This is literally not. This is a below a dad joke. Literal. Oh my God, it's below a dad joke. Bi erasers. Oh, this word sounds like another word. Oh my God, it's painful. Do you ever get worried You know, sometimes I look at the types of jokes that people find funny, the things that people find funny, and I get worried. I get worried for the state of humanity. Because if you find this funny, what else do you find funny? What is going on in your head that would make you find this type of thing funny? It is, and yet, we scroll down, 153,000 views. Now, only 11K likes, so, okay. But 153,000 people watched this goddamn video. And he made a joke about what's a bi eraser. Ha 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 ha. That's not even a dad joke. That's not even a fucking dad joke.
Pencil and pen, I'm not sure. Somehow I'm just feeling more confused the more that we watch. Let's try one more to see if maybe this will finally...
Please, let's not.
Make everything make sense for us.
It won't. You're not smart enough.
What's the difference between omnisexual and pansexual? Omnisexual people like all genders, while pansexual people like people based on their personality. So yes, they both like all genders. But gender is more relevant to omnisexual people than pansexual people. Most of the time, pansexual people are blind to gender, while most of the time, omnisexual people are not blind to it. Comment any genders or sexualities you want me to explain and compare. Like for per 5.
So now we have omnisexual too. So we got bisexual, pansexual, omnisexual.
Okay. And so what? You have simply stated that 3 words have been introduced here. Okay. So what? You've picked a random kid's TikTok and you're just tearing into it, saying nothing.
All to describe people who are attracted to either gender, or regardless of gender, or inclusive of gender, or in spite of gender, or whatever.
Okay.
This cannot possibly get more redundant or arbitrary or absurd.
I'm demisexual. I only feel sexual attraction when I form an emotional connection. If there's no strong bond, it's not an option. Get to know me. I'm demisexual.
Oh, that one was a little cringy. All right, that was a little cringy. The dance and the song was... Okay, that was a little much. But again, it's just a TikTok, dude. It's just a TikTok.
Yeah, you're a woman, in other words. So you want to have a strong bond with someone in a...
Dude, what the fuck?
Just like my wife, am I right? I sure love grilling.
But let's be real. Matt Walsh can't sell the grill dad because there is no chance in hell that this guy ever grills anything. If he does, he'd probably fall asleep and grill his own face. This guy 100% hires a maid to grill stuff for him. And then he'll post a picture of him standing next to the grill and be like, "Grilling this summer. It's getting hot out here, like as hot as the hot dogs that I'm cooking." And then he walks away, he posts that on social media, and then his maid continues to fucking cook the shit for him.
In order to be attracted to them. So that's just like every woman that has ever existed. You just call yourself that. That's fine too. Okay. You know, I said I'm more confused the more that we watch these, but I'm actually not. I'm being facetious. I know exactly what's going on here. It's not confusing at all. People have defined their identity and meaning and purpose and entire personality and their existence by these sexual labels. And this is what happens when you do that. I mean, the ironic thing is that, you know, they're trying to escape labels.
I guess, Nibiru.
Escape what they call a rigid binary. And they can't escape it because the binary is natural. It's biological.
Do you see what I said about he has a whole bunch of facts, many of which are not actually true? This is exactly what I'm talking about. They're wrong because the binary is natural. No, my dude, it really is not. That is not how reality works. You are in denial of reality. See, the thing is, people who actually know what they're talking about have researched this and have concluded that you are incorrect. You are incorrect. You are wrong. Sex and gender does not exist on a binary, but gender especially does not exist on a binary. You are just wrong. You could say it all you want, but you are just wrong. You're incorrect. It's not true. It's objectively not true.
But what they found in their flight from labels is a whole bunch of additional labels. So now they're more labeled than they've ever been and they're arguing with each other over the finest little distinctions.
Yeah, so who cares?
And I guess they
why do you care? Who cares? Let them talk to each other. Let these people on the internet talk to each other. Why do you fucking care?
take comfort in that.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Why do you care? Oh, you care because you need to gawk and generate in your audience a passive disdain and hatred for trans people, for queer people. You need gay people and queer people to look foolish so that your audience can feel comfortable in hating them. That's what you need. That's why you care. That's it. You don't care about any of these issues. You just want them to look bad. We see you. We see what you're up to, buddy.
Easier to adopt a label than it is to develop a personality and find actual meaning in your life.
Says Matt Walsh. Can anybody tell me what Matt Walsh's personality is? Looking at this, what is Matt Walsh's personality? Can anybody tell me real quick what Matt Walsh's personality is? Well, he's got an alien in the background. He's got a bisexual flag alien in the background. That's kind of cool. Yeah, mid-40s sadness. Soy. Yeah. His personality is the least interesting person on the planet. You can't even see what he's got in his background because he does this stupid blur bullshit. You can't even see a single item in the background. It's an inflatable rainbow alien, huh? Oh, well, that's a little weird. I don't get what it means. Oh, well. Yeah, we do know, okay, that's true. He does have one personality trait, and that is he is a consent violator. He did say that openly in his video. He literally said, I violate my children's consent all the time. Those were his words. Those are his words, by the way. So, yes, he is that. You got me on that, chat. You got me. He does have at least one personality trait.
Binary. And they can't escape it because the binary is natural. It's biological. But what they found in their flight from labels is a whole bunch of additional labels. So now they're more labeled than they've ever been, and they're arguing with each other over the finest little distinctions.
Personality, criminal, yeah.
And I guess they take comfort in that because it is easier to adopt a label than it is to develop a personality and find actual meaning in your life. Also, as we've seen in some of these videos, having a label like this gives you an excuse to dress like a character from a Tim Burton movie.
No, it doesn't. Okay, with all due respect, has this guy ever been... No, I mean, we know he hasn't. He's never left suburbia, right? This guy's never met goths. This guy's never met emos. This guy's never met juggalos. This guy's never met anybody. Has this guy ever even been to a mall? Even in suburban malls, there are goth shops. So what the fuck is he talking about? Again, just absolute bullshit. There's nothing of value that ever comes out of this guy's mouth. God, it's so frustrating.
There's white things in the air.
And that, in the end, I think is the real point.
That's the point? The point is, wait, that in the end is the real point. So in the end, the real point is they want to dress like Tim Burton characters. Okay, so what's wrong with that? Okay. Again, Matt Walsh fails even
one of the great things
even as far as conservatives go. Matt Walsh fails to even establish his arguments. He doesn't actually know what he's saying. Oh my God, open marriage, is it okay? Oh my God. Oh, he did a trans one. Holy shit.
So we know
we got to see this one. Oh my God, we have to see this one. Matt Walsh reacts to the benefits of dating trans women. Oh, we have to see this. Holy shit, please.
We live in an enlightened age when it comes to our understanding of gender. And by enlightened, I mean insane and confused. We're told.
What do you mean? Okay, we got off to a good start. But let's be real. The most offensive thing that Matt Walsh has said so far is that anybody else is confused, because Matt Walsh is the most perpetually confused individual. If you were to tell me that Matt Walsh's set was built in a dementia ward, I would believe you. I would not even doubt you. if you were to tell me that, that is how confused Matt Walsh is. If someone was to tell me that Matt Walsh has actually never met another human and that he exists in a parody version of the Truman Show, I would believe you. I would not even ask a second question. That's how confused Matt Walsh always is.
Men are women and women are men, and some women are men and women.
No.
And some men are men and women and like armadillos or whatever. But the trans agenda has run into a kind of a problem, which is sort of interesting. We're supposed to see men as women if they call themselves.
What? Do you see what I'm talking about? The confusion. No one there is confused. He's confused. Matt Walsh is confused himself, and he gets mad at other people for confusing him, basically. He's like, I am angry that your thinking made my head hurt. That is Matt Walsh's entire thing. Oh, can you stop thinking so much? It's making my head hurt.
Women, but they aren't really women, and other men know that.
What?
And if other men are heterosexual, then they aren't going to be attracted to a man just because he says he's a woman. So that
what are you
presents a real
talking
problem.
about? No, it doesn't. What are you talking about? What are you fucking talking about? None of this even makes sense.
Blame heterosexual men for wanting biological females. That's how they're oriented. It's their orientation. It's their identity.
Hey, guess what? Every single porn statistic. This is just a fun little side note. I know what he's getting at. He didn't explain it well. What he's trying to say is that straight men aren't attracted to trans people. That's what he's trying to say. That's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that straight men aren't attracted to trans women. But we all know that's a goddamn lie, don't we? Do we know? Do we know what one of the most popular, if not the most popular, porn category is among straight men? We do, don't we? Uh-oh. 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 Looks like you're wrong, my friend. As it turns out, straight men love girl dick. Oh my God, do they love girl dick. They can't get enough of it. They can't fucking get enough of it. And you're just mad. You're just mad that that's the case. This is feels over facts. This is feels over reals. It's true, though.
Identity, you know? And that's the conundrum that the gender warriors find themselves in.
No, they don't.
And they're always trying to find a way out of it. One way out of it is to simply berate heterosexual men and demand that they be attracted
Prediction. There will not be a single instance of berating heterosexual men in this entire video, but he will take it as such. Because, see, Matt Walsh is, at the end of the day, a giant confused snowflake. We've talked about how stupid he is. We've talked about how he talks. He has chapped ass lips that are disgusting, and he really should have them looked at because he's starting to look like a hollow from Dark Souls. Like, you know, like a dried up bag of bones. But what we really haven't talked about yet is how at the end of the day, in addition to being unfunny, in addition to having dry ass lips and having no personality, Matt Walsh is also a triggered little snowflake who whines about everything and takes every single conversation as a personal attack, even if that attack doesn't have any, even if that conversation doesn't have anything to do with him. AKA he's a man-child.
Trans people. That's one thing you could do. Find them attractive, damn you! Be attracted to these people! Another strategy is what you find in this video that we're
just
gonna play
the
for you
definition of making up, just the definition of making up a trans woman to be angry at.
Now, person goes by the name Dawn Marie. This is a transgender person who identifies as a woman, explaining.
She goes by Dawn Marie. This is a trans woman. Do you see how again performatively cruel he is for no reason? We haven't even seen the video yet.
Just kind of laying out a case for why straight men should date so-called trans women. In fact, the case being made here is that straight men are better off dating biological males who identify as women. Let's give it a watch.
Today we're going to talk about the reasons and the benefits of dating a transgender woman.
Wait, no, look, what did I tell you? Immediately, literally immediately, my prophecy was made true. The video is not talking about how it's better to date trans women. It's just saying here are some of the benefits. Jesus Christ. Look at this. Look at this guy's expression. Just look at his face. As always, we have the Lord of Patriarchy problem. Look at this guy. Absolute just purple bags around his eyes, chapped ass lips, his fucking 5 o'clock shadow coming in, his thinning fucking hairline, and this guy's gonna try and judge this beautiful woman over here. What a sad piece of shit. What a fucking hollow.
And why we are probably most likely, I don't want to be biased, but why we're probably most likely a better candidate of dating than, like, you know, your average bish. The first reason being, we are strong individuals. We've had to endure a lot.
True.
You know, within our life.
True,
and
we have.
We've been through a lot. And it just makes us stronger people, and it makes us really sweet. You go through as much as a trans woman who's been, like, either kicked out of her home or she's been beat up by people, by bullies and stuff. She's gonna be a very, very loving, caring person because she doesn't want anybody to feel what she's been through, you know? So she's gonna be super sweet, and she's just gonna be a loving person.
He's got nothing. Here we go. Ready for a non sequitur? Here we go.
So females aren't strong? Biological women are not strong is what I'm getting at this? Or sorry, not female. I believe the scientific term, I wrote it down here, being used here is average bitch.
Nothing! He's got nothing! Literally nothing! He had to completely make up nonsense in order to even respond to it. Nothing! The guy has nothing going up in his head. Just no neurons firing. Just, okay, let me reach into the hat and grab a couple of non sequiturs. I was so correct.
Damn! To describe biological women. And that's okay. Okay,
Thank you for the tier 1 sub, Mystic Miltank. Appreciate it very much. Always viewer supported. Thank you very much.
Be insulted. You can't be insulted, ladies. And if you are insulted, you're not allowed to say so because.
Do you think even a single woman made a video about this video? I bet like one woman in the UK, some like 80-year-old bat, made a video about this in the UK on Turf Island. But the rest is fucking dudes like this who are going, "Oh, I'm so mad."
That's the lesson, remember? That's if you're being insulted and degraded by a trans person, then if they're invading your privacy, even if they're going into your locker room or your bathroom and you're thinking, gee, I'd rather have privacy, all you're allowed to do is smile and say thank you. So when you're being insulted right now, that is female empowerment.
What? What are you talking
right here.
about? What is this guy talking
about? Series of
about?
Insults. And it continues and gets worse. Let's keep
That
watching.
wasn't
For why you
There wasn't an insult. There wasn't a single insult. Where was the insult?
Date a trans woman instead. I'm just kidding. We are more appreciative of the small things. We don't need you to, like, you know, go buy us an expensive lunch or, you know, spend $100 on something for me to be happy. We just want you to, like, hold our hands in public. We just want you to be happy that you're with us. Like, you know, little things like holding our hand in public can make us super happy because, you know, there are people out there that want to hide us. So, you know, we're easy to please. We don't have like super unobtainable like standards. Like we do have standards. I don't want to make it sound like we don't have standards, but you know, we are not just like stuck up and like bougie and just wanting the world from you. We just appreciate the small things. Get it where I'm living.
Okay, so I'm taking notes here, and I'm trying to, you know, just make sure.
Really? Where's the notes? Let me see your note. I want to see his notes. You want to know what his note looks like? You're gonna open up the page and you're gonna see a drawing, a childlike drawing of a dinosaur with an enormous dick. That's what his notes page looks like.
That I'm listening and I'm being a good student. So biological women are weak materialistic, stuck-up, bougie. That's what I'm gathering here. And I'm not saying that. Our friend Don Marie is saying that. So far,
this guy is the most performatively offended piece of shit I've ever seen. I've never seen someone, you said something nice about yourself? That means you're attacking me. You're attacking me and all the other women in the world. Oh, you're so mean. He doesn't sell it. You know who would do this video good? I hate to say this, but Milo Yiannopoulos would do this video good, because Milo Yiannopoulos would be like, oh my God, did you just call all women bougie? That is just, I won't handle the judgment. I just won't handle the judgment. But Matt Walsh here is like, I think she said that cis women are stuck up or something. It's offensive.
This is just a parade
this guy is
of
fucking
insults
phoning it in from the tomb
against women, and there's not so much of a real case. It's like we're not getting over the hump. I was looking for a better word to use there, and I couldn't find it, so I just went with hump. We're not really getting over the hump here of this difficulty of how do you get around the fact that a heterosexual male is actually wants a female. That's sort of like the whole point, really. Sexually, if you're a heterosexual male. So we haven't gotten to that part yet. Maybe we will. Let's keep watching.
Number 3 for why it is beneficial to date a transgender woman is not all guys want to have kids. Believe it or not, right now I'm talking to a guy who doesn't want to have kids. And that's where I actually got this little pointer from. We can't get pregnant, which means we don't have periods either. So a lot of guys don't want kids. There's so much pressure to have a kid when there's a guy and a female, in a relationship. There's like, oh, well, now hurry it up.
Hannibal.
Once you get married, have some kids.
You know it, Hannibal.
Not all guys want kids. So, if you don't want kids, we're the perfect candidate for you. Like, at first I was like, maybe I'm sad because I want to have my own children too. But, whatever. Like, I'll keep my body nice and toned and fit and, keep it stretch mark free. I do have stretch marks on the side of my booty because it's growing.
I just feel my brain cells committing Harry Carey.
I don't even think I need to say anything. I don't think I need to say anything. Just an absolute moron. Just a painfully stupid individual.
They're committing ritualistic suicide in protest for subjecting them to this. No offense. So update the list. Biological women are weak, materialistic, stuck up, bougie, stretch mark riddled. That's what. Again, that's the portrait. Rather, I should say the cartoon of women that's being presented to us here, and not just here. The left's entire agenda when it comes to gender rests on this kind of thing.
No, it doesn't.
By the way, trans women, quote unquote, can't get pregnant. Is that what you're saying? Correct. That's true. I mean, that is finally some good information. We got one fact in here, and that's good. That's biologically correct information. But why do you think that is?
It's a man, baby.
Oh, see, you've got.
So you heard it here, everybody. The only type of people. By the way, thank you, Silax. I appreciate that. The only type of people in Matt Walsh's peanut mind, in his walnut shell that he calls his skull, The only type of people who can't get pregnant are men, which means it's interesting how this always works out, right? That at the end of the day, trans misogyny and misogyny, there's a reason why they call it trans misogyny, right? Whoops, can't have kids? You're not a real woman. Whoopsies. Oh, whoopsies. Not that he cares.
Let's think about this for a second. All biological women can get pregnant, barring old age or disease.
Uh-oh. 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 Oh, he's trying. He's trying.
Right? So, in other words...
Yeah, fertility, by the way, just so you know, this is completely stupid. Do you know how hard... Do you know that there are entire clinics in nearly every single city of the world that are fertility clinics? Because as it turns out, it's not always easy to get pregnant.
Possible, biological women can get pregnant. On the other hand, quote-unquote trans women can never get pregnant, ever, under any circumstance. Huh. I mean, it's almost like we have two different categories of people here. And there's a word for...
Oh, yeah, we do. Yep. You have people who can get pregnant and people who can't. And according to Matt, all people who can't get pregnant are definitionally men. This is how stupid Matt Walsh's brain is. This is just, I mean, just look at this. If you read his statements back to him, they're absurd. They're motherfucking stupid.
For that, what's the word? Where you've got two potential categories, and so you know, on one hand you have people who can get pregnant, on the other hand you have people who can't get pregnant, and what is it when you got two different categories? Oh, binary. Yeah, so it's almost as if we have a binary system here.
Oh, wait a minute. So you mean the numerous animals on the planet that have more than two sexes? You mean that none of them can get pregnant? This is so stupid. His argument is so unbelievably dumb. What he's trying to say is that if there is a sex that can get pregnant, that must mean that there are only two sexes. But that is not true. We know that there are multiple animals that have multiple sexes. So he's wrong on every single point he brings up. Yes, and male seahorses can get pregnant. They put babies in their belly. Well, Demon Lord, you know what that means? That means that trans woman is, according to Matt Walsh's logic, the only real trans woman.
People who can get impregnated and people who can impregnate.
Oh, wait a minute. He's doing the meme? I'm sorry to keep being a pause Andy over here, but this guy is literally doing the meme that he says, that they say the left does. You know when the left say childbearing person? He's doing that right now. He's saying that there are non-pregos and there are pregos. Literally so stupid. So painfully stupid.
That's almost what it seems like. I don't know. I got to think more about this. But all right, let's finish this up.
Number 4 would be that we know a man's needs more than your average girl. Reason that being is because we've been on the other side, if you're catching my drift. 5, ho.
Oh, he's getting hot around the collar. Look at that, everybody. This is the truest sign ever. Look at this. Watch him pop a boner in real time. Just watch this. I want you to watch him pop a boner in real time. Watch.
That we know a man's needs more than your average girl. Reason that being is because we've been on the other side.
Hold on, I need to hide my camera. Hold on. Watch this. Watch Matt's expression here. Just watch it.
If you're catching my drift.
He's a big heavy swallow, a big gasp. He's like
I feel like number 5 is because trans women are more feminine and make more of an effort. The reason that being is because we're making up for
this is a bit of a bad take here, lady. This one's silly. This one's silly.
For what we lacked in our previous life, and you know, we care about our appearance, and we just want to look spruced up and feminine at all times. Guys love that. Guys appreciate it. I heard from a few guys that I've dated, like,
this one's a miss,
I
lady.
really appreciate
Sorry, John.
trans
This one's a
women
miss.
because they actually take the time to get ready and don't take advantage of being a woman. Oh my God, this hair is getting on my nerves right here. You guys actually like take the time and effort to be feminine and to be girly, and you guys aren't trying to like step all over our toes all the time.
Okay, well, let's final update to the list. Biological women are weak, materialistic, stuck-up, bougie, fat, stretch mark riddled, lazy, unfeminine.
Damn!
But other than that, great. And Dawn, I got to tell you, the people you're dating who compliment you on taking so long to get ready, those are called gay men.
What?
And a hint that they're gay is that they're dating a biological male. So that's...
Oh, what a lame... Oh, my God. I thought he was going to try and do some sort of gotcha. I thought he was going to try to put together a joke. Dude, that was so fucking lazy. Holy shit. That doesn't even make sense. Dude, that doesn't even make any sense. Why would a gay man be attracted to an incredibly feminine person? Idiot. Moron.
Really kind of a dead giveaway right there. But if you need more, no straight man anywhere, ever,
not right now, Fawn,
is eager for their wife or their girlfriend to take more time to get ready. That just doesn't... No straight man, when their woman comes out of the bathroom after 98 minutes and you're late for your dinner reservations, none of them are saying, wow, honey, thank you for putting so much effort into your appearance. Unless they're being sarcastic. No, straight men are pounding on the door saying, hey, babe, just throw on some sweatpants. We gotta go. Let's go. That's a straight man. It really is amazing.
So wait, let me get this straight. In Matt's head, straight guys aren't attracted to femininity. They don't like feminine women. Straight guys like masculine women, and gay guys like feminine women. Wait, I'm not the hot tub streamer. Hi. Hi, Doe. I don't know. I'm a little confused. I think there's some, again, remember when I started this video by saying that Matt, the cosmic irony of Matt Walsh claiming that other people are confused is just, it's something. It's something, okay? It's something.
The claim here is that biological men identifying as women are not only feminine, but more feminine. They are better at being women than women are. That's the message these days.
True! Am I right? Woohoo! Yeah, trans supremacy. Am I right? Oh, yeah. We're better. We're better than you at being everything. We're better at you than being men. We're better at you than being women. We're better than you at being neither. We own you. And you know it, Matt. You know it. You're afraid of us. That's why you have to make videos desperately trying to convince people not to suck our amazing cocks. But you've lost. You've lost, Matt. I'm very sorry. Except I'm not. I'm glad that you lost. Anyway, let's return to the previously planned programming.
The message is, if you're a woman, as a woman, you can do anything except be a woman, because men are better suited for that role.
What?
So what do we have here, all told? Just to summarize. We have a bunch of insulting generalizations and stereotypes.
Totally.
Along with a huge misunderstanding about the nature of women and the desires of heterosexual men.
Oh, totally.
That's what we have. And that, in fact, is what the whole
Screen's
of
not
left-wing
frozen.
gender theory is built upon.
My screen
Other
isn't
than that,
frozen. No, it isn't.
great content. Well, thanks for watching the
That
video,
was it?
guys.
That's
and
all he had? That was the entire thing? Wow. Pathetic. Honestly, sad. Honestly, just pathetic. Just absolutely pathetic. But what I learned, the takeaway that I had from this is that gay men like women and straight men like men. So there you have it. Being a normal straight man Matt Walsh will turn off his camera and immediately rail his husband in the ass to prove how straight he is. So there you have it. There you have it. There you have it, folks. We've learned. We've learned today. All right, we got enough time for one more conservative react. So we got to figure it out. But, Fawn, get in here. Come on in here. Let's share this fucking cigarette. Come on, Fawn. And while we find ourselves a conservative to react to. Shall we stop in it? Let's see if John Doyle has published anything. I think John Doyle is gone. John Doyle, but John Doyle hasn't published anything in a while. Oh shit. Oh shit, he's got a new video. We've got a John Doyle to do. Oh, we got a John Doyle. Oh, he's not gone yet. You gonna say hi to chat, or are you just gonna block this for me, please? There you go. Fawn is here now. So, yeah, we got Doyle. We got Doyle time. Yeah, Fawn has really cute bangs. I agree. It's Doylin time. Are you ready to Doyle your pants? Because we're about to do some John Doyle. More like John Soil. Soil. Breadwave says, "Oh damn, you cute. Are you gonna stand for this?"
Yeah. No, I'm kneeling actually.
I get it. Well, I can't put John Doyle on the speakers, and we don't have the splitter yet, so in the future you'll be able to. But for now, you'll just have to sit down and listen to me blast your ears open with John Doyle. Let's do it. Let's do this. Shall we? Shall we, chat? With no more further ado, how the future can be ours. America, hashtag epic, hashtag so true. 5 new conservative policies to take our country back. And it opens with a clip of the Joker. Awesome. I can't wait. Oh, I can't wait. Off to a good start, indeed. Come on. That's right, John. Kiss your sister.
John Doyle in. Heck off, commie.
Hello there, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Heck Off Commie. It is good to be back. New studio mode activated. Content.
Whoa!
Oh man.
He's gone full soil mode.
Oh bro.
He's got the soy redditor beard and everything. Oh my god. Oh, his room sucks. This sign sucks. His room is worse than before. But it still has the shitty walls. So what did he actually change? He was gone for like 2 months.
What the fuck? Oh my god, his stupid thing at the front.
Oh yeah, here, look.
Going their own way.
Yeah, I think he's in MGTOW now. The future is male. The future is male. Uh-oh. Looks like John Doyle is the one who doesn't believe that women should be able to get pregnant. He believes that he wants that MPreg. That's what he wants.
Mode activated. We're very excited about it. I hope you are as well. And we're still fine-tuning everything as far as the shots and the lights and the audio goes, all that stuff. So this probably isn't the ultimate and optimal setup for the new studio, but we'll get it locked down as we go along. We'll make it better. This is not even my final form, and such was the case with the last.
I'm sorry. I know. Pause it. I'm doing pause Andy already. Listen. No matter how long of a beard this guy grows, he will never stop looking like a tiny boy. I think he's gonna be an 80-year-old man, and he's gonna look like Benjamin Button.
He's like Report of the Week, but less wholesome.
Yeah, he's like an uglier Report of the Week. Hey, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub 10-minute lungs. Thank you very much for the $5 Morg Porg. Appreciate that a lot. Thank you so much. He'll bald by 30. I don't think it'll matter. He'll just look like a baby. Like babies don't have hair. He's gonna look like a baby at 30. It's just, I'm calling it.
Studio as well, so we anticipated this, but the problem is that very few others will take this into account. So gotta get used to the new setup, gotta tweak the colors and the lights and the angles and stuff as we go along. Maybe one day we'll even unlock camera 3, the forbidden angle, who knows. But anyways, we're going to get into this list here, and I do have to say that I've enjoyed the time off because
I said no, I said Review Bra was hotter than John Doyle. I wasn't hating on Review Bro.
Is cute.
Yeah, Review Bro is cute.
Because it's allowed for things to sort of like ferment intellectually. And I'd estimate that I probably got about 9% smarter in the time off, so that's cool. And I'll explain my absence at the end of the video so that we can just get right into it now. But just rest assured that there is a method to my madness. The HOC network has expanded to be larger than ever before. We have people everywhere. We have them in media and government and local government, and we have their attention. We are literally the heck-off communist octopus, just have our tentacles everywhere, which of course is necessary because we're trying to shift our country in the right direction. And to do that, we need to have the attention of powerful people, along with, of course, making ourselves
so he's
as powerful
Stalin?
as possible.
So
And
he's Stalin?
That's going to get into the
Is that what he's saying? He's Stalin is what he's trying to say?
first thing that I want to talk about before we get into the list, which is institutional power, the necessity and urgency of institutional power. I'm going to monologue about that for a bit here, and then we'll get into the list of 5 policies that I've aggregated. We're going to do 10 of them at first, but it's been a while, so we're going to have to microdose.
I gotta say another thing. He's out of focus. This sucks for him, but he's out of focus. Look at how soft this focus is. This is in HD, and he's fucking out of focus. Fucking loser. And he's not doing this live. This is a fucking pre-recorded show. How did they not catch that? So, the focus is on Jesus? Is that intentional? I just think he's stupid.
Doyle. But some of them might confuse you, some of them you might disagree with, but I will explain why. They are absolutely imperative, and some of them are even below the radar to where we could probably get these into the mainstream discussion and even enacted in certain states within like the next 2 years. But first, we must address the elephant in the room, which is that Father's Day is right around the corner. And we all know that dads are very difficult to shop for because male nature typically dictates that if we want something, we just go get it. So every year, you're panicking like...
Male nature. Hey, I club thing on head. No thinky. Silent says, no, it wasn't intentional. It's just that the bobblehead looks more like an adult human. An adult human. All right, I like it. Good
what
one.
do I get for my dad? I understand this frustration. I do. When I shop for the women in my life, my gifts are so good. I make them cry. They collapse to the ground. The concoction of thoughtfulness, joy, surprise, presentation, it's literally too much for their brains to handle.
The last gift that John Doyle made a woman cry with was his own fucking foreskin. He probably was just like, I make women cry with my gifts all the time. They love it. Here's my cum jar. This was from when I held in my cum for 13 months.
So they just start short-circuiting. But with dads, it's like, what does this man want that he doesn't already have? I'll tell you what he wants. He wants things that exist as accessories to things that he already has. Your mom has dreams of learning to play the violin and
so
seamster sing.
Men just let me get it straight from John Doyle here. Men just want to accessorize. That's what he wants. He's saying men, they love accessories. Listen, the one thing I know about manly men is they love to accessorize. Okay, thank you, John Doyle. Thank you for reminding me of the truth.
Not your dad. Your dad doesn't want you to give him a new hobby for Father's Day because then it's not a gift, it is a chore. Let him do his own thing, help out if you can. And given the events of the last 18 months and frankly the last decade or so, I would wager that your dad is one of the nearly 5 million new gun owners and maybe even lives in one of the half of states in this country signing constitutional carry into law. And so I must point out to you that one company has emerged as the leader in everyday carry, and that is We the People holsters. We the People holsters are 100% American made and custom molded to fit your exact firearm for a quick, smooth drop.
With hippy hosted.
Oh my god, he's got a fucking
Love it.
holster.
I love it. Oh my god, I'm
with
loving
thousands of options to choose from, plus a selection of custom printed holsters.
Oh, you can even get it. You can get them customized. Are you serious?
To find just the right fit for your lifestyle, plus their proprietary clip allows you to customize the cant and ride for a comfortable fit you can wear all day. But that's not all.
Well, plug my butt and call me Charlie.
Check out their complete line of patriotic shirts.
Listen, if you don't think those are cute, that's between you and the Moon Sister.
They're 100% American-made tactical gun belt with the proprietary talent buckle and premium line of bacon jerky. Go to wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle right now. Get an additional $10 off with the offer code Doyle at checkout. Every holster comes with a lifetime guarantee. If it's not a perfect fit, send it back for a full refund. It's not even a big deal. wethepeopleholsters.com. That is wethepeopleholsters.com/Doyle. Promo code Doyle. Very epic. Anyways, we are less than a year into the Biden.
Nah, Doyle, you don't get to do a self-plug without me doing a self-plug. If you're here and you're liking the show, if you're laughing, if you're coming, if you're whatever you're doing, you want to make sure that you slam that motherfucking subscribe button. Just click through on the video. Yeah, look, Fawn tells you to subscribe. Yeah, you gotta subscribe and make sure that you like it and join the goddamn Discord.
Share.
All right, hold on a second. Hold on just a second. Hold on a minute. You're getting ahead of yourself. Wow. Go ahead. Get over here and at least do the plug. If you're gonna plug it, plug it. You plug it. I'm not plugging it. I'm stepping back. You plug it.
Oh, you gotta subscribe to Mama and hit like and hit retweet and hit the little heart button and hit all the thumbs up buttons. You gotta tell all your friends.
Follow me on Twitter. Join the Discord.
Yeah, especially
it's right
that.
there. You're not gonna say anything cool about the Discord?
The Discord is
wait,
cool
report,
and there's cool people in it.
Report real quick on the state of memes on the Discord. The memes on the Discord pretty goddamn good, aren't they? Not your. Well, you like. All right, never mind. Don't listen to Fawn. Fawn's gonna undersell the memes. The memes is great. Okay.
They're
Listen,
good.
Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. You're underselling the show. Get out of here. Get the hell out of here. What the fuck? God damn. Just getting undercut on my own show. Excuse me. The Discord's great. Discord.gg/DemonMama. Join it.
Administration, and things are getting much worse at a much quicker pace than we anticipated.
Oh, totally, dude.
I don't need to remind you. Inflation, gas prices, housing bubble, censorship, targeting political opposition with federal police, etc. The point being that if you are tired of losing and you actually care about your country, then you need to understand and be comfortable with
If you're tired of constantly losing like I am,
knowledge that we are going to have to break free from the fake conservatism of the last several decades that got us here in the first place. It does not make any sense to continue to run the same plays that have literally never worked for you at any point, obviously. And so as we get into some of these policies, you might think to yourself, well, now wait a minute, well, that doesn't sound very conservative to me.
Oh, the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result.
And there are two things that I will say to that. Firstly, conservatism properly understood is simply that which conserves the traditional American society. That is the ends. It is not an allegiance to abstract principles or means, it is an allegiance to the ends, to actually conserving something. And in case you need a reminder, we have failed to conserve anything.
Oh, it's so bad! The second angle is even worse! Oh no, how did he manage to make the side angle even worse? Dude, why do you do a lower side angle? It is in focus. Okay, credit where credit is due. It's in focus. At least this idiot got it in focus. But what is this angle? This looks like, you know what this reminds me of? I'm sorry, I have to do this. Here you go. Here you go. I'm sorry, I have to do this. I have to do it. I gotta do it to you. I'm sorry, I have to do it to you. Here we go. It's this. It's this, everybody. You know what time it is.
This was me, Brian Butterfield, 6 months ago before starting my diet plan. But just look at me now. I feel like a new man thanks to the Butterfield diet. The results have been incredible.
No one here.
Oh, sorry. The results have been incredible. Okay.
It's that part right there. That specific part. The results have been incredible. No, I'm over here. The results have been incredible.
Virtually any issue in the last 80 years. I therefore reject any input from neoconservatives who don't get it yet or who don't have the intellectual capacity to ever get it because, frankly, I understand what's happening. I understand why it's happening. I understand who's behind it.
Neoconservatives? You mean the guys who were literally alive during the time that you're talking about that you want to go back to? You weren't alive then. The neocons were alive then. What are you talking about?
I've done the reading, and that's the difference. Lots of people can only conceptualize conservatism in terms of what they've heard on talk radio or cable television or whatever. And so given that, let me ask you this, and this is the second thing. Why do you think that you were allowed to hear that? And I'm not saying that these people are necessarily bad people or that they sold out or something, but why would the system allow for anything that would pose a challenge to it to be broadcast en masse? Notice how they only started censoring people once there was a legitimate effort to push back against the system, once we had a candidate who was actually a threat to the establishment in this country, to the swamp, to the deep state.
He was a total threat. Oh, Donald Trump, total threat. That's why he's still president right now, right? Total threat to the establishment. He completely destroyed everything we know of as the establishment. They call themselves neocons, but they are actually old. Checkmate. Atheists, I guess.
meaning patriots out there, all the good people out there who just want us to return to a libertarian society just like the founding fathers wanted. I understand that and I sympathize with that, but we need to understand that it is literally the same thought process as, well, that wasn't true communism, well, this time we'll get it right. And it's like, well, that wasn't true small government conservatism, this time we'll get it right. Because the reality of the situation
Isn't that
is
what
that
you're doing right now?
Right now, we're not suffering from the consequences of inauthentic conservatism, but rather we are suffering from the consequences of what we regard to be actual conservatism, which exists to distract and drain time and money from well-meaning patriots who actually care about this country. These people do not play to win, they play for lobbying contracts. Virtually everything that they do is performative, it is not real. Conservatism has existed
Hold
in
on, can I listen to that again? Can we double that back? I think he literally just said that he's a fake. Hold on.
And drain time and money from regard consequences of inauthentic conservatism, but rather we are suffering from the consequences of what we regard to be actual conservatism.
We are suffering the consequences of what we call actual conservatism. He just fucked up. He just completely fucked up this entire segment. He's saying that conservatism wastes everybody's time and gets sold out.
Which exists to distract and drain time and money from well-meaning patriots who actually care about this country. These people do not play to win, they play for lobbying contracts.
What?
Virtually everything that they do is performative.
Am I
It is
wrong?
not real.
Did I just hear him wrong?
Has existed in this country is basically a form of controlled opposition which seeks to criticize, mock, and most irresponsibly and dangerously occupy crucial volume and resources without actually doing anything to push back against the left. It is all performative. Take the recent issue. Transgender girls competing in women's sports. Biological men competing in women's sports.
Here we go. We just talked about this earlier today.
It's ridiculous. The left have absolutely lost their minds, folks. How can men
totally.
compete in women's sports? It's not fair to all of our female athletes.
What a great
Does that ring
argument.
a bell? We're familiar with the talking points. Let me ask you a question now. How exactly is your day-to-day affected by the collapse of the institution of women's athletics? This is not to say that biological men should be allowed to compete in women's sports, and actually, don't even call them biological men. That's just ceding more ground to the left rhetorically. Why would we need to use biologically as a modifier on the word man? Just say men. But yeah, this is not to say that men should be allowed to compete in women's sports. This is simply to say that the whole issue is
This dude is such a spineless coward. He can't even make his argument without 100 different fucking considerations. There's like 15 stars on there. Oh my God.
Totally performative. I quite frankly cannot think of a less important, less consequential noun on American soil than women's sports. Oh, well, but young girls won't get as many trophies now because they have to compete.
Why do you care about women's sports? They shouldn't exist at all. Oh my God. Does he think this is gonna sell? Does he think this is where the future of the right is? Dude.
Against transgender girls. Hell yeah, that's male excellence right there. Let's go, boys. But seriously, no, I understand the problem. I understand the concerns. I understand the importance of athletics and competition.
Yeah, he is.
I do.
Yeah, he's
But my
arguing for
problem
a
is that
mass
the discussion
drop.
in itself is not a serious discussion. The issue of boys with gender identity disorder competing in women's sports is about 10 years downstream of the actual problem, which is that we as a country are entertaining the idea that gender, sex, biology, hormones, it's all unimportant, it's all insignificant. And so what I'll say is this. Yes, I believe that men should be prohibited from participating in women's sports, absolutely. But I also believe that propagating gender theory and its adjacent strains should be prohibited in any institution receiving public dollars. Because if you don't do that, then you're just going to end up right back there anyways. As it would turn out, there's no such thing as, well, we just want to be free to do what we want in the privacy of our own home. That was a lie. The slippery slope exists. And if you think that you can deal with something down the mountain without shutting off the water at the top of the mountain, then you are not a serious person.
Slippery slope. I'm slipping. I'm slipping. I'm slipping.
You are not having a serious discussion. And this is the fundamental problem with the practical application of libertarianism. The problem isn't necessarily the ideas, but rather that our current context does not allow
He's going hard off. He's going to say he's a fascist by the end of this. Oh my God.
those ideas.
Oh my
Libertarianism,
God.
The society that the founding fathers wanted, however you'd like to describe it, it is not possible unless the society is a unified moral and religious people. James Madison, the father of the Constitution, said this. If you are going to opt to live and let live, to not seize power, to maintain the power vacuum, then the other people have to agree to do this as well. But the reality of our situation is that the people in our country now, the communists, they don't want to
he
leave
was
that
not already an open fascist. I mean, it's obvious that he is, but he was not an open fascist.
power on the table. They want to take it for themselves and use it against you. This is not debatable. They openly admit this. And so the problem with this small government conservatism that we've all been sold, aka the don't do anything because then you're just like the enemy, who is winning, by the way, conservatism. The problem isn't that it's a bad idea on paper, just that it's only possible if those forces who seek to destroy that society are suppressed. Because if you allow that fire to sustain itself, it will spread, and before you know it, it'll be too late to stop it. The founding fathers knew this. We knew this before the neoconservatives co-opted the American right and made it into an impotent embarrassment. General Patton, General MacArthur, all of the greatest Americans that you and I could think of, they all knew this. And so I would make the argument that it is time for the libertarian types to join forces with us, to follow the logical conclusion of the NAP, of the Gadsden flag, to understand that what they're doing to this country is an act of aggression that will destroy it if you don't do anything about it, and that they are...
Literally, this is raw fascism right here. This is literally raw fascism. Just so you know, look, even if he doesn't call it fascism, this is what fascism sounds like. We need to get everybody on the same side so that we can seize power and wield power. This is just straight up fascism. We need a big, strong government to keep these degenerates in line. This is raw fascism. Just so you know, this is what it sounds like. I want imps, please listen to this. You have heard it. You now know what it sounds like.
Betting on you, and it is time to fight back. It is time to bite them. We have to gain institutional power. We have to wield it. But the response is always, well, but if we use the government, won't they just use it back? Understand, it is already being used against you. The corporations are being used against you. That means worst case scenario, even according to you, and better believe it, you've done the math. We're just going to be back to square one. And so given that, and given that I'd actually like to be able to raise a family here someday, I've concluded that we may as well give it the old college try, right?
You would have to get a girl to have sex with you first. And I don't think that's going to happen, given that I think that you're the type of person who has to stop washing their balls, because if you touch your balls, you'll come, because you have been doing fucking no jerk for the last 3 years. So good luck, buddy.
Let's actually have some balls. Let's have a competent right-wing government for the first time in decades, and frankly, probably ever. Because if we lose, we are going to be regarded as the greatest, most impressively pathetic group of people to ever exist. That we let our country be destroyed by communists. Literal communists who masturbate to cartoon animals because we were too comfortable.
Yep, that's what gives us our strength, buddy. That's why we're strong. We can do what you can't.
While watching Netflix and browsing TikTok, blowing the home court advantage to literal communist perverts. That will be the biggest out in the history of
True, buddy! That's true! You are, because you're lame. Because communist perverts are cooler. You're stupid. You're boring. No one likes you, and you don't wash your balls.
And so the last thing I'll say about this before we get into the list is that the reason we used to be a much happier, much more unified, much more free country isn't because that was just like the natural state of our existence. It's because to be a communist 100 years ago was almost exactly what it's like to be a right-wing person now in 2021. It's almost 1-to-1. And when I say communist, I'm speaking broadly about the coalition which all of these interest groups are ultimately serving.
Totally, dude.
They're anti-American, they're anti-family, they're anti-God, they're anti-white, they're degenerate, etc. And actually, on that note, another important thing that no one talks about, why we were fighting communism. The fight against communism, it wasn't about wanting to be able to, like, you know, run to Walmart at 11 p.m., get a pint of Ben & Jerry's. And
hey, how do you think he found that picture? How do you think he found that picture of the sexy, yiffing, communist red fox? What do you think he had to do to find that picture?
Phone charger. No, it actually had very little to do with capitalism. It was about the soul of the nation. It was about the fact that communists were godless, and we knew that. And we knew that without God, we would decay into basically where we are now. There's a reason that we mandated that in God we trust be inscribed on our currency in 1955. Your grandparents probably saw that change happen, and it wasn't because we loved capitalism and consumption, though the irony is that as we've lost God and we've become decadent and
Actually, it was, my friend. Actually, it was.
And the money that we so idolize still has that inscription. That's beside the point. The point is that if you showed an American man in the 1950s what his country would become within the next 100 years, he'd want to go back to the drawing board. But anyways, think about that.
That's because he's weak. That's because he's weak, John. The reason why a 1950s man would look into the future and scream and piss himself is because he was weak. He wasn't ready for what we were going to bring. The next stage of humanity. A queer future that will leave you behind. and you'll want it. You'll be sitting there like a child with their grubby hands on the window of a local bakery, looking in at all of us enjoying ourselves and living freely. And you'll be sitting there outside going, they can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. They can't keep getting away with it. And we'll be having a good time with our communist Fox boys. It's going to be great.
Why were you never taught about how we used to treat communists the same way that they now treat right-wing people? It's because that is what is necessary to defeat them and actually conserve and protect the nation. They don't want that. They like it when you think that...
Do you hear what he's arguing for? He's arguing for purges. I'm not kidding you. Think about the words that he's actually saying. He's saying you need to repress and eliminate these people. You need to throw them in prison. This is a guy sitting on YouTube on his fucking shitty little gamer chair on his shitty little masturbation station and talking about how he wants purges. This motherfucker, this little weak, limp-wristed, closeted gay motherfucker is trying to tell you that he wants purges.
You have principles. I'm going to beat you in the marketplace of ideas, which, by the way, they'll just kick you out of anyways because
What did I say?
the left can act with
What did
total
I say?
impunity because they have virtually all of the institutional power and you have none of it. 100 years ago, we used to target communists in the government, in academia, in the media. You would be fired, blacklisted, maybe even charged. Now look where we are.
Wow, what a great time that was. That was a really successful policy, wasn't it, dude?
Tables have turned. By the 1960s, they had taken over academia. By the 2000s, right-wing thought was non-existent. By the 2010s, any student or faculty who dissented would be targeted. You will be made to conform. They did the same thing with similar timelines in public education, big business, media, Hollywood, etc. And so,
do I think he's actually closeted? I think there's a good chance of it. I'm just gonna say, I'm gonna guess. Listen, the guy made a 3-hour video about quitting porn. I have a feeling this guy doesn't just watch your fucking vanilla porn. I'm sorry, it's just a guess. But there's a lot to say there, okay?
We have no idea how to push back. We are fish in a barrel. There are no right-wing organizations dedicated to getting individuals to strategize and infiltrate these apparatuses to take them back, partially because we're too busy raising $100,000 to totally own AOC because we act like literal children. We have no right-wing George Soros. We don't even have our military anymore. Side note, do not join the military. Maybe I'll do a video on that later. But think about this. They're in such firm control over you that they can commit legitimate acts of violence and terrorism, and it will either be ignored or romanticized by the mainstream narrative. But if you listen to federal police when they tell you that you can enter a building as long as you don't break anything, they will arrest you and write the history books to compare you to the 9/11 hijackers. And so we essentially have two options: occupy a power structure or die, like literally die. And probably the only way to go about this is to do the same thing that
then die.
They did. We need to have our own long march through the institutions. We need tens of thousands of disciplined.
We need the long march through the institutions. This guy is literally advocating for violence. Like, I'm not kidding you. This guy is advocating for violence right now. He's literally arguing for purges in this fucking argument. This is not mask coming off. This is the mask being obliterated into dust. Yeah, I wonder how he is still on YouTube. Huh. I really wonder how, while he is at 13:12 in the video, that he is still on YouTube despite advocating for purges of government. How strange. On his video that's titled 5 New Conservative Policies to Take Our Country Back, even though he hasn't listed any policies, which is weird. He does these video titles that don't actually refer to a list. Such a strange mystery that he can get away at timestamp 13:12 in the video, 5 New Conservative Policies to Take Our Country Back, that John Doyle is literally advocating for violent purges of the U.S. government. Very strange, isn't it?
Hyper-focused, patient, highly motivated individuals. Also, to anyone thinking, well, but how do you know your ideas are correct? What if you're wrong and communism's actually correct and better? I don't even know how to answer that. Like, am I supposed to
because you're
not
stupid.
Be confident in my beliefs?
Because you don't have any arguments,
do you think it's
dude?
possible for us to know right from wrong? Do you need to see my math? Can I show you a picture of what the other side looks like? Because honestly, that's like the most compelling argument at this point.
What?
But simply put,
what?
The right
What
tends
is
to be
this?
more correct because our thinking is fundamentally rooted
You know,
in reality.
he took a vacation and he still got dry mouth. He's still doing the gasping and the swallowing from before. This has been like months since we last watched this video.
reality in nature, and the left tends to be more incorrect because their thinking is fundamentally rooted in idealism. It's literally like a rejection of reality in nature. But here's the sobering truth, and I wish this weren't the case, but everything throughout history suggests that it is, which is that it's not enough to just be right. You have to have the power to disseminate that truth, because people aren't that smart. They're basically
Still
lemmings.
parched.
Don't believe me? Still think the best ideas win? Okay. Why do so many people all of a sudden think that gender doesn't exist anymore? Because the people who control the narratives told them so.
No one thinks that gender doesn't exist anymore. Although that would be pog if it didn't. That would be super pog if it didn't, but no one says that. Like, what are you talking about?
People need to think for themselves, but they don't. We know what's right. We know what works.
Wait, hold on. Hold on, let me get this straight in John Doyle's mind. Not thinking for yourself is challenging the existing structures, but thinking for yourself is blindly obeying the structures that existed before. Thinking for yourself is obeying everything that you're told. Not thinking for yourself is challenging the structures. Interesting. An interesting dichotomy you have here.
And we know that we need to trust ourselves to communicate that. The reason this country used to be better wasn't because of freedom and small government. It's because the people who were controlling the narratives weren't evil yet. Like, there has always been narrative control. There always will be. It is inevitable. We have to make the choice as to whether we take action to be the ones controlling it so that we can take our country back. Plus, we have God on our side, which is epic. But that being said, here's what scares me.
Plus, we have God on our side, which is totally epic, dude. God.
In order to do this successfully, it would take about a century, literally.
I'm sorry.
And that's about how
so
long it took us to
sorry.
get here in the first place anyways. But what that means is that the people who get the ball rolling on this are very likely not going to live to see the results of their work. And it also means that people are going to generally have to work very hard at this and make sacrifices. And there are a few pretty significant impediments that we're going to face that the communists didn't have to face at the time, which are going to make this substantially more difficult for us. The first one is that our time preference and focus have been destroyed as a consequence of capitalism, technology, the Industrial Revolution, etc. Our ability to focus, like our attention span,
Industrial Revolution? Oh no! Oh, he's a primitivist! Oh my god, he's going prim! He's going fash prim! Primitive fascism! Oh! I'm so here for it! I'm so here for the return to monkey arc! Oh my god, Industrial Revolution bad. He says sitting in front of a computer.
Been crippled by these things, especially in younger people. We can't focus. We can't delay gratification. We want more products, new information, new stimuli, new dopamine now. And that's a huge problem because literally our biological capacity to do something like an institutional march has been compromised by the way our society has been structured. It is now
institutional march. What does that mean? I want to know what an institutional march means. Do you think he means an institutional death march? You think that's what he means when he says institutional march? Because that's sure what it sounds like to me. That sure sounds like what he's been advocating for this entire time.
Less likely than it would have been a century ago for a group of people to have the requisite focus and time preference, etc., that is necessary for something like this to be successful. Not even as an indictment of their own character, but just because of the way society has become structured. It breeds this in people. Our society breeds mental illness, but we don't address that. Instead, we just give you your pills to make you feel like a zombie, but we're making progress, I guess, because at least Blue's Clues is pro-LGBT now.
True.
And that's a problem, too, because people are depressed.
Loser.
They have no motivation.
Loser. You've lost. You've lost the culture war, and you're never going to get it back. Your kind, you dinosaurs, are done for. You failed to adapt. You failed to evolve. You are the weaker beings. You lost. You lost even Blue's Clues. You couldn't even hold on to Blue's Clues, and you're only going to keep losing. You're tired of losing because all you do is lose, and all you will ever do is lose.
Ambition. They're getting strung out on drugs. They're committing suicide. They hate themselves. And this collective spiritual illness is literally a breeding ground for leftism. I know I've explained this before, but leftism properly understood is just mass mobilized mental illness. And I say that not as a baby boomer, like, oh, you guys are crazy.
Oh yeah, the dictionary definition of leftism is when you have a bunch of crazy people and they get together because I don't like it.
You lost your damn minds. Literally, because these people are traumatized and they project that insecurity onto these victim narratives and they crystallize them within their identity. That's why half the time you ask these people to defend their political opinions, they just get emotional. They start crying. It's because it's not actually about politics.
Dude, this guy's been crying for the entire video. What are you talking about? He's literally gasping and struggling for breath in how worked up he is.
spiritual sickness. And so not only are people just generally less motivated to do anything, they're also being bred to fall in line with these narratives and movements. And adjacent to this is the abandonment of God, the lack of belief in anything greater than themselves. So given that, why would they want to dedicate themselves to
He's rushing to finish this video so he can finally let the tears come. He's gasping and he's dry mouth. He's got that dry mouth. He's shaking. He's crying out to God. The moment this camera shuts off, you know he's just going to fill his cup with tears.
Taking their country back if they're not going to live to see the results, you know? Like, well, what's the point? What's in it for them? That's why they humiliate you by disgracing your military, disgracing your flag, putting a clown in the White House. It's a humiliation ritual. They want you to give up on your country. They want you to believe that it's not even worth...
Oh, you? Yes. I want John Doyle to give up. Absolutely. I would love it if John Doyle would just lay down and fucking cry. That would make me so goddamn happy, because people like you, John Doyle, are the most miserable wretches on this entire planet, incapable of enjoying even your comfortable life. You living in the fucking suburbs off your fucking YouTube money and your right-wing grants, crying every night about how the queers are taking Blue's Clues from us. You people are pathetic. And yes, I would love it if you were made irrelevant forever. People like you hold back the entire human race. You hold back the entire future. And worst of all, you hold back your own happiness. You're a miserable person. All you do in every single video, John Doyle, is cry. You cry about how America is gone. Everything we love is gone. Look at what they took from us. But it's pathetic. It's sad. It's disgusting. Beta. It's beta shit.
Fighting for anymore. And all of these reasons are why when people on the right do discuss a plan to take the country back, it always comes down to this fantasy of a moment of mass awakening. All of a sudden, the left is going to go too far. People are just going to snap out of it. Military is going to drain the swamp. Patriots in control. Trust the plan. No, none of that is going to happen. There is no big moment. There is no mass awakening, because to awaken the masses assumes that they're capable of waking up, which they aren't.
Well, he's dispensing with whatever pseudo-populism he had. The people are too stupid. They must be ruled by a strong fist. A strong fist like mine. My fist is iron. Please, ignore the cracking in my voice, the dryness in my mouth. Ignore the cum stains on the bottom of my desk. I am a strong man. I am so strong. I deserve to rule the sheep. I deserve to rule the sheep.
Stop fantasizing, stop coping, roll up your sleeves, get to work. The light at the end of the tunnel for us has to be the knowledge that if we do our jobs correctly, then we will have statues erected of us in our honor. We will be revered throughout history. Think about that. If you watching this right now, if you manage to do your job effectively, whatever that job may be in this struggle, and enough others do the same, you will literally be elevated to the level of the founding fathers in American history a few generations.
Hold on a second. If you do your job, you will be elevated to the halls of history. They will make statues of you. You will never be forgotten. You will be remembered like Ben Franklin. You will be remembered like George Washington. You will be remembered. There will be statues of you all over the town.
From now. And that's the greatest incentive, especially for young men, assuring them that we will cement their legacy, and we will. This is why when we take power, one of the first things that we'll do is put up statues and memorials across the country of great Americans to show that we will honor their efforts and their
they couldn't even redo the Rose Garden. Donald Trump couldn't even complete the Rose Garden. What makes you think you're going to be able to get statues of fucking Billy Joe Johnson, who fucking did his job driving a truck for the fucking Nazi revolution? Yeah, okay, dude. Okay,
and
dude.
That's the correct take, by the way, with the statues coming down and history being erased. Not that, well, they're trying to erase our history, but they're trying to erase it because they don't want it repeating itself. They don't want great Americans to be remembered.
Wait, I'm sorry. They don't want it repeating itself? They don't want you to lose the war again? Dude, the Confederates lost, you moron. You got owned. Fucking General Sherman, my man.
Because they don't want to inspire any more great Americans, because they don't want there to be an America anymore. The greatest gift that you could give to future generations is their birthright, which frankly previous generations failed to give you, and that is the United States of America.
My birthright! I deserve my
Hold on, allow me
birthright
to shamelessly
when the
transition into
birthright
product
hits.
mode. Speaking of gifts, have you thought any more about what I said about
When the
Father's Day? Did you
birthright-
pick a
when
gift
the
yet? Well, you
birthright
better
hits-
figure that out now, because if you don't,
my
you're gonna have to
birthright.
get him a last-minute gift that you'll try to pass off.
I'm so
as sincere.
angry
Here
when
are
we-
some actual
when we
examples
lose
of
the second
last-minute
Civil
panic
War
purchases
too.
I've given to my dad on various.
When we lose the second Civil War, that's the face you see lording over you when they lose the second. So, oh yes, we're about to see the gun squad.
Season 3 of
Get
Cheers
ready.
on DVD.
Hey, get out of here.
Etc.
Get the fuck out of here. I don't
for
care.
Father's
Watch this.
And then vaguely
Are
have
you
an
ready?
interest in whatever's printed on this mug. And when you get your dad a tie, you're and you know,
Shut up.
You don't want. You want to train in the safety and privacy of their
Whoa,
own home.
pop the squat! Pop the tactical squat! Quick!
iTarget was invented to give law-abiding citizens
Everybody
a
go.
cost-effective way to
Here we
train in
go.
the safety and
Quick,
privacy
pop
of their
the
own
squat.
home. No more inconvenient trips to the range or expensive practice ammunition.
Popping
Just
the
download
squat. I'm ready
iTarget's
for the laser
proprietary
bullets.
app, load the laser bullet into your firearm, and
Hold on a
start your
second.
training
Also, I'm
experience.
sorry. I know
Dry
some
fire
of you have
training
seen
will
this
help
before.
develop muscle memory,
Hold on.
sharpen target
I
reactions.
know some of you have seen this before, but I just want you to know, listen, this doesn't work. A bullet doesn't travel like a laser. That is the stupidest shit ever. This is literally, you're getting swindled. If you want to pop the tactical squat, go for it, please. But this is a laser bullet. That doesn't even make sense. You will be training yourself incorrectly. You will become, using this product, you will literally become a worse shot. It will make you a worse aim. Actually, you know what? I endorse this product. I hereby endorse itargetpro.com. All conservatives should purchase itargetpro.com using the offer code SOYL, SOYL, at itargetpro.com. You should train with it daily, and I promise you, you will be very ready for the rightful conclusion of the Civil War II.
Speed,
Oh, but don't forget to pop the squat. You always want to make sure you pop the tactical squat.
Alignment, trigger function, and more. iTarget Pro comes in all the major calibers, including .223 for your AR, so you can stay sharp with almost any firearm. Go to itargetpro.com and save 10%,
Yes,
plus get
correct.
free shipping with the offer code Doyle. This is the smartest way for you to
Correct.
practice, and it pays for itself in one day.
It's
That
the
is letter I.
squattiest.
Now get
It's
into
the
list of
smartest way, more like the squattiest way. Oh, here we go. Here's his number 5 list. Here we go. It's time. We get to get the list finally.
Get big tech under control. And I mean seriously under control. When I talk about almost everything that even the most hard-hitting, take no BS conservatives do as just performative, it really is true, especially on issues like big tech, which is one of the most important. So we hear about Republicans take action against big tech, epic win, libs triggered, libs on suicide watch, I'm drinking my leftist tears. And you actually look at like what they're doing, the action, like what the action is, it's legally defining what a social media company is, and then saying that if, well, they ban you, well, they have to let you know about it. So I'll lay out some additional things that should be done legally, and then I'll explain why. In addition to just legally defining what a social media company is and mandating that they notify a user when they're banned, how about this? All constitutional free speech is protected on all platforms. Any platform who censors, shadow bans, or deplatforms someone for
Oh, dude, yeah. You should literally be able to, if we're gonna have constitutional free speech on all platforms, that's right. That's totally right. You cannot be banned from YouTube, even if you type the word swamp ass, sweaty balls, dick cheese in a line and post it 1 million times on somebody's video. You should not be able to be banned or removed from that because of your constitutional right to free speech in the public square.
constitutional speech will pay a very large fine each time they do it. Let's say $1 million, because screw these people. And additionally, all previously banned candidates, independent journalists, activists, etc., must be reinstated unless the company can prove that their speech wasn't constitutional. And this would also protect current users who haven't been affected yet from the same treatment. Moreover, expand this not only into social media platforms, also internet service providers, telecommunications companies, so that they can't do this anymore.
Okay, I'm gonna do my best impersonation of a John Doyle video. Guys, the communists are coming for us. The fucking communists are coming. Make sure that you buy my laser bullet, pop the squat, iSquat.com. Modern men just really don't know how to work a dick anymore. And it's just a lot for me to deal with, okay? Sorry, I need a drink. Oh, I'm all out of water. Oh no. I'm never gonna finish this video as it stands.
That's basically the idea. We would effectively be guaranteeing First Amendment rights.
At
on the
least
internet,
I can
which is the
fill
new
Papa
public square.
Squat.
Oh, but John, if you expand your rights to include the internet, then eventually the government will use that power to take rights away, even though that's incoherent completely. There is
Speaking
literally
of which, I'm unironically parched. Would you mind refilling this with tea? Thank you. Fawn is still hanging out in here. Actually, you just can't see. Sleeping on the floor? Okay. Let's continue.
A way for expanding First Amendment rights on the internet to come back to bite us. Like, sure, maybe it makes life a little bit harder in Silicon Valley, but they'll adjust. Remember, they're innovators. They'll be just fine without deciding who gets to have an opinion. And you can do this at the state level right now. Just call your people, organize, put pressure on them. We'll put out a script at some point for all of these probably that you guys can use. We'll organize more in the future. But this is absolutely imperative.
Yeah, we're going to do it next week, I promise.
Imperative for our future success because, like we said, these platforms are the new public square, and we are being targeted so severely that if we don't use what little power we have left to guarantee ourselves a seat at the table, then we're just going to be deleted from society, and we will have no chance of turning the tide, let alone taking our country back. So we have to go after big tech, but we have to do so.
All right, and head on over to squattypotty.com for use the code John Doyle. This is the best way to shit and shoot at the same time. You need to have your squatty potty, your eye laser squat pot, in order to be able to shit and shoot at the same time. Wouldn't it be bad if the communists came while you were on the toilet? No more worries.
With teeth, with balls, because that's all these people respond to. Force. We're the ones who will be placated by a performative.
This guy literally just advocated for the use of force against anyone who disagrees with him, just so you know.
Display that is ultimately inconsequential. Oh, we totally owned him by asking him that question. These companies need to be met with force, or else we will all be screwed, blued, and tattooed.
Did he just literally, can we just note that at 22:33 he specifically advocated using violent force against social media companies, including YouTube, which is a social media company, at 22 minutes and 34 seconds into the 5 new conservative policies to take our country back. He explicitly stated that he believes that Republicans, out and about, random Republicans, need to use force against social media companies. Again, 22 minutes and 34 seconds into 5 new conservative policies to take our country back by John Doyle. He advocates using force against YouTube and Facebook.
Moving on to the second one, probably the most peculiar on the list, but just as important. We need to ban poison from being put in our bodies. Here's a fact I'm not sure if you know. On average, every week, you are ingesting 1 credit card's worth of plastic. Testosterone is down 40% in the last 4 decades. That's down 1% every year. Male sperm count is expected to reach 0 by 2045. We're becoming this sick, confused...
Yes! You're gonna have 0 sperms left. He only have a few years left to save the sperms. Quick, everybody, listen, we have to save all the sperms, and the only way to save all the sperms is to deposit them into John Doyle's mouth. Quickly, put them in the bank.
Androgynous society, and a large part of that is the fact that we're ingesting microplastics, BPAs, phthalates, phytoestrogens, etc., etc. Everyone wants to point and laugh. Haha, funny sweat man says frogs are gay. No one wants to talk about the effects of atrazine on studies of South African claw frogs, how it made them effeminate, how it made the males start trying to mate with other males, how it made them disinterested in the females. No one wants to talk about that. These chemicals, and there are lots of them, are used in your food packaging, in the plastics that you use to store your food, in the cups and bottles out of which you drink. They're in your shampoo.
Everything is turning you gay. Everyone, stop using shampoo. Stop. Wait, now we know why he's so thirsty. He doesn't drink water because that turns you gay. Oh my God, that's why he's so thirsty. We figured it out. Hey, NeoMoirai, we're almost ready. We're going to finish this video, and then we'll be ready for the conversation.
In your toothpastes, they're in the tap water.
Stop brushing your teeth, everybody.
The meats, eggs, milk, they're getting into your system in more ways than we know, and we need to outright ban them. The great thing about the market breeding innovation is that when we ban things that disrupt the collective endocrine systems of the country, that literally make men more feminine, that are actively lowering their testosterone levels, the good thing is that it'll just innovate a new solution that isn't altering our hormones. But this is incredibly important.
NeoMoirai says, I enjoyed this dude's likely school shooter aesthetic. Listen, NeoMoirai, I understand where you're coming from, but I'm just gonna have to say he'd have to stop struggling to. He'd have to stop. Wow. He'd have to stop struggling with frequent masturbation in order to be able to pull off something like that.
Important because disrupting your endocrine system makes you unstable. It makes you mentally ill, and it also makes you more feminine. All of these things make you more likely to support the left, to support the narratives, the systems of power in this country, all of it. If you want a free, prosperous, happy society, then you must understand that the mass alteration of your people's hormones is not conducive to that. It makes them weak, it makes them emotional, it makes them depressed, and it is evil. And arguably, that's why it's allowed to happen and why it's
Plastics are evil? Oh no!
swept under the rug. And this isn't a conspiracy theory, by the way. Like, literally just Google it. It's all publicly available information.
Do your own research, folks. This isn't a conspiracy theory. All you need to do is search reptilians running the government on Google, and you'll find everything you need to know.
It's on the labels. They don't even try to hide this. It's just true, and no one talks about it. But anyways, moving on to number 3. This one's probably going to be the most polarizing, but it's just so true. That is that we need an immigration moratorium. For those unfamiliar, an immigration moratorium means that we don't take in on the net any immigrants for a period of, let's say, 10 years. Before I explain why, let me just preface by reminding you that immigration in the way that we have it now is the greatest gift and weapon that the left has ever been given. The only reason that it is supported by the left is because they know that they can simply import voters to make the right electorally obsolete. And unfortunately, the right supports it too because they get paid off by big business because mass immigration depresses wages. But anyways, there is
No, it doesn't. Even right-wing economists don't agree with you. You're wrong, buddy. You're objectively wrong. We've been through this one a million times. Even your own economists disagree with you. Literally too stupid to run a country. Literally too stupid to run a country. It doesn't actually.
nothing wrong with opposing something because it will hurt you politically, especially because the only reason that they support it is because it will help them politically. And not only help them, but cement victory for them. And I'll probably...
We've already won. We've already won, Doyle. We've already won. We had your guy for 4 years deporting the fuck out of everyone, and we won resoundingly. You lost. You and your limp-wristed fucking orgasm denialism anti-jerker movement has failed, and they will continue to fail. Is this my clip? Is this it?
Packaging in the plastics that you use to store your food and the cups and bottles out of which you drink, they're in your shampoo.
Everything is turning you gay. Everyone, stop using shampoo. Stop. Wait, now we know why he's so thirsty. He doesn't drink water because that turns you gay. Oh my God, that's why he's so thirsty. We figured it out. We did. Hell yeah.
We'll do a whole video
clip.
on just this topic in the future. Let me know if you want to see that. But for now, what I'll say is this. Much of the immigration pitch in this country appeals to the patriot's ego, and even Ronald Reagan was guilty of this. We hear this rhetoric, how these people just want to come to America because it's just the greatest country in the world, and it's the land of opportunity.
I knew that already.
Us feel like maybe we still are a great country, and I'm sure a lot of these immigrants who do come here, they absolutely believe that that's the case, and I love that. I sympathize with them, but unfortunately, yet obviously, we have to prioritize the needs of our country and our people, and the reality of the situation is that these immigrants are not assimilating, and they're taking more money out of the system.
Yes, he was saying that before, but that was in a different video.
The typical right-wing line is, well, I like legal immigration. What I don't like is illegal immigration. And then the elites are like, oh, I mean, okay, we'll just do it that way then. Think about it. What difference does it make? If you get 1,000 people from El Salvador, Somalia, wherever, you get 1,000 of them at the border, what difference does it make if they run past the entrance or go through it? Seriously.
Pissing and shitting himself over immigrants. Weak, pathetic losers.
What is the effective difference? A majority of both legal and illegal immigrant households are on welfare. So it seems that while there may be a lot of them who, really just want to make it for themselves in this country, the majority of them seem to want to loot a decay.
How do you get welfare if you're an illegal immigrant? I want to know how that works. I would love to know how that works.
Empire undergoing its managed decline. Oh, but they help the GDP, John. The GDP, they help it. GDP, John. On paper, yeah, sure. How much of that benefits us, though? Americans?
He's literally doing the math. Oh, your math is just, it's Jewish math. See, this is the problem. You might say it's good for the economy on paper, but it was a Jewish paper.
because it's estimated that immigration, both legal and illegal, increases the GDP in this country by like 11%, like 1.6 trillion. Cool, right? Guess how much of that increase goes directly to the immigrants themselves in the form of wages and benefits that Americans aren't getting. Fully 97.8%. GDP going up, supposed to benefit us, right? I mean, that's why you said it. No, total benefit is about 0.2% of the GDP, about 35 billion. Oh, but John, when GDP increases, prices decrease, and I know this because Henry Hazlitt told me so in 1946. Okay, cool, irrelevant. I'll tell you why right now. But first, just internalize that there is very little evidence that indicates or suggests that immigration in any form is a substantial benefit to the American people. But that aside, here's why economic arguments about immigration are irrelevant. 19 out of 20 illegal immigrants will vote for Democrats. 9 out of 10 legal immigrants will vote for Democrats. This is a fact. We'll have a problem.
Have you considered that maybe people come from other countries and then they see people like you and they go, what the fuck is wrong with these people? What the fuck is wrong with the Republicans? You people are insane. And then they vote for Democrats because Democrats are like significantly less insane than people like you? Do you think that's possible? Do you think that might be the reason why like immigrants come here and then they go, oh my God, what is wrong with those people?
When liberals move from California to Texas, but they keep voting for the same policies that ruined where they came from in the first place. Yeah, what do you think is going to happen here? Do you think that they're going to totally abandon their culture?
Sorry, do you think Somalia is like a leftist paradise? Do you think Guatemala is like a leftist paradise? Like, what is this guy talking about?
To get a white picket fence and start.
Oh, they come here and vote in the laws they did in their country. In Somalia? Was Somalia like a thriving communist empire? Like, is that...
Reading Thomas Paine and John Stuart Mill in the Federalist Papers? Well, I'm okay with immigrants as long as they assimilate. They're not assimilating. They don't want to assimilate.
Dude, you aren't assimilating. What are you talking about? You literally, this is the thing that drives me nuts about people like John Doyle. John Doyle has spent this entire time talking about how he doesn't belong in the modern era. The modern era is too gay and whatever for him. You're not assimilating, dude. You can't even keep up with your own country. What are you fucking talking about?
Well, but my family
it's literally
immigrated
nonsense.
And we're assimilated.
Just actual
That's great.
nonsense.
I'm happy. You know.
All right. Okay. I've had enough. I can't do any more John Doyle. I'm sorry. I can't. We're out of time anyway. I don't care. I don't even care what his other stupid policies are. We listened to 27 minutes of John Doyle. Enough is enough. Okay? Enough is enough. We've had enough. John Doyle is a pathetic loser coomer who will continue losing for the rest of his life. He will most likely shrivel up and turn into a lonely, sad, and pathetic and hateful old man. And then he will the dehydration will finally catch up with him. All of this is going to happen in the next 3 days because he hasn't drank water for 4 days. So he's going to shrivel up into an old man and then pass away from dehydration within a day or two is my guess. Anyway, real quick, don't you go anywhere because we are about to have a very interesting debate with the one and only NeoMoirai, also known as omni-feudalism, about some trans issues. And this is going to be a super interesting discussion. So if you want something that will actually stimulate your brain, you want to stick around. I got to go to the bathroom, so I'm going to play the bathroom song while I'm gone. And you all are going to stay here. And if you're here and you haven't liked the video and subscribed to my YouTube channel, specifically, that means you Twitch viewers, go over to the YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/c/Demon Mama. Go over and subscribe to the YouTube channel. Seriously. You won't regret it. I promise. We're going to play the bathroom song for all of you right now, and then we're going to move along. I'll be back in a second.
Hey chat, Demon Mama has to go to the bathroom, so listen to the Demon Mama bathroom song. She streams 20-hour days and 9 days a week, so let's give her and her bladder a little fucking break. Okay, it's been a minute and she's still in the bathroom. I'm not a math whiz, but I can count to 2. Let's all calm down and spam emotes while we wait and chat. Maybe someone here also needs a bathroom break. Been a bit since Demon Mama went to the bathroom. Not like I'm counting, but this track's at 142. So don't you fret, my little lips, cause I wrote this track down to give you something boppin' while she's taking a break. Jesus fucking Christ, can Fawn go check in the bathroom? I hope she doesn't lock the door when she uses it. But if she does, you might need a little running start and hope the door hinge is weak enough to break. Okay, you're just fucking with me now. Put down your phone, the stream is still running. I can only assume you forgot because you were doom scrolling. Jesus Christ, Demon Mama, do we need to call a doctor? Song's over, stop. Somebody help her out.
Alright, everybody.
Hey chat, Demon Mama.
Pretty close to perfect timing. You timed that out real well. All right, here, let's do it. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a look at this clip. This clip sounds cool. Let's look at the clip real quick, shall we? Let's look at the clip real quick before we bring NeoMoirai on. Hold on a second. Give me 1 second. Let's take a look.
I'm okay with immigrants as long as they assimilate. They're not assimilating. They don't want to assimilate.
Dude, you aren't assimilating. What are you talking about? You literally, this is the thing that drives me nuts about people like John Doyle. John Doyle has spent this entire time talking about how he doesn't belong in the modern era. The modern era is too gay and whatever for him. You're not assimilating, dude. You can't even keep up with your own country. What are you fucking talking about?
Well, I'm
True!
okay with immigrants.
True! What a fucking good one. What a fucking good one. What a fucking good one. What a based ass one. I gotta say, that's pretty based. All right, let's get this show on the road, shall we? Let's make this happen. All right, let's make it happen. Let's see here. All right, where's NeoMoirai? NeoMoirai. Hello. All right, hold on. All right. NeoMoirai, can you hear me?
I can.
All right, hold on 1 second. All right, hold on. I got to make sure I spelled your name correctly on my little guest text. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Oh god. Oh, my computer is being so silly. NeoMoirai. Okay, I got it. So it's twitch.tv. And what are your pronouns? She, her, right?
She, her.
Okay. Okay, and twitch.tv/NeoMoirai. All right. And, all right, let me get this up on the screen real quick. Sorry for the scuff. I'm going to have this fixed soon. All right. Okay, so is there any way that you can boost your audio up just a little bit? Maybe your gain or something, because you're a little soft.
Yeah, give me 1 second here.
Okay, sick.
All right, any better?
Ooh, yeah, that's good. That's a lot louder. All right,
Okay, cool.
give me a quick test, real quick. I just want to check the levels and make sure I got it right.
Test. Remember, don't touch the plastic; it'll turn you into a gay.
Yes,
Test,
true.
test.
All right, you're good. I think that's a good volume level. Okay, sick. All right.
Sick.
So,
I love it.
Welcome. NeoMoirai, formerly known as Omni-Feudalism on Twitter, right?
Still known as that. There's somebody that has the.
Still.
There's somebody that has the @NeoMoirai account.
What the fuck? How's
And
that
they've
even
had it-
possible?
Okay, so in Greek it means new fate, and then somebody just used it because Moirai is a really common Japanese, and I mean it's like a really common Japanese saying. I forget what it means.
Moirai?
It's like somebody also had it, but like the thing is like the count's from like 2005.
Damn, that's fucked. I'm very
Yeah.
sorry that you've got name cucked.
Yeah, I'm like, how did I not do that? Like I used to like my name used to be something else, but I don't go by it anymore because there's a lot of stuff that happened. I stopped
Uh-oh.
streaming for a little bit. I didn't
You
like
have a
using that name.
Dark past. You have a dark past that we don't know about. Oh boy.
It's oh yeah, super dark. No, I don't know how many people watch my interview with Aristocracy,
I
but
haven't seen it yet.
basically we go over how like I had a different name. I used to go by the name Zai when I was
Okay.
streaming, and I was basically just doing video games and talking with.
We don't gotta. You don't gotta spill your guts
yeah.
if you don't wanna. But
Oh no. Then I was like, okay. I joined a punk band. I was like, cool. I'm gonna be the name that I'm using.
Sick.
And then started transitioning, and I was like, I'm not sure like how I feel about like using that name, blah blah blah. Then like some real bad stuff happened, like involving like courts and stuff,
Oh,
and
Jesus.
trauma going on. So I was like, I'm not gonna
really
stream
sorry.
for a while. Yeah.
Really sorry to hear about that. That's extremely stressful. Wait a second. Okay, do you identify as a liberal?
It depends on who I'm trying to troll.
Okay, so is that a yes or a no?
I will identify as a liberal in so much as I believe in the core tenets of liberalism. I don't agree with neoliberalism. I would say that I'm probably just a progressive.
Okay. All right, a progressive. Okay, because I was just gonna wonder. I was just wondering about the punk band. You know, punk band and liberalism; those don't really mix all that well.
You either have people going around doing like really sicko awesome song. By the way, sicko is like a term of endearment in
That's
my
fine.
community.
Yeah, I'm a sicko
Yeah.
too. It's all right. We're all
Yeah.
sickos here. We all are sick down here.
Well, somebody in my community took the sicko webcomic and they posted the dude looking in the window.
Mhm.
He was just looking in the window at a mechanical keyboard, and that's like the official emote of my Discord.
Wow. Well, I mean, do you blame them? I love mechanical keyboards. I have a beautiful.
I
mechanical
don't.
Keyboard. Have you seen my? You don't have a you don't have a mechanical keyboard, or you don't blame them?
No,
Have you
I have a
seen my sick
mechanical
one? Look
keyboard.
at this thing. Look at this. It's.
I have a Happy Hacker Mini.
Happy Hacker.
Yeah, Happy Hacker
like
Mini
a hacker,
with
like a heckin' doggo.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool. All right, sick. So, all right. Well, look, enough of the silliness. Okay. I don't want.
Yeah.
I don't want to keep you. I don't want to make your mind all muddled with silly nonsense. Okay. So, we are here to discuss a couple of issues, which pertain mostly to how we conceptualize trans identity and how we advocate for trans people in various mediums. And so there's a couple of different ways that we can go with this conversation. I'm cool with whatever. My thing, as you probably know, is that I don't really like the increasingly common argument that fixates on whether or not being trans is a choice. And the reason why I don't think this is a particularly helpful or useful argument to have is because I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters at all. And it's never been like we've never been trans people have never been targeted because of some intrinsic trait. They're just targeted because they're gay. When people are horrible to trans people, it has nothing to do with whether it's intrinsic or extrinsic or not. It doesn't matter. They just don't like them because they're gay, because they've been told that gayness is equal to being perverted. And so I tend to push back on this idea that we have to insist, we must insist on rhetoric and framing that always denies the idea that any part of sexuality or gender could at all be sourced from a choice. Out of curiosity, real quick, do you consider yourself like a determinist?
No, I'm more of like I guess like an egoist / contractualist.
Okay, so you believe that free will exists as like a standalone subject outside of like the forces of the universe. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I'm gonna say this: if Einstein, if Schrodinger, if the founders of digital physics and information physics said that there must exist a free will just due to the nature of quantum mechanics, who am I to argue with that? I'm a music school dropout.
Damn. Well,
I don't have half the brain. I don't have half the frame of Richard Feynman.
Well, that's fair. I mean, that's an appeal to authority here, going right out the gate with a nice appeal to the authority. But okay, that's interesting. I do find it very interesting the reason why I asked this is because it would change the conversation pretty drastically if you were to say, oh yes, I'm like a material determinist. Like I believe that like basically we don't really have any choice. We're all just a product of unfathomably complex circumstance. I personally am what I like to call a determinism agnostic. I don't really care. I don't think there's any way that I don't actually know if there's a way for us to know if free will exists. I don't know if we can actually glean that information. We might never know. It might be impossible to actually glean that information.
And
as a result,
we will know.
What's
I was going to say we'll know free will exists when the person who is preordained by the universe to discover that free will exists or doesn't exist proves it, according to Sam Harris.
But what if no one is preordained?
Then I guess Sam Harris is like completely wrong.
What if the universe is structured in such a way that it actually is impossible to know? What if there's a fact, but it doesn't exist within the universe? What if there is a way to know that, but it doesn't exist within the universe? It could only exist from looking at the universe from the outside.
At that point, we'd have to go to like a 13-dimensional string theory. We'd have to somehow.
We get very
We'd
complicated.
have to somehow go through. Yeah, because what is it?
Or we might
60s?
or we might just die and never know.
Yeah.
It's certainly
I was gonna
possible
say
all intelligent life on the universe just never actually makes it to the point of discovering whether or not true free will exists, right?
Yeah. I mean, that's probably one of the leading things for the Fermi paradox, is that it's the nature of intelligent life to destroy each other or others.
That's unfortunate. I hope that's not the case.
Yeah.
That would be very sad.
I hope we make it. That or the second one is just, it's the universe is way too young.
Yeah, maybe. Okay, so all right, that was a very big-brained way to start this conversation. All right, do you want to lay out like sort of your position on things and then I can challenge it, or do you want to challenge the thing that I laid out before? How do you want to go about this?
Okay, so in general, because this all started over, like, I wish Red Charlotte was here.
Yeah, I mean, Red Charlotte, I don't think Red Charlotte got back to me. Let me double check my DMs in case I missed it.
Yeah. Because I know she had to work, so.
Yeah, let me just check and see if Red Charlotte got back to me. I admittedly didn't check my DMs before this. No. Okay, so Red Charlotte hasn't gotten back to me yet. So, I don't know. It's possible that Red Charlotte will want to pop in at some point, but maybe not. So.
Yeah, if she does it, that'd be awesome. No, like, because it started over the tweet where I'm ignoring the first part. The first part I don't even care about. I'm pretty sure I'm banned by the person that she mentioned. If I'm not,
Banned?
it would be surprising that I get an unban.
Sorry, should I bring up the conversation? Do we want to follow the conversation? Here, let me see. Let me bring it up.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so here we go. So the original, so this was something off of a, looks like Riley Grace Rochong tweet or something. Let me see here. Let's look at the original tweet. And as I'm sure everyone knows, Riley and I have a pretty ridiculously strong disagreement over this exact topic. And this was the original post. These are not my words. These are Red Charlotte's words. Riley is an idiot and fundamentally views her transness as a burden. You can choose to be trans for a whole host of reasons, one of them being political. A trait does not have to be immutable to be worthy of protecting. And then the response that you had was some big internalized transphobia here. How do you choose to be trans? How is this not leaning into the rightoid argument that people choose to be X? This is like saying, yeah, politically, I'm gay. So I think we could probably have a pretty interesting conversation about just that right there if you'd like to.
Yeah.
Like though I don't necessarily endorse all of Charlotte's language there. I agree with her conclusion. I think a trait should absolutely not have to be immutable to be worthy of protecting. And in fact, I find the position of basically only arguing to protect immutable traits to be essentially incompatible with any concept of liberation or liberty. And also, I do think
also a giant waste of time, because if we want equality, we're obviously going to be covering anything with immutable traits, like be it skin color, be it identity, be it anything.
Right.
Yeah.
But
so, I don't have any problem with the last part of that. The whole thing that it was the word choose and then the word politically, because a lot of my streams focus on like local politics things.
Okay.
And we, like the other day, we were just laughing at somebody who, before the Senate of the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, because I used to live in Pennsylvania last month, moved, so still keep up with local politics there, keep up with local politics here. This lady came in and legitimately brought in a bunch of left-wing Twitter posts that she printed out off of her computer, joking about microchips.
Okay.
And as proof that there is microchips in the vaccine. So, with Ohio planning to prep a bill like this, it's kind of like I don't know. I wanted to sort of figure out, like, what do we mean when we say that, like, you can be, like, I don't have a problem with saying that, you know, I'm not going to go down like the infinite recursive loop thing, because
I should hope
oh
not.
my
That's
God,
an absolutely insufferable and also wrong conversation. But okay.
Yeah, I was gonna say I don't want. I already have like a 6 energy drink headache. I don't want another one.
Yeah,
just, like,
me neither.
Having my brain folded.
I prefer to avoid that particular angle of a conversation.
Yeah. Like, so in general, like, that's like the way that I read it was, you know, you could politically, tactically, you can be trans.
Okay.
And it was like, okay, but then, like, that kind of concedes a little bit of the point to the rightoids, because they're always like, well, I mean, if you sit there and say, like, yes, you know, this 100% is a political choice that these people are making, then the conversation immediately shifts from, okay, so what rights do we need? Because, like, we're arguing for us to get Medicare coverage for the first time when it comes to trans health. So it's like, that's like, it's something that is really important. It's important to me. It's important to everybody that I know in your chat. So when it comes down to it, it's like, when we say choose and politically motivate our choice, right? It's like, what, like, I can't speak to what she meant by that. But reading it and just seeing how many people also read it in that same context, it's like, I mean, it is kind of, you know, given a little bit of leeway to that argument if you're saying you can choose to strategically do this.
Okay. Well, I mean, I kind of disagree. I think that's a kind of an uncharitable read. But again, this is on Twitter, and you know, we're having the conversation here, which isn't on Twitter. I would argue that's a little bit a little uncharitable, especially when you say big internalized transphobia. That's kind of that's a spicy way to engage. But that's neither here nor there. Although I will note that is literally what Riley argued about me when we had that argument. That was Riley's argument, was that I was a bad trans activist because of a different point. So I do worry about the
I'm gonna keep my mouth shut.
That's fine.
Because I am too, apparently. So
Oh, you are. Wait, you are also an internalized transphobe.
Internalized transphobe and a horrible trans activist and blah 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 blah. Because I don't believe that you can
Well, you're
act.
not. You're not her. So that there's
Yeah.
only one. There can only be one good true one. So.
It's like I don't believe that we could quantifiably go through and describe exactly everything. There's no way that you're like the incompleteness theorem dictates that not everything can be logically proven. Some things just aren't worthy of discussion. So it's like,
sure.
I don't know. I had no idea what I didn't read the Riley screenshots, so I was just like, but I was like, like if we're gonna be talking about like somebody who has like transness as a burden, like a little bit of that seems like, unless if it's like explicitly out there, like, yeah, I super hate being this way, then I don't know. I think it's a bit uncharitable to be like, oh, well, somebody sees it as a burden, even though we kind of have our own little spat or had one back in the day.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think that I do agree that there's like, again, Twitter. I have the imp's code, which states no discourse, and never mix up your discourse with your dunking, because once you do, and it always happens because Twitter is not designed for discourse, it will get inevitably bloody. But here's my problem with essentially shutting down discussions of like trans identity or alternative views of transness that don't necessarily include appealing to sort of an immutable trait. I think that here's the problem. Let's just do a quick thought experiment. Let's pretend that we spend the next 10 years arguing for like basic human rights as trans people because being trans is an immutable characteristic, and then we get that, and then 1 year later, a test is done that proves that being trans is a choice. Should we lose our rights?
No.
Okay. So then my argument would be that whether it is a choice or not doesn't matter. That fixating on whether it's a choice or not, whether or not it's an immutable trait, locks us into a limited way of understanding our own transness. And people who, and I'm not accusing you necessarily of this, but I do think that there are a couple of people online right now who are rather insistent on the idea that you must view transness as some sort of essential immutable trait in all circumstances, or else you are doing a bad activism, or else you are endangering trans people. I mean, that is the entire smear that was done against me for the last like 4 or 5 months. And I think that's very small-minded and like thought terminating. Like, I think that is and also it's erasive. I think it erases people who have a different understanding of how their personal experience with transness goes.
Yeah, I generally, like, I agree 100% there with you. There's no way to actually, if somebody says that they're trans, they're trans. That's it. Like, that is legitimately the only, that is, I'm sure that I'm sure other people on Twitter have some, giant big brain takes on how to do it. But it's like, even people who argue, like, okay, somebody thought they had a got me on me because I was like, well, I was talking about like, oh, well, you have to have dysphoria to be trans. And it's like, well, even if that's the case, like dysphoria is like such a loaded word. Like, you could have dysphoria over anything, and you can't like disprove like that somebody just doesn't like specific words. So it's like that argument is moot. Like, there's no way to like 100% validate if somebody is real or not. Like, that argument's
I think
totally.
But I mean,
such
I think
a marble brain.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's something that commonly happens, right? I mean, like, I've seen this argument many times, arguing over the ways that people interpret transness as to, whether it's a matter of choice or not, whether there's an essential trait. I mean, hell, like TERFs use that all the time. They argue that womanhood is an essential trait. And so I do worry about things that demand that something be an essential trait. And the way that I look at it is that I don't think that choosing that, like, a choice versus not a choice is a particularly good metric for determining whether something should be allowed or not, but rather that we should analyze its harm or its potential for harm or other metrics. Because choice versus not a choice, well, the fact of the matter is, as we established in the beginning of this conversation, we don't actually know what is and what isn't a choice. It's very difficult to glean that information. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Like, I think later on in that thread, I was like, you know, be interesting to hear your definition of choice when it came to Red Charlotte, because it's like right now, I'm kind of like trying to figure out like what the best steel man for it would be, but since I don't have the actual framework of what she was working with before she started to like
arguing, whatever,
legitimately looking through her timeline, she's had to reply to like 1,000 different attacks on her, which like even okay, so like here's the thing, you could disagree with the tweet and be like, okay, yeah, I disagree with it, and I might be a bit spicy at the top, but like there's no reason that somebody should be retweeting it and being like, you're not trans, lol. That's fucking gross.
So what happens if right now, let's just do some like interesting, like, this is no gotchas, like I'm genuinely interested in this conversation with you. So while it's a debate, it's a friendly debate. So let's say that right now I was to tell you that I am politically trans, that I have made the decision to be trans. Do you think that I should have any less rights than anybody else who is also trans? Or do you think I should be entitled to the exact same protections and treatments that anybody else is?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so then what does it matter if anyone says that they're politically trans or not? If we're going to fight for their rights no matter what, why does it matter if one person sees themselves as sees it as a choice versus people who see it as not a choice?
Okay, so here's the thing. When we talk about it with the way that I was reading this, okay, is politically, you can aim yourself as being trans specifically for political reasons. And at that point, when you're saying that you are doing this strictly for a political reason, unless if the argument is then I'm doing this for a political reason because I want to abolish all gender and not because I want to engage with like electoralism or deal with any of the bills things that are going on right now, like I could understand that, where it's like I am doing this as a political move because I fundamentally reject gender and I'm a gender abolitionist. But like, oh, I hate to use a chud logicism here, but oh my god, he's my senpai here.
I love
but right now, like, yeah, he was like, unfortunately, since you're since you're a creator again, I'm gonna have to unmod you. So okay. Unfortunately, in the world that we live in right now, we have essentially Jim Crow reinstituted.
I agree.
We have we have Indiana arguing like, oh, you know, somebody could one day wake up and just say, oh, I choose and go in there, so everybody needs stickers and everything else. And it's like, there's a way that we could talk about how identity is not something that is formed like the instant you are born, that it is something that you come through, is something that you come to realization for, and it is something that in many ways you do choose.
Okay.
But also like when you're just like, but also politically, you should like, you can identify as trans. It's like that is loading that magazine for them.
Okay. I mean, I don't know that I agree, right? Because, like, I think that I would never describe myself as politically trans, but nonetheless, I am very open about the fact that I'm trans. In fact, I make a purpose of being open about my transness. I think that is a political choice. I could be stealth, but I'm not. I choose to let people know that I'm trans, like, all the time, and I suffer a great amount for that. So I wonder if it is true that like something being a political identity makes like gives the right ammunition, then am I in the wrong, or is any person who chooses not, is any trans person who chooses not to be stealth, is any gay person who doesn't choose to keep it in private, are they then by bringing their identity into the public sphere, into the political sphere, are they not engaging in a political decision to do that? Because again, I could pass. I do. Like I pass all the time.
Yeah.
I walk around all the time. But I choose not to hide my transness. And the reason why is because I don't think it needs to be hidden. I don't think that I don't care why someone is trans. I care that their rights to express how they please, to have health care as is needed by anyone else, it does not hinge on such a choice. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah.
It does, but I would say this, okay? So we chose, both of us chose publicly to be out as people engaging within the political sphere. As trans people, we could have done it in stealth. We could have not even bothered to go through with anything that we needed to. Like, I wouldn't have to, like, I don't need to grow Davy Havoc hair. I don't need to do any of that, but I would still be trans and also involved in politics, but I would not be politically trans.
Right, but what's wrong? But see, what's wrong with being politically trans? What's wrong with me making the decision to openly talk about my transness? Because I have a very good reason to do it. I think that there is a great benefit that comes from people being able to see me, know that I am trans, to know where I come from, to know that this piece of my identity, whether chosen or not, is an important part of who I am, that other people can succeed or can find a way to thrive, and that being trans doesn't necessarily mean that you're like damned to some horrible life. I think there's value in that visibility. So, and I would argue that in and of itself, that makes me, at least in the aspect of my life, like in my private life, I engage with, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 people who live in my house and a couple of friends and whatnot. But online, I engage with thousands of people. Thousands of people see me and they know I'm trans. So to the majority of people that I engage with, I am politically trans. None of them know me personally. They don't have any way to prove that at all. But I tell them that I'm trans, and I choose to tell them that I'm trans, even though I could choose otherwise.
Okay, so you're saying that there's no distinction between choosing to be trans specifically for politics and being trans and engaging in politics openly.
Well, I mean, what is the difference? Like, I would like to know what the difference would be. Like, you can't tell why someone chooses something. And I don't know that, I mean, it's possible. I mean, obviously we're kind of like departing now from the original conversation, but when somebody, you know, when Red Charlotte said like choosing to be trans for a political reason, like, I mean, like, you can choose to be trans for one of them being political. I didn't interpret that as like being like, I'm going to pretend I'm trans for this reason. And even if that were the case, what's the harm? I asked the same question, by the way, to someone who was like sort of trying to sort out like bathroom issues. It's like, well, you know, what if people go in the, like, what if people who are pretending to be trans go into the wrong bathroom? And then I say, yeah, so what? What happens? What is the fear there? What's the harm?
The fear in the bathroom?
Yeah, what's the fear in the bathroom situation? I mean, that's what the right wingers talk about all the time.
Yeah,
So,
unfortunately, if they get their way in Ohio, it's going to be that way next.
I know.
So.
It's terrible. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So in general, I would say this. Somebody had a very good example of a contradiction where Red Charlotte sort of disagreed with her own argument.
Okay, sure.
Because somebody pointed out, because somebody pointed out that Lauren Southern went around and said, I'm non-binary. And so it was like, so by that law, so it's like, she did this as a political statement. So does that mean that, you know, she's politically trans? And the reply was essentially akin to, of course not. So it's like,
why not?
At least, yeah. Well, I mean,
I don't care. Let her be what's wrong with her being non-binary? There were shitty non-binary people. Like, I felt the same way. I mean, this was literally the same thing I had with Destiny. A lot of people felt like Destiny was like a weapon, trying to weaponize non-binary identity or something. And I said, oh, I mean, I don't care. Like, so what? He's non-binary. Congratulations.
Yeah,
Use him pronouns. Okay, cool. So what?
I used to have an emote that was, I can't believe just because I'm queer I can't be problematic.
Yeah, but I mean, right? That's the thing, though, right? Like, so what?
Yeah.
Okay, so call their bluff.
You could
call
be
the right-wingers bluff.
Yeah.
Let them say that they're non-binary. They'll probably be happier for it. I'm okay with that. Whatever. They're I mean, I have to deal with the fact that Blair White is trans, and I don't, even though she's horrible and she advocates for horrific, stupid things and absolutely weaponizes her trans identity against other trans people, she's still trans. You know? So who cares?
Okay.
So who cares if people weaponize and say, I'm trans for the purpose of it? Okay, great. Congratulations. You're trans. What does that mean for you? What is that? How does that change the world? I don't care.
The logic is that sometimes it's genuine, but in Lauren's case of saying that she feels sometimes not binary, it's malicious.
Okay, but if you're saying that, but how do you determine if something like that is malicious? How do you know that she's just not a malicious person who actually is non-binary?
I have no idea. I'm going by the logic that Red Charlotte used, which is why I said like consistency in the argument that she was making, which is why I super wish that she was here.
Yeah,
because it's like if you it's like if you can say that that you can be politically trans, but then also later on say that there is a genuine political trans and then there is a non-genuine political trans.
Well, looking at this tweet here,
where do we?
It says, Charlotte says, her position was not genuine and was publicly not genuine. So I think what she's pointing to here is that Lauren admitted that she was not telling the truth. So that's different, right? That's different than than us presuming that she's not telling the truth. You know, in my opinion, if somebody says like, I'm about to watch this, I'm about to lie, and then they lie, and you go, well, that was a lie. You just said that was a lie. That's very different from saying like, she was doing bad things and therefore she can't possibly be non-binary. I think those are two different arguments. You know what I mean? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does, but I want to see where this information actually came from. Let's see. Because this would go a long way into determine, like, if she did this for like a Rebel Media stunt and all this,
I mean that was the thing that I understood. Like her stunt, like she literally said this was going to be the thing. Like she publicly said, if I remember everything correctly, and I could be getting some of the details wrong. I don't really give a shit because I think Lauren Southern is a disgusting Nazi who's trying to rehabilitate her image. And
she's
I'd be willing to verify that, and I did during my Xander Hall debate with Lauren Southern conversation. But regardless of that, you know, Lauren Southern like going online and saying like, oh, I'm about to do a stunt, and then she goes and lies to a doctor. Well, those doctors were correct to treat her appropriately, and they, you know,
the doctors were following everything from what I'm reading on this. Okay.
And they assumed at face value, they took it at self-ID. They took it at face value that she was telling the truth. It was none of their business whether or not she wasn't or not. The rest of us knew because she told us that she was lying. You know what I mean? And like, but she didn't prove anything. What did she prove? She proved that like this particular place was willing to take someone at their word and treat them with respect. Congratulations, right?
She proved that doctors are genuinely helpful when you go in a country that has universal health care. Like that, it seems like that was the exact opposite of what she wanted to prove.
Probably, yeah.
Although I'm willing to bet, because she said it was, because I'm just now reading the article here.
Yeah.
I've never followed Lauren Southern to her video series. I've just followed outbreaks of whenever she does something like shoot migrants with flare guns.
Yeah, or you know, when she gets busted on having worn a Tiffany bracelet that had an engraving of 1488 on it. Yeah, for like half of her life. Cool, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or shit, like even when she left voicemails to Kraut that were kind of okay. So she proved that it was easy to legally change your gender. Okay, this is how you know that she's rich, though. It's really not. I'm trying to change.
She's super.
It's in Canada all the time.
I mean, so regardless, like I think that like going down the Lauren Southern path is like kind of a little bit of a distraction from the main issue, right? The issue is, like what like, so first of all, like, what reason do we have to assume that people are not being honest, regardless of how they envision their own gender? Like, what first of all, why do we care? And second of all, what harm is it actually doing? So like, if somebody comes in and they're like, I'm polititrans, and you go, okay, so what do you want to do with being trans? Well, I just want to wear, I want to wear clothes of the, that are generally associated with the gender opposite what I was assigned at birth. And that's their like conclusion. You go, oh, okay, right? Like,
Yeah,
okay,
cool.
cool, sick. And then they say, oh,
Do you
well,
need
I
help
want
going
HRT.
shopping?
Yeah, exactly. So then what's the problem? That's what I don't understand. What it seems like to me is that the like sort of the sort of the idea that like there is some sort of like horrible offensive statement in even thinking about the idea that like, hey, maybe some aspects of being trans are a choice and that's actually okay, or maybe all of it is. Who knows? We don't really know. And that's still okay, and you should still have your rights, and you should still be treated like a human. Like, I think that is what really, in my opinion, cedes ground to the right. Because basically, by accepting their framing of the issue, that it is a thing that you are stuck with, that you are intrinsically this, it limits us in other ways. It cedes the ground to them to say that only if this is an intrinsic trait, and if we can find a way that it's not. And in a previous conversation we had, I brought up the example of gay marriage, right? Right now, I mean, in our country's history, there's never been a law that stated it was illegal to be a gay person. There are laws that say you cannot commit sodomy, you cannot marry a man, you cannot buy a drink for a man, you cannot slow dance with a man, you can't, if you're a woman, you can't do it with a woman. Those are the laws. They have targeted the actions, which presumably are choices, right? It's a choice. You might not choose to be straight, but you choose to get married. You might not choose to be gay, but you choose to buy a drink to another man. The government targets those choices because they know that that's the choices are what they can prove. That's all that we can work with. So do you see how by seeding the ground into this world of like of just like choices are all that, like intrinsic values and choices are all that, we actually seed ground to them in the bigger picture that they get to determine, oh well, yeah, well, guess what, we're only going to allow you to exist if it's an intrinsic trait. And then they can say, well, yeah, sure, it is an intrinsic trait to be trans, but that doesn't mean that you get to have surgery, because that's a choice. You don't have to choose that unless you prove, well, I'm going to kill myself. And then that means that then you get stuck in a position where instead of advocating for thriving or welfare or liberation, you are only arguing from the fact, from a position that is basically, okay, well, if I'm not allowed to thrive in the way that any other person could thrive, the only option you have is to like sort of focus on the misery of being trans, instead of saying, hey, wait a minute, trans people are really, really cool, unique people, and their lives aren't just categorized by misery. They are in our society because we're horrible to them, but it's not necessarily so, right? Even trans people who choose to get surgery, even trans people who choose to live openly. Like, for example, what if there was a situation that said like, okay, we're going to pass full transition rights for trans people. The government will 100% cover every single trans surgery, but you have to get them. If you want to be trans, you have to get bottom surgery. If you want to be trans, you have to stealth. You have to change all of your papers, and you do not have any choice in that. And by the way, there are countries that are like this. If that was the case,
Iran would be
Iran.
a good example.
Yeah,
but
Iran, yeah.
if that was the case, then Jesus Christ, I would fucking be like, go ahead, take over all the buildings in Portland.
Right, but I mean, you see where that's a problem, right? Like, because they're saying, oh yeah, we don't have any problem with the intrinsic identity, but you have to fit our definition of what a trans person is. You have to fall in this line, and you have to prove yourself that you're some sort of intrinsic special case to even get basic human decency. That's the problem that I have with fixating on whether or not it's a choice. To sort of build on this, have you ever heard of the idea, and maybe you envision yourself this way, have you ever heard of the idea of trans women being women trapped in men's bodies? Have you ever heard that term?
Yeah, I've heard that a bunch of times.
Okay.
A lot of people on trans Twitter will be like, actually, check out these MRI studies. And it's like, okay, I'm reading these. A lot of these don't seem to be that scientific.
Okay,
like
well,
that.
that's fine. But like, do you identify with that type of thing? Like, would you, if somebody asked you, would you describe yourself like in good faith, and they weren't like a known conservative? Would you describe yourself as like a woman trapped in a man's body? Is that how you would describe yourself? I would.
That's really hard for me to answer, in all honesty.
Okay.
Mostly because like I'm an outlier. I was born with Klinefelter syndrome.
Okay.
So it's
so
like
then definitionally you're not, but yeah.
Yeah, it's like definitionally, like, I don't know, if we're going strictly by the road, it's like 75% of my chromosomes are XX. So I don't know.
Yeah. My partner is probably intersex as well, but yeah. So if that's the case, then like, but that was the predominant. That was for like the 90s and 2000s. That was like the predominant narrative that people would use to describe being trans. It's like, oh, well, you're like a woman who's trapped inside of a man's body, and like, this is how we help them get out. You know what I mean? That you give them the body that they want. But like, a lot of people don't identify with that. And it's funny because at the time there were a lot of people who tried to express that otherwise, and there was a certain response. There were certain factions that absolutely responded in the same way that a lot of people respond to the idea that like there might be some choice involved in being trans. Like, I certainly don't see myself that way, but like, I would hate if I was denied. And to be fair, that's how it was in the past. If you were not if you're not trans in a certain way, you would often get denied. We all know about. I mean, maybe we don't all know, but even just a few years ago, Blanchard's dichotomy. Yeah.
I was gonna say, please don't bring up like the whole like, oh my god, the whole. If you're trans, you're either actually trans or you're just a sicko pervert.
Yeah, right. But I mean, doesn't that sort of have its same, like, that has kind of the same roots, right? Where it's like, okay, if you're really trans, then you will be miserable, won't be able to handle it, and you will have to you will try to transition at a young age. You will like men because you want to be as close to a woman as you possibly can, and you won't like other women because that's not, normal woman shit. And so that was a way of saying, okay, well, if you're intrinsically this, well, then this is the signs that you're intrinsically that, and everyone else doesn't get it because those people are making a choice. Those people are engaging in philia. In their philiacs. Yeah, like, and that's the problem I have with the like, this idea. Like, so what? Let's just go into a wild world, and everything that I am is chosen. I choose, like, secretly. I secretly. I don't have a gender secretly. I don't have any gender at all, and I just choose to present and use she/her pronouns. Yeah, and all this shit. Am I? If I'm not any less valid for that, if there's no way that we can know anyway, then why would it matter? Why would it matter if it's a choice at all?
Okay. Here's where I go back. Like,
okay.
Again, there are many choices that we make. When like even making the choice to openly like admit to ourselves like in some way, like, like my partner was like just came to me one day when we were still friends, not like friends like we are now.
Yeah.
I was like, like I really just don't feel like a boy, and it's like, okay, and I was like, that's cool. And then like a few years later, it was like, well, talking with my psych and everything, it's like she kind of pointed out that every time I talk about my past, like I always say like, oh yeah, I was like pretty like I was a pretty good girl, and like shit like that. So we intrinsically make subconscious choices and then we make overt choices. But if we are going to say it is okay to overtly just be trans for a political purpose, and that's where I'm really taking issue with that, because that is where it does, in my opinion, fall into the line of being like, okay, well, here's some phantom that the right can point at and go, look at this. Here's some point that Big Papa Fash can bring up and go on for 9,000 hours while sucking down a pack of cigarettes, et cetera, et cetera.
I think I beat him in the smoking. But
probably.
Yeah, probably. But okay. So all right. So then let's imagine a situation in which there is this sort of imaginary political trans person. What is that person like? What is that? How do we describe that person? What do they do? What is the thing that makes them worthy of like basically saying they're not a trans person?
Nothing really. I mean, that was the whole thing. It was just like, okay, I want somebody to expand on this. I want somebody to because we can only say so much in 256 characters. So I want to know more about these ideas instead of going through and just being like, okay, everybody else is being incredibly hostile, all the way up to the point of saying you're not like a true trans person and stuff like that. But I want to know definitionally, what do you define as politically trans for Red Charlotte, and then it sort of snowballed into that, because it was because based off what I have now, it just kind of sounds like we're giving people more more ammo at the state level. But she probably didn't mean that, and she probably had a lot more to say, but we all got sort of bogged down with everybody else attacking her.
Well, yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, this is the thing. It's really funny. There's a couple of communities online that are really bad about this. If you even, a great example of this is that a couple of months ago, a very good friend of mine made a thread that touched on this a little bit, that talked about, okay, so why do we care about choice? And they were immediately just completely and utterly dogpiled for I'm talking a solid day over this, of just the most abuse you could possibly see, and all just because they floated the idea that, okay, so what if there are elements of choice? Does that mean that we should treat it any differently? And I think that there is a atmosphere around this type of this conversation that is interestingly being set by people like Big Papa Fascist. Do you really want the fascists to be deciding what the framework of the conversation is? I would say no, because again, keep in mind that that it is not again, in the Catholic Church, for example, it is not considered a sin to be gay. Did you know that? It is literally not. Yeah, there's a ruling in the Catholic Church.
There's also 4 genders in Islam and 7 in Judaism, yet somehow everybody forgets these things. The thing is okay, I don't want it to be dictated by people like that. Unfortunately, in the Midwest, I have to put the flag down and say, what is the most tactical way of going about achieving this while our state is currently being ran by, we have 3 senators who have not been in the state for the majority of the year because they've been in Texas co-signing bills that say that Texas was actually, all of Texas should have went to Trump. So we live in an area where it would be nice if we could just say yes. Choice, no choice, I don't care. Everybody is deserving of the same medical treatment. Everybody is deserving of the same respect. Everybody is deserving of the same right to life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. But in the same way that inner city Cleveland is extremely biased towards Black people, even though we have the majority population of our city is now Black thanks to white flight happening, and fucking Robert Moses going through and deciding to plow I-90 through the majority of all Black neighborhoods. We have to be pragmatic in the way that we operate within the state.
Well, sure, but I'm not saying that you don't use whatever dirty tactics you need to. Of course, I mean, if I was testifying before Congress and the only way I could get a bill to pass was to go up there and be like, oh yeah, I'm a woman trapped in a man's body. Oh yeah, of course I'm gonna do that. Obviously, who cares? Obviously, if you're talking to boomers, but we're not always talking to boomers, and there's room for other types of conversation. There's room for lots of other types of conversation, and I think there is I think sometimes it's possible online, and I mean, I've seen this again. The reason why I even brought it up, or the reason why I argue against, because I see it all the fucking time. I see people unironically just thought terminating when people start to actually ask genuine questions, and often it's intertrans discourse, but then there's this optical statement that's no, you actually can't talk about any of these things ever, because there's a chance a conservative might see you and then you would be a bad trans. And I worry about that, because I'm well, we're not actually addressing truths. We're not actually coming to meaningful political understanding, because we're being locked by whatever the conservatives decide is the framework. on like some sort of federal level, and we're not having conversations that are valuable, that could be potentially enlightening or freeing, and we're possibly even missing good solutions because we're afraid, because we're buying into the fear that conservatives want from us. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I would, like, honestly, I would just say that if we're going to discourse about this stuff, we shouldn't do it on Twitter, because I'm sure that there was so much more context that she wanted to add to that.
Of course.
But we just can't do it. So,
Imps code, baby.
Yeah, and I mean,
the
I will 100% not say that I don't bait all the time.
Yeah, I think you do. I think you do. Don't lose yourself in it. Don't lose yourself in it. It's very easy.
Okay, it's a Destiny, like, it started as a Destiny parody. I'm trying not to go that far.
Oof. Dangerous
Although-
road. Listen, I'll keep my filthy degenerate reputation with regards to Destiny off the table here. But I'm just saying, the path of the dark poster is one that is easy to fall down. Not to sound all religious, but it is indeed very easy to unintentionally become a dark poster. And once you become a dark poster, oh, it can become a bad state of affairs. Let's put it that way.
Wait, what's wrong with saying there's more evidence for Bigfoot than the labor theory of value?
What?
Oh, yesterday my bait post was there's more evidence for Bigfoot than the labor theory of value.
Am I supposed to be impressed by that?
No, I'm just saying that's.
All right. Congratulations. Yeah. Sorry. I guess just like I find liberal shit posting to be cringe. Sorry, that's liberal shit posting right there. God, it makes me want to die. There's nothing that makes me want to die more than when somebody says something like, value added tax makes me want to come, and then I just go, you've never come in your life. Please just log off and never. That is true. That is true degeneracy. It's this type of shit that I'm just like, oh God, it makes me sick to my stomach. Wait, did I TOS something? Oh, sorry. Yeah, I meant in Minecraft, by the way.
Oh, no, it's completely okay. No, I try not to do too much. Lately I don't know. I don't know how much you keep up with the lore of my community. I know you have your own community lore.
I apologize. I try to keep up with as many as I can, but I inevitably miss some community lore for sure.
Okay, so one of the reason why there's a lot of lib shit going on my Twitter right now is there was, Stardust does the chaos panels.
I am familiar with Stardust. I did not know that there was a panel that was run by Stardust.
Yeah. One of them, Bastier, was supposed to be on there. And so it was, if I get 50 subs, I'll dress up as a femme Bastier.
Oh boy.
Then Bastier had to drop off. So instead of not doing it, I just changed my name and profile picture in her Discord to Bastier and Bastier's Discord profile picture. And literally dressed up in... I had a wig that was poofy. Then I had I think the technical term for on Amazon was sexy librarian costume number 6 by Dreamgirls.
Oh my God.
For the suit and tie.
All right.
So
damn, this is a great bit. So that was
yeah.
you were method acting, is what you're saying.
Yeah. Okay. I kept myself unmuted, and I introduced myself using the Bastiat intro, and then I said, sorry if anything seems off. I just got my second Moderna shot.
All right. Sick. Well, look, that sounds like a fun bit. But yeah. I don't even remember what we were originally talking about before we started talking about Bastiat.
Yeah.
Is it Bastiat?
Choices.
Is it Bastiat? I always thought it was Bastiat.
He pronounces it Bastiat, but in French it's Bastier.
Bastiat, yeah. Well, Bastiat, listen, look, I think he's a nice guy, but he's got some cringe takes about Ronald Reagan, okay? Let's just put it that way. Listen, I'm going to bust his chops for that forever. That was cringe. Made me cringe. I was cringing.
Whenever you're talking to him, and this just might be because, like, I do some vaporwave graphics and things like that, because I'm totally maybe not a little bit of a shield for him. But so the thing is just always say that he's a man that you could do business with, because he hates it when you quote Thatcher at him, especially when it's Thatcher about Gorbachev.
Oh my God. All right, I'll keep that in mind. I'll keep that in mind for the future. Well, look, this was a really, really productive and interesting conversation. I don't know if there was anything we didn't settle or whatever, or if there was other stuff you wanted to talk about. I'm more than happy to. Basically, you know, my sort of take is that I think there's, I think I have a lot of critiques for the way that discourse has been bending, like certain queer discourse has been bending in certain ways, and it makes me a little worried in the long run. But also, I am concerned at giving ground at all to people like Big Papa Fascist, who are just so stupid, and we don't really have to like play their game. We can reject it outright. Like I mean, we've talked about this with like regard to like, I mean, God, there's so many different ways you could approach this. Again, like I think one of the best examples is like we would hate to end up in a country where being gay is technically illegal, but if you're a gay person who has but you can't get a blood transfusion if you have gay sex, and you can't get married to a man, and you can't buy a drink for a man, but you could be gay. You just can't act on it. And likewise, I would hate for that to become the state of affairs.
Sounds like when I was in
people.
high school.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that, but I mean, that's the thing. We've existed in this state a long time, and I would hate for us to fight to get to that state, which we haven't really left. And so I try to argue. I try to formulate positions that are more liberatory in nature, even if that means we have to sometimes push the Overton window a little bit harder than we might immediately be comfortable with, because the loss condition is very bad, but the win condition is very, very good. You know what I mean? The loss condition, if we don't push the Overton window, then we stay in the status quo, which is that trans people are being banned from public. They already have their boogeymen and their phantoms and their everything. I don't feel like we have to do, I don't feel like, and I'm not saying that you're doing this or anything, but I don't think we have to become Blair Whites, where Blair White's job is basically to try and dunk on every quote unquote cringe trans person that she determines is cringe, because those people make trans people look bad, and she's desperately trying to appease a far right audience that doesn't believe that she's a person. You know what I mean? Like, this was most apparent on that panel she went on. And so, like, for me, I would say that, like, there's going to be people who are cringe. There's going to be bad people who are trans. You can denounce them without having anything to do with their transness or whether they're legitimate or not. So if somebody stood up and said, I am choosing today to be politically trans, I would say, okay, awesome, good for you. And that would be it. And if they did something stupid, like they tried to be like, well, I don't need HRT, so why should anybody else? Well, you're an idiot. And they're like, well, but I'm trans. Well, that's fine, but you're also an idiot. So
yeah, just because I've always said this: if somebody wants HRT, great, right? Go right ahead. If somebody doesn't make them any less valid.
Yeah, I don't even think
Net
I don't
Space
think people should be
Spectre.
able to get.
What?
Oh,
What if I said that sounds like Blair White?
No, I think this is a chat miscommunication. I think they're trying to say that the fundaments of the argument have their roots in the same fundaments as Blair White's argument. Not that you literally sound like Blair White. I don't think that's true.
Yeah.
I could be wrong. Just trying to be charitable.
I was gonna say most of the way that I've come about engaging politically with trans issues, at least on the state stage, is 2 weeks ago I did an interview with Professor Susan Stryker. She wrote the book Transgender History. It's on its second volume.
Okay.
And it's basically, there is an extremely high loss if somebody goes through and attempts something in a state like mine, but there's extremely high reward when people go and try to do things in states like California and Washington, and then watch it spill out across the country. So the first thing that we need to do is get rid of the notions that, like, oh, well, people are in bathrooms doing like unkindred things. And it's like, I unironically hate just even mentioning that idea, because you are safer in a bathroom with any trans person than you are with an elected Republican official.
Oh, of course. Yes, of course. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I agree 100% with you on that. Like, especially Matt Gaetz. But yeah, it's
and then
I agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah, and then the other reason why I'm being such a shitlib is next week I'm interviewing Representative Thomas from the 49th Ohio district. So it's like I want to talk pragmatism, and I don't want to be like, okay, so like in the far future we're going to have a law that abolishes gender.
Oh well, that's silly. There will never be a law that abolishes gender.
Yeah.
See, I have, but again, then now we're gonna get into the big brain stuff. But I don't really like, I don't know. I have not been done well by the legal system with regard to being trans in my life. I have seen like maybe one distinct like right that was won by like for me by like legal battles. Everything else has been won by networks of people ensuring that my needs are met and me ensuring their needs are met. And so I have a different approach in some ways, in that like while I don't think that like legal battles are bad at all. I think they're great. I think it's fantastic when we can win anything for us. But the problem is that like the law, like, I mean, again, like Obama did a lot of cool stuff for trans people that was immediately undone and gone further back against by Trump. The way that our system is set up right now, like, it's really bad. Even in the best cases, you might fight for 10 years to try and win a battle that is then undone just a few years later or a few months later. And so I think that for most trans people, like, it's important that we develop ways of convincing ways of caring, we develop ways of caring for one another and convincing and meaningful ways of connecting with people who can and want to help us, and ways of countering the horrible messages that are put out against us, as opposed to you know, necessarily trying to like make some sort of, I don't know, Supreme Court battle that might never even be heard by the Supreme Court. I think that there are other paths that we have to take, especially with how rapidly the right is accelerating. I mean, we were just watching John Doyle, you know, a relatively popular right-winger, go just straight
Mr. Afraid of Plastic.
Yeah, but mask off fascism, like mask off, just
yeah,
like 100%. Like we need to have, like he was just arguing, we needed to have like his words, not mine, internal purges, like. Those are, or sorry, I did say that wrong. We needed to have a long march through our institutions and get rid of these people, was what he said.
Well, that's like his whole thing, though. If like unironically he wears the uniforms of Boogaloo Boys.
I know
he tries to throw shout outs to that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah,
like
I'm just saying
his entire
that, like,
thing is just.
Yeah, this is they're accelerating, and like you're seeing this rhetoric being scooped up even by the more mainstream people. Like this is, you know, I'm very worried about that, and you know, yeah, I don't know, like maybe I don't know. The thing is, like, I guess I worry that like there's no appealing to them. They are so convinced of their position that it doesn't matter if we make any concessions. They don't accept any concessions. It's their way or the highway. That is the only way that they go. So I say, well, then why do we bother with concessions at all? Why don't we make a strong case for why we exist? We are not harmful. In fact, we are amazing, wonderful, cool. You probably, and those people out there, there's probably a fuckload of people out there who are listening right now who don't know they're trans yet, but they might, because they see one of us talking passionately about that. It's actually, you know what? It's actually an okay thing to be trans. It's actually okay to not want to you know, have your body stay the same way as it was when you were born. Like those things are actually not a bad thing. You know what I mean? And like, yeah, there's going to be tons of people who don't want that, but those who do, who cares? Give it to them. Let them have it. you know, if something is like, I don't know, there's this idea, I think there's like this idea that like if you say that like, oh, okay, so if somebody wants to be trans, let them be trans. Oh, well, you know, now just anybody's going to walk over to the Pez dispenser and get HRT. Really? Well, damn, I guess there's a lot of trans people out there. If there's so many people who desperately want to have a different body, yeah, I guess you know, I guess maybe that's a good thing that we're letting them then, right? Like, I feel like there's all of these things that are designed to basically filter out people who aren't miserable enough, and that most of our legal system it predicates your validity as a trans person on how miserable you are. There's a really great piece that was written about this by Andrea Long Chu, and it was very controversial at the time. Because she essentially argued that like, yeah, like sometimes you are still miserable after you transition. Sometimes you're just a miserable person for different reasons. And that's okay. That it's okay to transition and also still like end up being miserable. Like, yeah, obviously you want to be happy, but like sometimes it doesn't work out that way, and you're not a failed trans person just because like you didn't get because SRS wasn't a silver bullet. And there are problems to having a societal framing of transness that is so married to misery. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I was gonna say too, trust me, I know about the legal system. When I got arrested during the Pittsburgh Black Lives Matter protest, I got to enjoy, in giant quotation marks, I got to enjoy the benefits of being placed in my assigned birth sex.
Yeah, isn't that fucked?
Yeah. And it's like, oh, well, cool. And then in January, February, I didn't hear back about it. I didn't get a summons to go testify in front of a grand jury until April. And when that happened, it was, well, we don't have enough evidence that there was like a hate crime, but we can get them on theft and attempted robbery. So it's like, okay, well, we obviously need some sort of legal protections. I'm glad that at least Pennsylvania has pushed those through. There's competing bills in Ohio right now to make amendments to the state constitution. One is the traditional, because Ohio's Republican-ran state, Republican governor all the way down. I have absolutely zero praise for Mike DeWine aside from how he handled the coronavirus pandemic. But right now it's you either ban all trans people from sports, and also you make people put up placards for restrooms, and you make it harder for people to get access to medications that they may need if they feel like they need to medically transition. Because, I mean, again, like we both said, you don't need to medically transition.
Yeah, not everybody does.
But,
I mean,
yeah, like,
I don't feel like me or anybody else who doesn't get SRS is any less of a trans person. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think... Yeah, like it's just, but I mean, there are a lot of people who would still to this day argue that like if you don't have genital dysphoria, that you're like somehow less of a trans person. You know what I mean? Like I don't. Like I'm actually like I have no problem with my genitals. Like that's just the way I am. Like I never have. That's just how I am. And early on, and I remember, and this is a bit of an age thing, you know, because I'm 30. Like I remember 10 years ago struggling with that because at the time, like. If you didn't hate your dick, basically, if you didn't hate your dick, you were considered like there's something wrong with you. Like that was the thing that a lot of people were saying at the time. You know what I mean? So it's like I don't know. Yeah. Some of my approach to this is a little bit colored by that experience of being like, oh wow, like it actually isn't a very far throw from people just saying, yeah, well, we're just gonna move the line just a tiny bit. You know what I mean? And then all of a sudden nobody's valid, and this person, it's okay to like, you know, if you don't want to get SRS, well, you're not actually trans, so you don't get any of the other stuff either. You don't get HRT, you're just a faker or whatever. I really worry about that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm gonna say like, wow, like you're 30?
Yeah, I'm 30. Yeah.
Cool. I guess it's old people here. I was born the exact day Castlevania 3 came out, so.
Wait, hold on a second.
I'm 31.
You're 31. Wait, what the fuck? Damn, I never would have guessed.
Yeah.
Well, I guess it's that trans eternal youth, huh?
It's either the trans eternal youth or the fact that my mother's half Singaporean. Because my sister's pushing 52 now, and she looks like everybody always assumes that she's in her 30s.
Oh, are Singaporeans like immortals? That's what I'm guessing from what you said there.
Okay, so it's kind of like a general Asian joke that like, you know, we all look like perpetually like 27, and then one day we just wake up and then we're short and have a fanny pack and sunglasses.
Oh, I mean that's pretty poggers, I guess. You get the phase, and then you just click over. That seems like a reasonable thing. I don't know. All right, I'm here for it. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, all right. This was a great conversation. I have promised my chat that I will watch Holy Mackerel with them. So, if you have any last memes, then hit me with them now, or forever hold your peace. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, hit me with them now, or whatever, and we can talk about it before we do Holy Mac. Other than that, I'm gonna hop off and do some Holy Mac.
Okay. I hope this isn't going to be offensive to you.
Okay, sure.
Because I know that some people use it as an insult, or like try to do it. But when I was with Sansel on the panel arguing the Groypers, and then they had to bring in Big Papa Fesh because the Groypers were literally not doing anything, the first thing I said in response to him was, "What? What? What? What?" Like every time he would try to start a sentence, it would just be "what?" Because it triggers the hell out of him.
Yeah, I mean that's fair. That's fair. Listen, that meme has been so it's been so stolen. See, you know, Destiny uses that meme all the time. A lot of people use that meme all the time, and they think it's Destiny, but it was me. I was the one who did that. I was the one who did the iconic thing. It's so funny. Yeah, I was the funny one there, and everybody fucking knows it. But it's all right. It's all good. We'll let Destiny have his little trinkets. It's all good. He can take his little consolation prize. Stolen meme valor. Yeah. I was the one who what? Anyway, so yeah.
The first what?
The first water. I was the first water. He stole it from me. Yep. Yeah, a Big Papa Fascist is also a massive joke. And Big Papa Fascist is actually somebody I kind of think is okay to platform because he's so stupid. He's so offensively stupid that even his own fans get like embarrassed. Like he actually embarrasses his own wife.
I think Nut earlier in the chat was talking about how I don't know Nut's pronouns, but talking about how they watched the debate. Literally, I was sitting there being like, wait, do you seriously think that a treaty ratified by Congress doesn't count as a government document? And he was like, no, it's a piece of paper. And I was like, what's your definition of a government document?
A piece of paper that is signed by the government? Oh, no, that's not right. Yeah, that guy is painfully stupid. Like, just actually incapable of holding a conversation. Did you see my debate with Big Papa Fascist?
I actually watched that in preparation for it.
Hell
and then
yeah.
halfway through, I messaged Brittany and I was like, is it okay if I get drunk now?
Did you see his debate with Dylan where he brought up my fucking my genitals in an unrelated conversation with me?
Yeah.
And he argued I was lying about having an orchiectomy because I was so strong and awesome and I dommed him so hard that I had to have balls. That was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my entire life. I have never like that made me laugh so goddamn hard. It's also incredibly fucking weird, but it did make me laugh. And then he also proceeded to say that if you don't have any balls, you can't come. You can't have an orgasm. Was specifically what he said.
Whoa, that's not true.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't have an orgasm if you don't have balls. That's what he unironically said that. This guy is unironically stupid. Yeah. He wanted to know what's in my pants. Yeah, he does. He thinks I'm gonna prove him wrong by sending him like a nude selfie or something, and he's like, oh, yeah, score it again. But then his wife is like, what are you doing? Are you jacking off? Are you jacking off to a girl with a dick again?
Okay,
no, honey, no.
Real quick, this is something that I've got to ask. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
With Demon Mama as the name. Do you support like because like I used to be a big supporter of the Satanic Temple.
Satanic Temple.
When they were like somewhat progressive.
Oh, wait, are they not progressive anymore? Like, I thought they kind of were.
Okay, I left when I found out they had an entire group devoted to disproving DID as an actual disorder.
Okay.
So,
Wait.
and then
I don't
yeah,
get,
they have
what does that even mean? Are they trying to say that like it should be declinicalized or like
they want it removed from the DSM. They don't think that it is an actual diagnosis, and they think that all of it's just complex PTSD. And it's like, all right, that's a bit weird, Champer.
Yeah, that is a little
right?
bit weird.
Yeah, here. I'll post it in your chat.
Yeah, that's
But
really
yeah.
weird. Okay, that's strange. I mean, I don't know anything about him. So, I mean, no. I mean, I am purely original demon strain here, straight from hell. None of the variants. I was sourced directly from the fires. So yeah, no. I if you want to know the story of my name, I've told it on stream multiple times. So the mama part's easy. I'm kind of momish. It's kind of obvious in everything I do. I am like, imps, do your homework, blah blah blah. That's how I am. I've always been that way. I'm the oldest kid in my family, and my parents had to work a lot, so I literally raised my siblings. So I just sort of became momish in general. It was just like, I don't know, it happened. It was a part of circumstance of my life. So that's the mama part. The demon part is because when I first came out, my family has like a lot of like arguments. Like it's like a big thing in my family that we would do arguments all the time. When I first came out, bunch of shit happened. Anyway, I ended up at like a family dinner, and there was a big argument. And it was basically literally, like, I'm not kidding you. There was literally like 5 people seated on the other side of the table, and then me on the other end, just by myself. And we were all arguing about the Bible. And I had a lot of critiques for the Bible at that time because, I had been distancing myself from religion for a while. The rest of my family was still very, very religious. And I knew the Bible really well. I knew it better than they did. And I was quite literally like owning them with facts and logic out of the Bible, with Bible verses and all kinds of stuff. I used to have this shit memorized. And my aunt got so mad that she was like, sometimes I really think that you're an agent of Satan sent to make us lose our faith. And I was like, and I laughed so hard at that it stuck forever. And since then I've been kind of like always into the like demonic imagery and stuff like that. So that's where the name came from. It was from that event, and then just smashed it together with Mama.
I thought it was because you were the first of the Lilithan.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, but let's be real. I was there before the Lilithan. Guess what? I was the one who impregnated Lilith. You all thought it was Adam. It was me. I did it.
Based. Oh, also,
Cucked Adam.
Real quick, in your chat, Alora, they want me to say something. I'll say it. Okay. Like, is there something controversial with saying plural rights?
What?
Is that I didn't know that. I have plural kit in my Discord.
Yeah, we do too. I mean, I think there's some people who are really weird about it. There was a sort of a big issue about it a couple months ago. I think Walsh had a bit
didn't
of a spicy
Walsh
take,
had a
yeah, and
Yeah,
then
I
I actually critiqued his point pretty severely on a couple of fronts, but it was relatively amicable, and I think he was willing to like reconsider some of the things that were said. I think that some people are really cringe in the way that they talk about pluralism because they don't understand it, and therefore they have a sort of knee-jerk reaction and just think, oh, it's just whatever. But yeah, so yeah, I think for some people it's probably a little bit whatever. But yeah.
The weird thing is that I actually had there was somebody that was in your chat that changed my mind on something that I had a little bit.
Oh, cool.
And that was Joy Drill Kill. Let me look at my whispers.
Joy Drill Kill? Yep.
Yeah. Because basically, like, I was on KF Logan's show, like way early on, completely just returning to streaming, still like the whole like, oh wow, I'm going like I look ugly, everybody's going to judge me, like mindset. And
who had that?
Oh, I did that whole like returning after like you start transitioning, and then you're like, okay, I'm gonna start streaming, and then like the little inner voice in your head's like looking at the camera, and you're like, oh my god, I look.
Oh yeah, I get that all the time, even still, and I've been on hormones for a long time. So, but it's still happens. It's hard to get rid of that.
Like I'm a year and 2 months now, though.
Damn! Congratulations. Met 6 years.
But yeah, my general take was, when it comes to self ID for mental illnesses and things like that, that's one part of the tool. Like,
yeah,
there's a lot of people that will just say like, that's the only tool that you need. And I used to hold this position. It was like, well, no, because I know several plural people now. I've talked to them. I've heard more and more of their stories. So the thing is after researching it more and more and seeing how much there was stacked against people who are part of systems, generally I would agree that, a psychologist is 99% not going to diagnose you as that, even if it's 100% true, out of just fear of falling into some sort of trap or thinking like they're going to be the next like Sybil maker or something. So yeah. But it's like generally if like you have something like we use, okay, and I've said this before, like we use self-diagnosis literally all the time. Like,
of course,
if
we have to. There's no other way to do it, right?
Yeah, it's like what if you wake up in the morning and think, oh well, I sprained my ankle. What's that? Like, it's just self-diagnosis.
It is self-diagnosis. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and the thing is, when I talked about this, I said, well, self-diagnosis is literally the first step to any other type of diagnosis. You can't I think we would argue that in most cases, like it's not a good thing if you get to the point where you're like literally incapable of understanding what's going on. Like self-diagnose, we should encourage people to be mindful of their mental state, and if they feel like something is making them unhappy or making them feel unstable or whatever, that they should feel comfortable to go seek help with that if they want to. But that is advocating for people to be able to self-diagnose and pursue that. And yeah, it doesn't mean that like every person, that you can just have like, again, like Pez dispensers for whatever drug or whatever, but there's reasons for that are outside of like whether or not self-diagnosis is valid. I think self-diagnosis is incredibly helpful. I mean, there are huge roadblocks in the way of getting like formal diagnoses. And like for me, I self-diagnosed with BPD before I had a formal diagnosis, but my self-diagnosis was what led to me getting my diagnosis, which changed my life. Like literally completely revolutionized my life. Me learning that I had BPD was a process of having to self-diagnose, of having to read a blog that resonated with me, and then this person being like, yeah, this is because I have BPD. And I'm like, what the fuck? And so I think it's a very powerful thing. Yeah, I think it's important that people learn, but also I think it's important that we encourage like, hey, here's the way, here's a way to approach this more healthy. Here's a way to do this without like, here's how you can self-diagnose in a healthy way that doesn't like lead you to going onto WebMD and thinking you have cancer every time you stub your toe or something like that.
Yeah. My initial criticism came from my own personal experience because I thought I had BPD, and it wasn't until I finally was like, okay, there's like legitimately nothing wrong with seeing a psychologist. Went there and it was like, hey, you know what? Like after a few months of sessions, it was just like you don't have BPD. Like I know that, like it kind of seems like it, but I have manic depression and and I have social anxiety, and then I have a lot of gender issues with relation to like growing up and like starting puberty and growing boobs during puberty, which like looking back on that was pretty poggers.
Yeah. Well,
but,
listen,
yeah.
Life is a strange walk.
It is. But I'll let you and your chat get to the
fish.
Get to the fishy.
Yeah, we got to do it before Friday's over. It's getting late, but that's all right. Listen, this was a wonderful conversation. NeoMoirai, anytime you want to talk, please hit me up. I think your pog is shit. I think you're really chill. Every conversation we've had, watch your dark poster energy. Be careful. Don't stride too close to the abyss, or it might consume you. But other than that, all I'm going to say is it was wonderful talking with you, and I think you're a supremely enjoyable person to talk with.
Oh yeah, I always love talking with you. I was going to say at some point before I let you go, we should totally do a politically provoked debate together.
Okay, yeah. You make it happen. I'll go along with it. Oh. I had fun on Politically Provoked, so if you want to do like a duo team thing, let's make it happen. That'd be fun as fuck.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Teaming up together.
Yeah.
You guys enjoy the fish.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much, NeoMoirai. Thanks for coming on.
Oh yeah, thank you, Demo.
Yeah, bye
Always
for now.
happy. Bye.
Well, that was cool. That was a great conversation. I really enjoyed that. Did you all find that beneficial? I thought we each got our points out and we were able to like talk about it like really good. Like I really enjoyed that. I thought that was like a very see, that's the way that I hope that conversations like that. I know you want the mama. Well, I got to do fish first. We got to do fish. Yeah, we got to do fish first and then yes, and then I'll pop off. We got to do fish first, okay? Are you ready? Are you all ready for some fish? Listen, everybody knows. For those of you who are here who don't know what the fuck I'm talking about yet, don't you go anywhere, because I'm telling you right now, you are about to have your mind blown, okay? Let's talk about what is holy mackerel, okay? Well, guess what? The good news is I have done multiple videos on holy mackerel, okay? Let me just show you real quick the number of videos I've done on holy mackerel. Let's see. How many do we even have up? Holy mackerel. All right. Oops. I goofed up. Hold on a second. Holy mackerel. Here we go. I have 3, now 4 videos, okay? Wow, we're going back into a strange era. Hold on, let's do this. Let's filter. Mackerel. How do you spell Mack? Mack. Here we go. Let's look at this. So, the videos we have. Let me open all these links up real quick so we can go look at all these videos because they're so interesting and fun. And you all, I have a playlist for the holy mackerel. So if you're like, wow, this was fun, I want to see where this all started, you can go watch them. Take a look at this. So, first off, we have Demon Mama versus Holy Mackerel, dying of laughter at conspiracy Christianity sketch comedy. This is indeed correct. As you can see, this image tells you everything you need to know about it. Quite literally, it is a Christian conspiracist cult made a sketch comedy show, and this is what we are going to watch together today. Then we had a special where I babysat. Look at this. Just look at how much fun this is. Take a look at this. Look.
You know you want that armor set.
This is the this is the shark tempting the fish with an armor set that she can get if she doesn't go to church and instead chooses to play video games. Make no sense? Don't worry. It doesn't make any sense to us either. No, it doesn't make any sense. Thank you, past me. Thank you, past me. Literally, what just happened? I just said it doesn't make any sense, and then here we go. Yeah, they already have holy cow. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. None of this shit makes any sense. And you're about to witness a true dive into madness. And, oh, hey, Gabby Cyber, you had a question, didn't you? If you feel like you want to drop that question in chat, go for it. We're happy to have you. And Zonia, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so very much. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. But yeah, anyway, there's so much nonsense in here. Like, how do I even, like, look at this. Just watch some of this nonsense.
Time with your friends. But a friend is not a friend if they don't accept that you have other priorities.
A friend is not a friend if you don't have other priorities.
No, I always look here.
I look at Twitch chat. I just miss things sometimes.
It's just that my gaming
He
friends
shouldn't have
rely
left
on
Twitch.
me to...
Oh no, Mario.
What?
She's trying to pray and Mario's coming in.
Fuck? Isn't that the odd mushroom Mario?
Oh yeah, look at this. Oh wait, where's the part with
shit.
Link?
Lone Shark's fucked. God's gonna fuck Lone Shark's needy asshole. I wrestled with God my whole life.
Oh, it's Link! Hey, Link, that's a pretty cool shield.
It's a Bible.
It's a Bible. This is the strangest show you've ever gonna see. And look, guess what? We also covered the season finale of season 6. But guess what, everybody? That's right. The last time we did a Holy Mac segment, we were on season 6. But season 7 has been going on in our absence. While we were gone, the fish was still going. So today, we are going to watch at least some of season 7 of Holy Mack. So get yourself ready, strap the fuck in for one of the best things that we've ever discovered on the internet. Are you into boys, girls, non-binary, or are you poly? I am reluctantly pansexual, okay? Listen. I joke that I'm reluctantly pansexual because I mostly like femme-leaning people. Mostly like femmes. But there are some boys there's some boys, and there's a lot of non-binaries I'd make the exception for. And I am poly. I live with 2 of my partners, and I have 4 partners total. So that's kind of exciting. So, yeah, there's your answer for you. Gabby, thanks for asking. So, let's without any further ado, let's take a look here. Wait, hold on a second. Church militant. What is Holy Mack, Zensock? You're about to find out. I don't actually know the term polysexual very well. You'll see here in just a second. We're about to watch this. Hell yeah, Gabby. Happy to have you. By the way, Gabby, did you know we have a website you can sign into on Twitter? Bam. Oh, no, it's not working. demonmama.com/live. Bam. If you want to come over to the site, you can sign in with Twitch, and you'll get all the emotes right away, Gabby. No pressure, but if you want to, the website's really cool. The only reason this web series gets any views is because of us? Yep, that is actually true. That is like literally unironically true. Yeah. Radical Cowboy, hey, I've heard from you on YouTube for a while and decided to join the stream. What kind of things do I do? Radical Cowboy, I do all kinds of stuff. Right now, you are about to see our fun half, basically. Right now, we are about to talk about a very silly sketch comedy show that is made by a Christian conspiracy group, and it's truly incredible. So if you're ready to laugh and have a fun time, go ahead and have a seat. You're going to have a good time. This is probably going to be relatively light on politics. Normally what I do is lots of politics, lots of discussion, stuff like that. But this is for the real fans of the comedy here. This is where we laugh and we have a good time, okay? So let's get this up here. Holy Mackerel. Oh my God. Season 7, okay? So we start now. Technically, I think we did watch One Smack Mack. So let's watch One Smack Mack again because we need to. Here we go, everybody. Here we go. Here we go.
And if so, were they?
Oh, Alora, wait, it's funny you say that, Alora. Alora says, God, I hope Milo doesn't show up in Holy Mack. There's a good chance that Milo Yiannopoulos will show up in Holy Mack. There is a very good chance, unfortunately, because Milo Yiannopoulos has done multiple episodes with this show, with this company, or with this cult now. He's been doing, yeah, this is Michael Voris. Yeah, this is published by the people, this is published by Michael Voris. But it's somebody at the company that makes this sketch comedy show. And we love the sketch comedy show. Anyway, let's continue. Fawn, come in here if you want to smoke with me. It's the last one of the day, I promise. What the hell is going on? What is this? I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it. Ooh, snacks. No, the other one.
A meat delivery for St. Michael's Media.
Uh-oh, meat delivery. He's coming back. He's back, baby. Season 7, everybody.
Who are you? You enforce Canon 1251? Such a lame job. My job is far superior. I am Delivery Man. I come to deliver delicious, meaty delectables. 7 days a week. Meat is so tasty and wonderful to eat. I desire to share these protein treats with everyone I can, as much as possible, which means deliveries all days of the week. Monday through Friday, and the weekend too. And if you think your silly Friday fast can stop me, you're sadly mistaken!
I need a vacation.
It's One Punch Man. It's One Smack Mack.
Thanks for taking care of that guy. See you later.
Oh my God, he did it. His fin is on
Well,
fire.
that was uneventful. Today I stopped a delivery man from delivering meat to my air-breathing friends at the studio. It is my job to protect them. Sometimes even from themselves. I used to feel excitement from smacking burgers and hot dogs from their hands. But I have become too good at my job. I always succeed at enforcing Canon 1251. Nobody ever bests me. Nobody ever gets away with it anymore. Not that I want that. I do not wish that they disobey the church's teachings. It's just that there used to be a struggle. Tension. A hurdle that I would manage to overcome. Now, I can stop any potential Friday meat eater. With just one smack. Maybe it's better this way. Nobody will break the Friday fast. Maybe this is my cross to bear. To be bored.
Bored?
And then the guy powers up for like the whole episode. I don't get it. And the other guy just lets him do it. Like he just stands there while he powers up.
Like, why would you let your enemy power up? That's not tactical.
Not tactical at all. Anyway, thanks for helping me lift this thing. It's back there.
All right, no problem. How heavy is it?
We'll be able to handle it.
Should we power up first?
Yeah, we should.
Holy cow. That is exhilarating.
Oh, hold on. Lore drop. It used to be that whenever somebody said holy cow, that holy cow would appear. But at the season 6 finale, holy cow got Thanos snapped out of existence. Because Holy Mack became so powerful that he literally slapped a holy cow out of existence. I'm not kidding you. That's actually in the lore. That's what you would know if you go and watch the other videos. You'll understand. You're just behind on the lore. I'm catching you up right now. Yeah, he's gone. Wait. What's that I hear? What is that? Could it be our beloved holy cow? Oh my God. Is it really? Oh my God. Holy cow is back! Oh, yes, you're not gone. You just got slapped into the real world. Yay! Oh my God. Wait a minute. You're not holy cow. You're way too much of a flaming to be holy cow. You're unholy cow. Thank God that we have unholy cow here. Are you smoking through your nostril hole? That's not a Christian behavior. Oh my God, God will not be pleased with this. God is gonna slash our acting budget again. Not again. Ah well, let's continue.
Also kind of weird.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's kind of cold. Let's get this thing.
All right.
Oh shit.
Hello, Charlie.
This was the guy who got left. This is the guy who got left in the past. That's the guy who got left in the past. When they went to the past in the last season, they went to the past in the season finale, and he got left in the past.
It is Big Boss.
Have you been here since
2020?
You must be hungry.
Yeah, I am starving. Let's go get some food.
Well, that's it. That's all we get in this episode, so we have to move right on to the next episode. Come on, everybody. We got to go to this episode 2. Excuse me, season 7. Medium Rare Encounter, season 7, episode 2. Next episode.
Matt. Wow, it starts up.
I bet he hates the Mack now.
So you've been locked away in the storage container for an entire year?
Yes.
Why?
I was disturbed by our actions 1 year ago. Causing newbies to eat meat on a Friday during Lent is wrong, even if it is for a show. And now, I must make up for my transgressions in the only way I know how, by enforcing Canon 1251. I will counter the encouraging of Friday meat eating. It is the only way I can make up for being part of the plan you devised to—
Okay, I get it. Please, leave your answers to 20 words or less. I know. I remember. For me, that was only like 2 weeks ago. I told you Holy Mackerel was going to take care of everything. He stopped it all. It's fine.
That is neither here nor there. It is the means, the ends, and the intentions that make an act immoral or not.
I see you've been talking to Brad again about theology lately.
Oh, hey, JP.
Oh, hey, Brad.
You coming to theology tonight? We got veggie pizza, jalapeno poppers, the whole shebang.
Yeah, I'll be there.
We already did that, Evil Grin.
I have not been talking with Brad lately. I've been locked in the shipping container for a year.
Which begs the question, why not enforce Canon 1251 back in 2020?
2020 was a lost cause.
Good point. Well, then why not just come through the portal?
I needed time to think.
Okay. Why lock yourself in the storage unit?
I did not wish to experience 2020 again.
Valid point. Yeah, that's
Wait a minute, they're like anti-maskers, so what's so bad about 2020? What's so bad about 2020 if they're like anti-maskers and don't care? I'm confused. Maybe these two aren't anti-maskers. Maybe these are just normal guys who happen to have gotten a shit job working for this place. Oh, Trump lost.
With the eye
oh,
patch?
Trump lost. Oh my God, how could I have been so stupid? That's right. They all cried because Trump lost. Okay, all right, that makes sense. That makes sense.
I found it in the prop box.
All good.
I thought it looked cool.
Yeah, all right. Well, good luck to you. I hope you feel better about
Hold on
yourself
a minute.
after enforcing
There's a way
Canon
that I can improve
1251.
this. There's a way that I can improve this. There's only one way. There's only one way that we can improve this session. Oh. I must return to my old ways as well. And sure enough, I will. Very well then. Ow!
Sorry.
Did I do it wrong? Here, you can fix it.
Here, I need both hands for this.
You can fix my hair. It's very hard to do with but one eye.
Yes.
That's right, we must return. I did it first, by the way. They copied me, not the other way around. I made the punished mama joke long before they did this episode. But let's continue nonetheless. I will watch the rest of this with but one eye.
Lent. And one more thing, you might want to lose the eye patch. You're not really pulling off the Nick Fury look.
Nick Fury?
Thought I looked more like Dan Crenshaw.
Dan Crenshaw? Oh, that's embarrassing. Oh, how embarrassing. Oh, shit! Boss reveal! Yes! It's the Griller!
It is I, the Grill Master, and I've come to serve you burgers.
If you think you're here to serve burgers, just wait till I serve you a hefty helping of Cannon 1251.
Cannon 1251! I just want to grill!
Watch it. That spatula hurts.
Ha! You haven't even seen my final form. Quarter pounder?
He's flinging his meat at him! No! Don't take the meat in your mouth! Don't take the meat in your mouth!
Not
He slapped
bad,
his meat!
Master. But you forgot the pickles!
3/4 pounder!
He has 3 meat? His meat's gonna go in his mouth! He gave him the hamburger stamp.
You wish to be served a burger as well? For you, I will use my final move.
Billion burger barrage!
That's too much meat for any man to handle. Reversal technique.
I think I'll go grill some vegetables.
Wait. Teach me how to enforce Canon 1251.
We're getting a training arc. Holy shit.
I agreed to train the weird air-breathing one called JP. I have hope that this
weird.
might bring something new and fun to my job. Or maybe, another cross to bear.
This is not about making fun of vegans. No. They're not making fun of vegans. Are you kidding me? No. Okay, hold on, everybody.
Can I get you a drink?
Yes, please. That'd be wonderful. Listen. On Fridays, you're not supposed to eat meat. Didn't you hear Canon 251? 1251? That is one of the things. You're not supposed to. You're supposed to give up meat on Fridays and only eat fish. This is not vegan hate. No. Canon 1251 is that Catholics cannot eat meat on Fridays during Lent. It's not a verse. It's a declaration by the church. My goodness. Don't you all know anything? Don't you all know anything about obscure Catholic laws? Jesus Christ. All right, next one. We have to go to the next one. The Way of the Mackerel. Next episode, Way of the Mackerel. Let's go.
Thank you again for agreeing to train me, Master. Now, what is my first lesson? But if I am your apprentice, then you are my master.
Oh, that's
Okay,
Michael
Master.
Voris in the background.
I will call
there.
you teacher.
That's Michael Voris in the background. That guy's
So, what is my
really
first lesson,
fucked up
Teach? Oh, teacher? I don't understand. What is this?
Yes, it does sound like it's straight from the 80s, but I still don't understand what it's for.
It's clearly for an 80s training montage, duh.
I knew it. We were getting a training montage. What? Way of the Mackerel?
Teacher, how can I learn if you're just lounging around?
Oh yeah, Way of the Mackerel.
Let's get to work, JP.
Whoa!
Way of the Mackerel.
Way of the Mackerel.
100 Hail Marys.
Oh, he's got to do Hail Marys.
100 Our Fathers. And a Divine Mercy Chaplet.
Way of the Mackerel. Oh, it's the way of the Mackerel. Way of the Mackerel. Way of the Mackerel.
Take cold showers. And don't eat sweets. When kneeling in prayer. Don't use a cushion for your knees.
JP, you failed. You didn't hit that last burger. You gotta start all over again.
That's not fair. Who's this guy? He wasn't strong enough yet. Oh, he's gonna scramble him. I knew it, he's gonna scramble him. Oh, he's making an omelet. Oh shit, omelet mode. Alright, fair enough.
JP, no time for eating. Get training.
He needs his protein or he'll be weak. Eat, quick, dude. Faster.
JP, you eat broccoli and smash burgers.
Try to go to daily mass. And definitely do a holy hour.
Daily
Don't
mass?
listen to music. When
Don't listen to
driving
music.
in your car.
When driving in your car, what? Not strong enough yet. Yeah, these people are trad cats. Resist the temptation, my friend. No.
When you fall, get back up. Go to confession.
This is
When
actually
you're strong,
a little bit
get
scary,
humble.
honestly.
Strive for perfection.
everybody. Did you hear that one? He's over 9,000. Get it? Get it? It's from... Yeah, all right.
You float like a buoy and sting like a stingray.
Way of the mackerel.
Let's see if he can do it.
Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel.
He did it. That was Beardy McStrong. He got it out of the hands of
fought a
Beardy
good
McStrong.
fight.
Did you hear this?
You've finished the race.
I'm at the end of my seat right now.
Just don't smack a burger directly at your boss's face.
Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel. Way of the mackerel.
He's learned the way of the mackerel.
Way of the mackerel.
Way of the mackerel. All right, next episode. 1251 Leagues Under the Sea. Oh, this one looks like an epic one. All right. This looks like a fucking epic episode. Let's do this. Next episode, everybody. I'm ready. I'm so ready.
Teacher! Where are you going?
He has a mackerel thing.
On vacation? You can't leave now. You have a job to do.
The master is leaving.
Me to enforce Canon 1251 while you're gone? Thank you, Master. I mean, teacher.
What? Oh, he gets to be the mackerel now. Wait, what if he turns into a fish head? Dude, chill. He's having a good time at the beach, can't you see? That's what you do. When you're having a good time at the beach, you loosen your necktie. That's the sign of, that you're embracing the degeneracy, though. He's gonna have a... He's returning to the sea? All right, dude. This is a filler episode. This is a filler episode. Filler. Look at this. This is fucking filler. Puppeteering.
Oh, hey there. I'm Tuna, the octopus.
Tuna,
I haven't
the
seen you around these parts at all.
Oh my god.
Yeah, we don't get too many tourists around here. At least not since the surface people started having grilling parties on the beach every Friday night.
What the hell? Grilling parties. This is all stock footage.
The problem
this is a filler
is
episode.
the surface dwellers
Oh, it's a beach episode.
grill meats.
Oh no.
Then these pagan seagulls come swooping in.
Pagan seagulls? Pagan seagulls? What?
Yep, every Friday. I sure wish there was someone that could do something about it. You think you can stop them? No way.
Okay, I like this character already. Ha 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 ha.
Wait. What? Like, no jokes? Seriously?
Ha ha What do you mean that laugh was terrible? That was
really?
God tier.
You're a Canon 1251 enforcer?
Uh-oh.
That's pretty cool, I guess. So you can single-handedly stop them from eating meat on a Friday? Are you sure about
it's
this?
one person, Uncle Gumball. It's just one person.
Ha! I'd like to see this.
He used a tsunami wave to kill them all? Okay, that's really badass. I love that eating meat is not okay, but killing an entire family with a tsunami wave is okay.
Whoa! That was amazing.
We didn't even get to see the family get wrecked.
I think they should call you the Mackerel.
The Mackerel.
You know what? I want to be strong like that.
Uh-oh.
Maybe you should teach me how to make a massive wave with my tentacles. Hee ha hoo. Chow hee. Yow hee.
Okay, now this is just a little bit racist.
Chow hee.
Yeah, this is just racist. All right, enough. All right, enough. Okay, I'm getting offended now. I'm cringing. Uh-oh. Hey, that's the best episode.
Hey there, militants. This is Dan from the Moon, broadcasting my first podcast.
Yeah, they're keeping the story consistent. Dan is still trapped on the moon. He's doing a podcast from the moon. From the previous season. He's doing a fucking podcast from the moon. Holy shit. I love they keep their lore consistent. My God.
Special features of my polarized helmet. I'm able to see the entrails of the blessed Kibby, who had left the moon the last time he was there. If you remember, he came and said I could eat anything I wanted. Well, when he flew away, I could see the entrails, and from that, I'm able to use my technical skills that I've learned here from Church Militant and built this microwave transmission that allows me to do this broadcast. So I just wanted to say, hey, you know, I'm still here. I'm wicked smart. You know, I'm still wicked smart.
He's still wicked smart.
You can see that the first time I tried to eat my sub, I wasn't able to. But the second time, if you paid close attention, you could see I was able to get that sub inside my helmet. You might be wondering how I'm doing that. I'm not going to tell you. But let me tell you, just because that blessed Kibby, holy mackerel, was here and stopped that from happening, but you know, he's not around and out of sight, out of mind.
Oh, so, he's about to say he's going to eat the sandwich on the moon.
Next segment on this podcast, and it's called Wicked Stupid. Forcing Catholics to receive communion in the hand, that's wicked stupid. This $1.9 trillion COVID relief bill that's not for any COVID release, that's wicked stupid. Canceling Dumbo and Dr. Seuss, wicked stupid.
Canceling Dumbo and Dr. Seuss? Oh no! Oh no! They're getting more propaganda in here. This show isn't gonna be fun anymore. Oh, they're putting the actual propaganda in here. It's not gonna be fun anymore. God damn it. Alright, we'll do one more episode. Oh no, what if it's not fun anymore? What if they suck the life out of it? Alright, vacation.
Yee ha hoo ya smack ha hoo ha yee ha hoo ya smack.
Excuse me, that is incorrect, Breadwave. You are incorrect. Only people from the Worcester, Boston area actually say wicked. Wrong.
Boy, oh boy. This is really hard work. Yeah,
it's CTV
I know.
Submarine.
No suffering, no buffering. But is that even a word?
Mainers too, yep. Don't forget Mainers.
Well, I do want to get buff, but...
Mainers. 80 above.
I know when I'm over
Boy,
my
that's
head.
wicked smart. Oh, yeah.
Bro, how'd you get so good at canon law enforcement?
Oh, we're getting tragic backstory.
I just don't think I'll ever get to your level. You want to know what I'm good at? Well, I guess I'm good at table tennis, as long as I can use 8 paddles.
Oh, yeah,
and
bub.
baking.
Oh,
I
yeah,
can
bub.
mix 4 bowls of ingredients at the same time. Oh, and I'm good at juggling, patty cakes, replacing ink cartridges in the printer. I'm a good phone operator, a good bartender, assembly line worker, and I guess I can type pretty fast too. But none of those things are really fun. Well, except for patty cakes. That's fun. But you can't really make a career out of patty cakes.
Or can you? This is not the new audio setup yet. It will be tomorrow.
I know,
Tomorrow,
I
Venus.
know.
Tomorrow.
I should be grateful for the gifts I do have.
You should.
And happy for those who are better at things I want to be good at. Hey, Mackerel. What things do you wish you were good at?
But also, wait a minute. Tuna the octopus has 8 hands. 8 times the slapping. What the fuck? Oh, I will absolutely, Venus.
Oh. Oh, that would be fun. Really fun. But you're good at enforcing Canon 1251, right?
Of course he is.
And it's Lent now, right? I don't mean to be nosy, but
This is
what
a
are you
slow-
doing here?
By the way, just so you know, this song right now, is a slowed down Dire Docks. If you listen closely, it's a slowed down Dire Docks.
Why are you vacationing during the one time a year that you should be vocationing? Oh, okay, so this JP guy must be really good at enforcing Canon 1251. Is he as good as you?
Uh-oh. Oh, shit. Now we're getting to the point.
Canon 1251 Enforcer JP, suspicious of Charlie for going home at lunchtime, invites himself over to make sure nothing suspect is going on.
Oh, shit.
Well, Charlie, I made it, despite your directions.
Ah, Canon 1251 Enforcer JP,
I
welcome.
get it.
I hope you're prepared for an unforgettable Friday luncheon.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, egads! My salmon fillet is ruined! But what if I were to purchase Vega Market food and disguise it as my own cooking? Delightfully devious, Charlie.
Charlie with his crazy explanations. Canon Enforcer needs some prayerful meditation. When he hears Charlie's lame exaggerations, he'll be trouble in town tonight.
Charlie! Canon 1251 Enforcer. Oh, I was just stretching my calves up here on the countertop. Isometric exercise. Care to join me?
Why is there smoke coming out of your oven, Charlie?
Ooh, that's not smoke. That's steam. For the steamed clams we're having. Mmm, steamed clams. Cannon 1251 Enforcer. I hope you're ready for some mouth-watering salmon burgers.
I thought we were having steamed clams.
Oh, no. I said steamed Sams. That's what I call salmon burgers.
You call salmon burgers steamed Sams?
Yes. It's a regional dialect.
Uh-huh. What region?
Michigan.
Oh, really? I'm from Detroit, and I've never heard anyone use the phrase steamed Sams.
No, not Detroit. It's a UP expression.
I see. You know, these salmon burgers are quite similar to the ones they have at the Vega Market.
No, patented Charlie burgers. Old family recipe.
For steamed Sams?
Yes.
Uh-huh. And you call them steamed Sams despite the fact that they are obviously grilled.
You know, I really should...
I'm not laughing anymore.
Of course.
That was wonderful. Good time had by all. I'm Poot.
Yes, I really should be going. Good Lord, what is happening in there?
Papal Mass?
Papal Mass.
All right, that was
At
good.
this time of year.
All right, that was good. That was good. Papal Mass. Okay, that's funny. All right. They're winning me back a little bit.
This time of day, in this part of the country, localized entirely within your kitchen.
Yes.
May I see it?
No. Oh, don't mind that. That's just the Gregorian chant.
Well, Charlie, you are an odd fellow, but I must say, you steam a good Sam.
Okay, that was good. That was really good. That's just the Gregorian. Okay, that was good. That was good. That was well done. God, that sound is annoying though. Oof. Should we do one more? Should we give him one more chance? That one was almost cringe. Should we do it? Let's do another one. We'll do one more. All right, we'll do one more. That ending was good.
Don't you dare hit that skip button. If you do, that will make you a hater of tasty foods. Oh, good. You must have an open mind. Let me ask you a few questions. Are you hungry all the time? Do you have trouble picking out what you should eat? Or maybe you're on some lame zero food diet. Don't you just want to enjoy real food, like a juicy burger? Not that fake food. What's it called? A salad? Only hipster millennials like salads. Ew.
Oh,
Don't
boy, here we
be
go.
a hipster millennial. If you've been shaking your head up and down in a yes motion to anything I have asked, don't worry one bit. There's still hope for you. Unless you're a hipster millennial, then there's no hope for you. By the way, my name is Karen, and I have the solution for all of you out there in need. But first, meet Mr. Wise Koala.
Hello, friends.
Mr. Wise Koala and I founded a business to help people like you enjoy the food you like the most. We picked out the most tasty foods, which are all meaty foods, and started quality catering. We cater the most quality
Is this the
meats
new villain?
all days of the week.
All the days.
So you no longer need to think about your food. No more counting calories. No need to keep track of fasting windows, whatever that is.
Okay, so... All right, we'll do commentary afterwards. All right, let's keep going, everybody. Let's power through. We have to do it. We have to do it for Mack. Everyone. When Mack had to murder his only friend, Holy cow. When JP got left in the past. When Holy Mack had to pursue Dan to the moon. He was always fighting for us. We cannot abandon him now, even though the production quality has absolutely dropped through the floor. Even though they have started to use mostly stock footage in most of these episodes. Even though there's been long spans of filler. We cannot give up. We must continue to the end of season 7. And that means we need to make it through this episode, as strange and confusing and full of stock footage as it is. Let us continue.
And no more researching whether or not that French onion soup is made with beef broth or whatever. Who really cares? Nobody.
Yeah, who cares what's in your French onion soup?
After a long day, you deserve a meal that you can enjoy.
Was there Nick Fuentes? Wait, was there Nick
It's
Fuentes?
made with beef broth
Where did
or
you see
whatever.
Nick Fuentes?
Who really cares? Nobody.
Yeah, who cares what's in your French onion soup?
Oh.
After a long day, you deserve a meal that you can enjoy. Whether you work really, really hard, or you pretend to work hard at your desk, Quality Catering will cater to your needs. Why wait to eat your next meal?
That
We
didn't look
cater
like me.
anytime, including now. And why torture yourself with vegetarian food? Even for just one day. Oh, I can't even imagine.
No greens, just meat.
Oh my god, it's
greens.
literally...
Just me.
Hey, Charlie.
Oh, hey, JP, what's up?
I thought you liked cat videos. What's with the koala?
It's just an ad. I wasn't really watching it.
An ad? For what?
I think this one's for a meat caterer.
Meat catering? This is not good. As the Canon 1251 enforcer, I cannot allow people to view ads like this during Lent. I must go see my Cherry and see if he can install an ad blocker.
I'm confused now.
What's going on? Another win for canon law.
Yeah, that was pretty fast. Anyway, I gotta go, phone now. Excuse me.
Is this like a porn analogy?
Hey you, download the app and order today.
Yes, Mr. Wise Koala, there is an app. Download it and agree to the terms and services, giving me access to all your phone data and schedule your special event today.
Is this societal commentary
Whether you
or
have a
something?
small gathering, or if you have to feed a production crew after hours working on your silly videos. We all know they'll work extra for food,
Bro,
but
throwing
only
some shade.
tasty foods.
Oh
Do you
my
think
God.
they'd show up to the next
Wait a
crew
minute.
call? for a
Labor
sack?
agitation in my Holy Mac? They'll work harder even if you don't pay them. Oh my God.
Salad bar? I don't think so. And did I mention we have special deals on Fridays?
Special deals on Fridays.
This guy's had such a corruption arc. He's become a bad guy. He used to not be a bad guy. He used to be like a good guy. Damn, JP dumb as shit.
Luke, hide me. Thank you, Luke.
Hey, that was Grill Master. That's Grill Master. He's undercover. There was the grandma. Look, there's the grandma right there. She's hiding her face so you can't tell it's her. Oh, Breadwave, real quick. Breadwave asks, what else does this place do? This is a big-ass production studio. They produce insane conspiracy, anti-gay conspiracy theory stuff. Yeah, that's basically it. They are a company called Faith Militant. They're a Catholic separatist conspiracy theory Trump organization. Church militant. Sorry. Oh, he should have been right there. Well, they used to be funny. This isn't funny anymore. Oh, he was in the coats.
It's just a cat video, okay?
I see.
Wait a minute. See?
So, you're heading back? Cool, cool. Well, I really do hope to see you again.
Of course you do.
What? Whoa.
All right, everyone. We have one last episode in season 7. We need to finish it. We must finish the fight. Bum, ba-bum, bum, 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 ba-bum, bum, bum. Here we go. Of the Boreal Valley. Welcome, Sauber Flote.
It is my pleasure to present to the St. Michael's Media crew Quality Catering. We have burgers. We have lamb shanks. We have...
What is this? We don't eat meat on Fridays. We're Catholic.
Oh, you don't? Why don't you tell that to Mr. Wise Koala?
Doesn't all that meat food look good? I bet you really want it.
You know, this food actually looks pretty good. Maybe I should get something.
Oh. Yeah, well,
Yeah,
yeah.
been a good day.
I think so.
I'm enjoying it. Should be fun.
It's Friday.
What the heck? What's this?
It's Friday.
Yeah.
Why is your meat?
Doesn't all that look tasty? You should go and get some.
The old lady is hypnotizing them all to crave meat deep in their mouths. They're going to
bet your
fill their
eyes
mouths
aren't
with
as big as your
Satan's
stomach.
meat.
In fact, they're physically not.
What are you guys doing?
I think this is a
Hey,
Mass
you,
Effect song.
don't resist. Just indulge.
Yes. Eat those delicious meals. Yes.
What is her motivation?
Eat. Please, make yourselves at home. Enjoy the delicious meals.
Not so fast. I'm gonna have to ask you to pack up and head out.
Oh, you're making Mr. Wise Koala sad.
Hey, why don't you get yourself a plate, friend?
No, what is this?
Indulging in your food is fun.
Yeah, bimbified by the meat koala. Forced to crave delicious meat. No, this is the temptation arc.
Must uphold Canon 2, 1251.
Holy Mack, I wasn't tempted. It's just this big bear came in and told me I needed to put his meat in my mouth. Oh yeah, by the way, just so you know, hold on a second, everybody. Just so you all remember, Church Militant is run by Michael Voris, a reformed homosexualist and former sodomite. And these episodes are all about a big bear coming in and making you put their meat in your mouth. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. Just pointing out the obvious fact.
See that burger over there? You're gonna steamroll over it. Time. Kid, I know how you feel about this challenge coming up, because I was young once too. Let me tell you something. If you were not here, I'd probably be retired by now. In fact, being here and doing as well as you're doing gives me motivation. Because people quit sometimes when they've got nothing to fight for.
Human nature is stronger than people think.
And human nature is stronger than people think. Little by little, we keep losing and losing until we say, what am I fighting for? What reason do I have to carry on? But I do have a reason to fight and stay in the race. JP, I've got something for you. This is my favorite thing. Holy Mackerel gave it to me. And now I'm giving it to you. Think of this as a little angel on your shoulder. And when you're down, he'll whisper in your ear. Get up, kid! Because God loves you.
Wait, is Holy Mack God now?
How rude of me. I haven't introduced myself. I am JP, Canon 1251 Enforcer. And I am here to stop you from tempting us with your delicious meaty foods.
Oh, how cute. Well, I'm Karen, and I'm the head chef of Koala.
I've seen your commercial. It needs better production. Quality.
Get 'em, boys.
What the?
This is Saint Mines!
Oh, that's so bad. Oh, it's so bad. Oh, 300 reference. Okay, this is actually kind of good. This is actually kind of good choreography, though. Hey, the choreography is creative. It's not like amazing, but it's kind of good. Chop the koala's head off.
Looks like you're in need of more quality employees.
Okay, you already made that joke.
Ha ha ha. You must think you're so clever.
Quality salami!
No! They got him.
Whoa.
Oh, the direction is good. There's no flaws in that part of it. The writing is a bit off.
Where am I?
This season specifically. No, I saw it. Don't worry.
Charlie?
Charlie's dead.
Whoa. What is this place?
It's your subconscious.
What are you doing in my subconscious?
Well, you know, I broke the fourth wall a lot this season, so
Mr.
figured
Brett
I'd break
Santa,
into
thank
your
you very
mind.
much.
All right.
Yes, I was a film major.
So, what are we doing here?
Thank you very much, Mr. Brett Santa. Appreciate it.
Actually, I got something I want to tell you. That's why I'm here. So, at the
Here we go.
beginning of Lent, actually right before Lent, you said something to me. You said that the ends don't justify the means, because I was up to no good, and
Yeah, it's kind of great.
you were
but-
right.
Oh man, Elk Alley, you gotta watch the old episodes on my
shouldn't
channel.
have tried to give all
I have the
newbies
ones on the
that
channel. Just look
food
Holy Mack
and
up on my
the
channel.
Meat food and it cascaded into a whole bunch of things. Not all of them great, not all of them good.
Okay. So, what now?
Well, you're currently falling towards the ground right now, and you're gonna wake up soon.
And I'm gonna get reinvigorated and come back to win the battle?
No, sorry, no, not at all. No, you've lost that battle.
Oh.
Karen is way too powerful for you.
Oh. What?
Yeah. You gotta accept that you're just not cut out for this Canon 1251
Snips told me
stuff.
about Holy Mack. Well, Snips didn't tell me about Holy Mack directly.
You need
but
to
it's a long story.
find something you are good at. You know, you need to find your vocation. And
Wait,
it's
what?
not this canon.
He's
law
doing great.
enforcement.
Well, he's been doing great.
Maybe it has something to do with theology. You know, haven't you been like meeting with Brad, having theology night? You know.
Yeah, JP, he's the apprentice, surpassing the master.
Oh, hey, Brad. Brad, what are you doing here? You can't just break into JP's mind too. Man. All right, you know what? Time for you to wake up.
Oh. Teacher. Oh. Teacher, I'm no good at enforcing Canon 1251. It's not my calling. I know that better than anyone. Teacher, God wants me to do something else. Probably something less cool. But I will do it with all my heart, soul, and strength.
Damn.
Teacher.
Damn,
This is your calling. You must enforce Canon 1251.
Yeah, it turns out he's allergic to salami.
I suppose that you're the fish that's going to stop me from catering meat food to your crew. Just look around you. They are ready to dig in, to clean their plates, and get seconds. There's nothing you can do. They have made their choice, and I have won.
Summon tuna! Summon tuna!
He's got the sympathy for your pathetic maiden tendencies.
Oh, that looks so wrong. He's making the Hitachi envious with those vibrations. Oh, no!
I think I'll just close up shop on Fridays.
JP, stop being so dramatic. It was just salami.
No, it was pepperoni.
No, pepperoni is a type of salami.
No. Salami is a type of pepperoni.
I learned a valuable lesson during this Lenten season. Not only should I fulfill my responsibilities, regardless of whether I grow bored or not, but I am now certain that with every vocation, one must be prepared for any period of time when the joys of that vocation become stale. Whether that vocation be marriage, religious life, the priesthood, single life, or enforcing canon law, staying in the fight and finishing the race will certainly please our Lord and Savior, and thus bring a greater joy to life.
Journal entry entered. Is that all, Mr. Mackerel?
Okay.
Hey, Rodney. Hey, Charlie. What's up? Hey, now that I got your attention here, I'm meaning to ask you something. Okay. Every single Friday of Lent, there's been these weirdos coming to the door, this back door right here, trying to sell us meat. What's the deal with that?
I don't think that's weird at all.
Yeah, it doesn't sound weird.
No.
Okay, well, alright. What's even more weird is they look like people who actually work here. There's Joe.
Don't tell me what to do, man.
And Mary. What's the deal with that?
I don't see the resemblance at all.
Rodney, are you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not losing my mind here, okay?
It is I, the Iron Gut. I consume so much meat, I had to build an iron suit around my belly. I eat meat every day, all the days. Your silly Friday fast can't stop me from consuming large quantities of meat. No one is powerful enough to stop me. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha.
Oh, the grandma!
Huh?
I am Iron Ann.
I suppose I'll go fill up on vegetables.
Nope, I'm done. Done. That's it. That's it.
Oscar
Mayer
You're sadly mistaken!
Alright, that's a keeper.
He's got the sympathy for your pathetic maiden tendencies. You'll never tolerate your stupid protein shakes.
All right, everybody. Yeah, Michael Voris plays Michael Voris. Wow, that was oh boy. I love you. I'm gonna finish up stream now, okay? Okay. Well, everyone, that season sucked. Let's be completely honest. That season sucked. That was just bad. The ending was kind of funny. There were a couple of good jokes, but like, holy shit. What? It's so sad. They're like really going hard on the messages. It's like they're doing less like religious messages, and they're doing more like weird political commentary. Well, I'm not happy with season 7, but we'll see. Maybe they'll bring it back with season 8. Think they'll bring it back with season 8, maybe? Where'd my glasses go? Where the hell did I put them? Yeah, whatever. I'll find them later. Well, everyone. Nonetheless, we did it. We completed yet another season of Holy Mackerel, and all of you now know what Holy Mackerel truly is. Was the previous season made before Trump lost? Yeah, maybe they've just lost their will to live. Do you think that's the thing? Do you think that's what it is? I mean, I had fun anyway. Don't get me wrong. It was fun watching it. Don't get me wrong. I definitely had fun watching it. But I think they've lost their will to live. It's a bit sad. And you know, I think Tuna deserved a better fate. I think JP deserved a better fate. JP worked so hard. And like at the end it's just like, "Oh, I'm not meant to do it." It's like, "What do you mean? This would have been a perfect moment to pass the torch and then make JP have a fish head." What happened? And now they're just gone. They're just done with Loan Shark. We didn't have a single episode with Loan Shark. We didn't have a single episode this season with with Holy Cow. Like, where's Loan Shark? I missed the Loan Shark episodes. Loan Shark was such a great character. We even have a ship. We even have a ship. Where's the art? Hold on, let me get the art. We have the Loney Mack art. Yeah, here we go. Look, we have art. Mixed Dizzy made art of this show. This was from the previous episode. When there's an episode with a fuckload of gay tension between Loan Shark and Holy Mack. And Mixed Dizzy did this. Look at that. Isn't that amazing? Oh yeah, beaver is allowed. Yes, you can eat beaver. Yep. There's a lot of them, yeah. Cuz beavers live in the water, so they're technically fish by the Catholic Church standards. Oh yeah, it could be that they're monitoring us and they wrote him out because of the ship, because it was so obvious. Loney Mack. Yeah, seriously. Just beautiful. Do 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 ba da da. I know. They used... Wait, did they? Did they use our emote for that? How did you know? Wait a minute. You're kidding. They used a similar frame, yeah. It wasn't our one. Was it? No, Silax, it couldn't have been. Can you double check that? Did they actually? That would be so wild if they did. It's the one from the Discord? Wait, for real? No, you're kidding me. It's the one from our Discord? Yeah, Pifto Cakes made that, right? No. Who made that? Who made that one? Wait, who made that one? Who made that one? Who was it who made it? I can't remember. I know I have it here somewhere, but who made the original? It's the same frame. Yeah, but it's the same frame, but we have ours was redone. Yeah, ours was redone. Like we had it drawn over, traced over and everything. Hold on a second. Wait. The one on the Discord isn't the retraced one? It isn't. Oh, right. Because the Discord has the bigger one. Look. Wait, I need to remember who did it. They had the trans rosary. Oh, yeah, the trans rosary. I remember that from a previous episode. Yeah, look at this. Here. This is the one. Look, this is the one we used to make the emote, and this is the redrawn emote. This is the redrawn one, so it works well on the website. Okay. Give us a sign. If you watch. If we have an imp on the inside, you must give us a sign. Listen, we love your show. Please, don't let it become... Don't go woke, go broke. Go woke, go broke. No, keep our Holy Mac free of Trumpian politics, please. We love it. It's been wonderful. But we can't handle it. It's too much. It's too much politics. You know? Too much politics. Yeah, bring Loan Shark back. We demand Loan Shark, please. Please. Yes, if we find the word imp hidden in one of the episodes, we'll believe it. Listen. JP deserved better. But the editor, seriously, you did a good job. You're a good director. The writing for that season was a little weak, but you're a good director. Okay? All right, everyone. The time has come for us to part. I must go rest. And this weekend, I will be upgrading the sound. And, yes, I did. We'll check that later, Breadwave. I am going to go rest. We're going to do the audio setup, the camera reset up, and it'll be awesome. So you all catch my video game stream this Sunday where we're going to be starting Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne. And if you're not into video gaming, well, that's between you and the moon, sister. Whoa! Threw it back all the way right back to the beginning, everyone. You wouldn't see that one coming. All right, let me send us over. You know who we're going to raid? I know who we're going to raid. We're going to raid Surus. We're going to raid Surus. So let's raid into Surus. Go say hi and give love to Surus. There we go. Bam. I'm sending you all over to Surus. Here we go. I'm going to grab the links. If you want to go watch a really cool stream, here you go. Go say hi from Demon Mama to Surus. There's the links for everyone. I'm going to send it into here. Thank you all for your support. Today was an incredible amount of fun, and I'll see you very soon. Mwah. Good night, lovely imps.